Order. Pursuant to paragraph 7 of Standing Order 92, I have fixed the times for the conclusion of consideration of the heads of expenditure in the estimates of expenditure for financial year 2026-2027 in the Committee of Supply. In fixing these times, I have taken into account the reduction of question time to 30 minutes on the days allotted for the COS debates and the extension of sitting times of the Committee of Supply for each of the allotted days. Additionally, members are notified that the sittings on the allotted days of 27 February to 6 March will commence at 10 a.m. The bulletin times I have fixed have been notified to honourable members. I also like to remind members to use slides and videos sparingly to keep the spirit of our debating chamber. Focusing on the delivery of speeches to be made will create a greater impact in a debate. Order. Questions for oral answer. Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Question 1, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer question 1 and 2 in today's order paper together?
Please go ahead.
My response will also address related oral and written questions on wealth inequality and wealth data filed by Mr. Yip Hon Weng, Mr. Gerald Giam and Mr. Louis Chua, scheduled for subsequent sittings. If members are satisfied with the response, they may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. Mr. Speaker, sir, over the past decade, real wages have risen across all income levels, with wage growth highest for lowest income workers. Income inequality has decreased. Social mobility between generations remains strong. These outcomes reflect sustained policies to uplift lower income workers and to foster inclusive growth, supported by a progressive system of taxes and transfers. Most countries face challenges in measuring wealth inequality accurately. Certain assets, such as unlisted businesses, private equity, and overseas assets, are inherently difficult to track and value. Financial confidentiality provisions further constrain data collection. We have made our best effort by combining survey data from the Household Expenditure Survey with administrative records. The survey captures information on assets such as bank deposits and unlisted assets, including overseas assets, and liabilities such as household arrears and bank loans. We augment this with administrative data on properties, CPF accounts, Singapore savings bonds, shares and securities held in central depository accounts and the CPF investment scheme special account, life insurance policies, balances in the post-secondary education account and EduSave accounts, and HDB-administered loans. Property values are estimated based on their fair market value. We have progressively improved the coverage and quality of wealth data captured in the Household Expenditure Survey. We will continue to study how data collection methods can be strengthened. Like many other advanced economies such as the UK, Japan, and Germany, we rely primarily on survey-based approaches. We have no plans at this point to seek additional legislative or administrative powers to require more granular asset disclosure solely for inequality measurement. This is our first compilation of the Wealth Gini coefficient, and we do not have a historical series. We, however, intend to track this measure over time. The next cycle of the Household Expenditure Survey is planned for 2028, and we will consider whether additional indicators, which other members have suggested, can be provided. Members asked for further breakdowns of wealth inequality, such as by asset type, housing type, or age cohort. The Gini coefficient is measured at the household level and not at the individual level. Hence, we do not break it down by age cohorts. We do not compute Gini coefficients by asset type, as households can and do convert their wealth from one asset type to another. We also do not differentiate between public and private housing or between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied housing in computing the wealth Gini, as this is a stock measure of net worth and not a measure of liquidity. We do not have sufficiently granular data at the moment to provide the breakdown between local and overseas holdings. Mr. Gerald Giam asked about wealth concentration at the top. The top 1% hold about 14% of total household wealth, while the top 5% holds about 33%. These levels are broadly comparable to advanced economies with similar wealth Gini coefficients. However, these estimates should be interpreted with caution due to sample size limitations and potential underreporting in survey responses at both ends of the distribution. Wealth inequality is higher than income inequality in all advanced economies, as wealth accumulates over the life cycle. In Singapore, a significant part of household wealth, especially among lower and middle-income households, is held in owner-occupied housing and CPF savings. Our housing and CPF policies have enabled many Singaporeans to build their assets over time. This broad-based asset ownership helps to moderate inequality while strengthening long-term security and social stability. Mr. Yip and Mr. Giam asked whether we have considered other forms of wealth taxes beyond property tax. Our approach is to tax wealth in ways that are less susceptible to cross-border movement and tax planning while preserving competitiveness. And this is why we focus on less mobile assets like property and motor vehicles. These taxes are progressive, with higher value assets taxed at higher rates. We are mindful of intergenerational balance. Let me try that again. We are mindful of intergenerational balance. Younger households who are accumulating assets should not be unduly burdened. At the same time, higher value property owners should contribute more. For asset-rich but income-poor seniors, we provide deferral mechanisms for property tax payments to ease cash flow pressures. We fully agree with Ms. Mariam Jaafar on the need to sustain upward social mobility for current and future cohorts. Our strategy is to intervene early, provide support through life, and ensure wage progression. We have expanded access to affordable and quality preschool education to give children from all backgrounds a good start. Our schools provide a strong foundation with more support for those from disadvantaged households. Skills Future provides continuing learning opportunities for adults, including enhanced support for mid-career workers. The progressive wage model and workfare raise earnings and strengthen career pathways for lower-wage workers. For families facing complex challenges, Complink Plus provides more intensive, coordinated support in partnership with community organizations. Overall, Singapore remains in a stronger position than many advanced economies. But we do not take this for granted. Tackling inequality and improving mobility requires sustained investment across generations. We will continue to review and update our fiscal measures to ensure that they remain effective and sustainable. We remain committed to ensuring every Singaporean can start well, progress in life, and share in our nation's success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Associate Professor Goh.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. I just have two questions. The first is whether there are more proximal indicators of inequality. I note that the Minister has said that the next survey will be conducted in 2028, and given the importance and severity of, well, not the severity, but the importance of wealth inequality and income inequality in our society, whether there are any attempts at capturing some of these more proximal indicators of inequality, both wealth and income. And my second question relates also back to back to the statistic. How is the ministry looking at using this statistic? Are you looking at the trend, or are you looking at a threshold? And you know, does that subsequently warrant the kinds of actions that you would take? Thank you.
Mr. Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wealth is notoriously hard to measure, particularly data on overseas assets and unlisted assets, and this is not unique to Singapore. The current estimates, both wealth as well as income, are our best effort, in line with best practices from in other countries, and we have done so to our best effort computing both, or rather combining both survey data with administrative data, as I've explained in my speech. This is the first time we are measuring the wealth Gini coefficient, and we are open to improving it over time. We will take into account some of the suggestions that are made by members on what we can do. In terms of household income trends, we already publish that data regularly, annually, in the key household income trends report. But for the wealth Gini coefficient and wealth data, is dependent on the main source, which is the household expenditure survey, which we do every 5 years. I think the next cycle is in 2028. And so when that data is obtained, we will try our best to put out something regularly. We intend to track this data, as I explained. In terms of what we would do with this data, I think the important part is to look at the trending. The absolute numbers are an indication of where we are relative to other countries, but the trending is also important, whether or not wealth Gini is going up or going down in the right direction. The enhanced data and methodology that we have used for both market income as well as, rather for income inequality as well as wealth inequality will improve our understanding of the states of inequality in Singapore, which will better help us develop more evidence-based and targeted policies to improve Singaporeans' lives. Thank you.
Ms. Mariam Jaffa.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. As you know, this is an issue very close to my heart. I have 3 SQs. First, are there any early indicators for cohorts in the 1990s and the 2000s of the data on where they stand today in terms of upward mobility? And does the government have any targets? Actually, you talked about trends, but do you have targets for what you would like it to be at in the next time you run the cycle? Secondly, in the bottom quartile, which has not actually moved in terms of upward mobility, what are the barriers, what are the persistent barriers that keep them there, and how are we evolving our policies for this? And then thirdly, as we think about AI and technological shifts that are reshaping jobs, how are we ensuring that children from lower income households are not disproportionately affected? I think I raised this point in my budget speech yesterday, and very keen to hear what the Minister is thinking about that. Thank you.
SMSCO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the findings of the occasional paper indicate that the social outcomes in the past decade have been positive. I think it suggests that our strategy of combining inclusive economic growth with targeted and progressive support has had tangible impact. But we don't take these outcomes for granted. As our society ages and new generations come on board and the economy matures, structural pressures on inequality will naturally emerge, and sustaining mobility will become more challenging. So to Ms. Jaffar's question on younger cohorts, we do not yet have good data on younger Singaporeans because they're still in the early stages of their career and their earnings have not stabilized. But we are encouraged that the increasing proportion of younger Singaporeans have attained higher levels of education and skills, and that will put them, I think, in good stead to be able to do well in life. On her second question on the bottom quintile, the issues are more complex. The families, in particular in the bottom quintile, have multiple needs and need multiple support. And that's why we have been working on a package of various measures, including the enhancement of CompliLink Plus, which Prime Minister spoke about in his budget speech. And we are also working very hard to make sure that children in those households have a good start in life through preschool. And that is part of the Kids Start program, which we have initiated many years ago. The sustaining social mobility will indeed be a challenge. We will have to work extensively on families in the bottom quintile, knowing that the challenges to overcome are more complex and more difficult. As for AI and I suppose the current crop of Singaporeans and the concerns about how they will need to adapt, I think the key is really through ensuring our Singaporeans are skilled, are able to adapt quickly, take on the new jobs that will be created in this new economy. This will generate wage growth, and then hopefully then in that way they will be able to maintain a strong standard of living and continue to progress in life. It is a basket of pressures. I think we have to work hard to lean against the structural pressures that will happen as our economy matures and develops, so that Singaporeans can succeed regardless of background, and we have to remain vigilant and to refine our policies where needed so that we can remain socially mobile over the long term.
Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his reply. The focus of my SQ is on seniors. So for older Singaporeans who may own valuable property but have limited or no income, how does the ministry assess the impact of the higher property taxes on their cost of living pressures? I note the Minister have earlier mentioned that there are current initiatives, but will there be additional safeguards to ensure that the measures aimed at reducing wealth inequality do not unintentionally strain retirees? Thank you.
SMSCO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the concerns of the group that Mr. Yip spoke about, the asset-rich and cash-poor retirees. Our property tax system currently is progressive. Investment properties and higher value properties are taxed higher, and homeowners with only one property are taxed lower, and they receive property tax rebates when necessary. But we nevertheless understand the concerns that individual property owners may face different financial circumstances, particularly on cash flow. So for asset-rich but income-poor seniors, we have deferral mechanisms for property tax payments to ease their cash flow pressures. For instance, eligible seniors and retirees can apply to pay via extended interest-free installments. Thank you.
Last SQ, Mr. Gerald Giam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that MOF has published the wealth Gini coefficient. I hope that more data on wealth inequality will be published, as this could help us to craft policy solutions to reduce inequality in our country. I have two SQs. Has the ministry conducted a simulation on how much wealth Gini coefficient would be reduced if investment property equity were excluded, to isolate the impact of this type of equity on inequality? Secondly, given that wealth inequality is significantly higher than income inequality, is the government looking into ways to shift the tax burden away from work and income towards wealth to better support social mobility? I understand the SMS point just now that this can be tax planned away, but I would like to know if the government is trying and if it sees this as a priority.
SMSCO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have included, first of all, property in terms of methodology, we have treated them the same through the property values. Because property value captures a broad range of different property characteristics, both whether it's owner-occupied or not, because they have, it's a store of value. The wealth Gini coefficient is not a measure of liquidity, it's a measure of the stock of wealth. So that's the first point I would like to make. Second is that, property, the way we have implemented it in Singapore is we have taken a broad-based approach to ensure that Singaporeans have broad asset ownership, whether it's through their flats or through, whether it's through HDB flats. And as a result, we should not necessarily compare what we do in Singapore in terms of including housing with other countries. So it's a different metric. Whether or not we are going to have, we've done simulations on separating investment property from owner-occupied property. We've not done so. As I explained, it's because we have seen, we treat property as a store of wealth. It's, there is, there's no real need for us to do so. And that's something at the moment that we have not been doing, we will not do. On tax burden, whether or not we will shift from work to wealth taxation, I think we remain open to a broad approach. I think today we have an approach that works, that on the whole, the outcomes of the past decade in terms of our policies have been positive. We have been able to achieve real income growth. We have been able to achieve a decline in inequality. And we have been able to achieve a balance using both wealth taxation, as we explained, as well as income taxation. As our society ages and we move towards older society where there's more asset owning, that's something we can consider, whether or not in the shift, but we have to do this carefully so that we know that the outcomes that we want to achieve can be done so without too much social perturbation. Let me just, go back to the issue on investment property again so that I can explain that a little bit more clearly, because I have not done so very well. Sorry, let me try that again. I think what we do is that for household wealth, it does, we do include both liquid and illiquid assets, because this is in line with international guidelines. All property owners, including those who own HDB flats, can rent out their property for income and to sell it and keep the proceeds. So it is a store of wealth. And so how people manage it, how they activate, it is a store of wealth that they can use. And so there's no real need for us. It is not in international best practice for us to separate out investment versus non-investment properties, or owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied properties. And this is in line with international best practice, and we will try to continue to do that, particularly since in Singapore, our approach is to, in fact, encourage owner-occupied occupation and to make sure that Singapore has broad-based ownership, particularly through the ownership of the HDB flats. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Speaker, may I have a permission to address questions 3 and 4 in today's order paper together?
Yes, you do. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. The 2025 Street Count of Rough Sleepers survey by MSF found that most rough sleepers choose to sleep in locations that are sheltered from the elements and are generally well lit. These locations also tend to be places they are familiar with, near to friends and family, and some rough sleepers also choose locations that are close to their workplace for convenience. Based on our interaction with rough sleepers, these considerations apply across all geographical locations. Rough sleeping is a complex issue. Many rough sleepers have homes to return to, but rough sleep due to disagreements with family members, friends, or co-tenants. MSF staff and volunteers from the partners engaging and empowering rough sleepers or peers network journey with rough sleepers to address the underlying needs, and often a process of trust and rapport building is needed before meaningful support and interventions could be rendered. Over time, we hope more rough sleepers would be prepared to consider shelter and social services support, though the pathway for each rough sleeper would likely be different, just as the individual circumstances differ. Overall, MSF works to ensure that shelter support remains accessible to rough sleepers. For example, to address the survey finding that lack of privacy and personal space were key barriers to rough sleepers moving into shelters, MSF has partnered our shelter operators and redesigned the units with partitioned bed spaces, shelves, and wardrobes. The member may also wish to refer to MSF's 2025 Street Count report for more details. MSF has also recently announced a $450,000 partnership to tackle homelessness or PATH fund and invites organizations to trial innovative solutions to address underlying causes of rough sleeping and help rough sleepers work towards housing stability.
Mr. Lam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank SPS for its response. In my interactions with rough sleepers, they have cited a few reasons, including lack of privacy and personal space, as you have mentioned. They have also cited instances of shelter rules and safety concerns. Would MSF have the proportion of rough sleepers who decline shelters due to rules, safety concerns, or loss of autonomy? And my second SQ would be, will MSF publish utilization rates of shelters alongside the rough sleepers count? Thank you.
SPS Chua.
Sir, I thank the member, Mr. Gabriel Lam, for his two SQs. We do understand that there are rough sleepers who, for reasons of rules at the shelters, not quite want to do that. So we do know that to be, the prevalence rate is about 75%, based on the last street count. About 3/4 of rough sleepers on the streets today, they do not wish to check into the shelter because of rules, privacy, as I've mentioned, storage space, and so on. But the primary reason is still one of privacy as well as personal spaces, which is why we have worked with community partners like New Hope Community Services to really start redesigning our shelter spaces. On his second SQ about utilization rate, yes, we do publish that. In fact, in the street count report, we have mentioned that of the 730 transitional shelter bed spaces today, or rather, as of September last year, utilization rate was about 2/3, 66%.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
All residential premises in Singapore are subject to fire safety requirements regulated by SCDF. For example, fire escape routes, such as common corridors and staircases, need to be well ventilated to aid smoke dispersal during a fire. Exit staircases are also located to provide residents with safe escape routes. Each residential unit is designed as a fire compartment to delay the spread of a fire. This facilitates firefighting while enhancing the safety of residents. These standards remain sufficient, with the temporary higher occupancy cap for larger private residential properties.
Ms. Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQs for the SPS. First of all, how does BCA monitor that the tenancy of private residents align with the building occupancy load requirements to ensure safety and accessibility? Because fire safety and building code risks are hard to detect, they, in terms of serious breaches, because of overload of electrical points and all that are within the households. So it's very difficult, even for the MCSTs, and let alone the authorities, to monitor and check. And that really can cause big fire risks. The other SQ that I have is what measures are in place to maintain residents' livability, because beyond safety, high density also affects day-to-day livability, because if there are multiple units within a block that have these 8 occupants, common corridor, lifts, and all the other facilities will be overloaded. And even access in terms of evacuation within a block could just be strained, because a building load is of certain capacity. But if there are multiple units, then you'll have a problem, and that is also difficult to monitor. So.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
I thank the member for her supplementary questions. First of all, I would reiterate in terms of what I answered earlier, in terms of the standards as far as fire safety is concerned, they remain sufficient even with the temporary high occupancy cap for larger private residential estates. Just a few points with regards to the allowability of high occupancy rate. They are only applicable for larger private residential properties, at least 90 square kilometers, and that's the equivalent size of a typical 4-room HDB flat. And I wish to assure the member that for the owners of eligible properties, if they do wish to increase their occupancy cap, they must first register with the URA with a registration fee of $20 to qualify for the higher occupancy cap, and therefore any allowability for the increase in occupancy cap is registered with the URA, and that becomes a point of monitoring of sorts. With regards to dealing with the residents' livability within the estates, the monitoring of that will come within the MCST of the condominiums to make sure that common spaces and corridor do adhere to the livability standards or the fire safety standards as provided by the SCDF. On top of that, while we are looking at the common spaces, I want to reassure the member that it also comes with a strong sense of prevention as well as public education efforts by the SCDF, even in private condominium estates. So for example, in terms of the ongoing public education efforts, to equip the community with good awareness as well as essential fire safety knowledge, it is done with the ground C2E committees, the Community Emergency and Engagement Committee, as well as the Community Emergency Response Teams, or the CERTs. So there are regular engagements even with the private estates specific to condominiums. There are also safety and security days, as well as the block evacuation drills. So while the member has mentioned with regards to the loading as well as the livability as a result of the high occupancy cap, it is the case that we are looking at it holistically, from prevention to the regulation, and subsequent to that, as part of the community engagement, increasing the emergency preparedness of all who stay within the condominiums. One would expect that if any resident were to be able to see that there are some fire safety hazards, that these would be highlighted, and where they are highlighted to the authorities, inspections will ensue. Thank you.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the budget statement. Motion standing in the name of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, second allotted day.
The question is that Parliament approves the financial policy of the government for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the budget. We are living in a disrupted age, marked by greater geopolitical and economic fragmentation and uncertainty, technological disruption, and a rapidly aging population. As the SecGen of NTUC, I'm keenly aware that for many of our workers and families, these disruptive forces are not distant issues, but daily lived experiences. This is reflected in NTUC's survey on economic sentiments, which was conducted in 2025, polling 2,000 workers. Cost of living remains a key concern, 37%. Job security was the top concern for nearly 20% of them too, due to factors such as economic uncertainties and technological changes. Close to 20% were anxious about AI-related job displacement or had already experienced some negative impact due to AI. PMEs and the younger workers were the most concerned about the impact of technological disruption on their job security. This budget is therefore critical to lay a strong foundation for this disrupted age. The choices we make today will shape the course of our future and the lives of our workers and families. I thank fellow MPs from both sides of the chamber who have spoken up for our workers. NTUC and the Labour Movement will study your suggestions carefully. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Movement supports this year's budget, which will help secure the future of our workers and their families in a changing world. Yet, as President Taman recently reminded us at Davos, in a changing world, we must do more to strengthen trust internally, and that is done by acting preemptively to address people's hopes and fears. This is why the Labour Movement is calling on our government to redouble efforts on 3 fronts. First, empower every worker to be AI ready. Second, strengthen support for workers who are vulnerable to disruption at the individual level. And third, strengthen the Labour Movement's ability to protect and uplift our PMEs. I will outline this course in my speech today. My fellow Labour MPs will build on them in their respective speeches across different worker segments. Mr. Speaker, in my motion of thanks speech, I spoke about how many workers, especially our young graduates and PMEs, feel uncertain about what they need to do to prepare for the AI-driven disruption. They ask good, practical questions. What core skills must they build up so that they can keep up with AI? How can they use AI to become more productive in a specific job roles and industries? And how can they keep pace with rapid AI developments to future-proof their careers? Singapore indeed has built a comprehensive skills and training ecosystem. There are more than 1,600 AI courses listed on the Skills Future course catalog. These range from basic to specialized AI courses, costing anywhere from a few $100s to a few $1,000s after funding. But for the average worker, it is not easy to know which course or pathway that will genuinely help them to become AI ready. At the same time, many businesses recognize the value of AI, but struggle to translate that recognition into clear, implementable strategies that will deliver real productivity gains and a competitive edge. That is why I support the establishment of the National AI Council to be chaired by Prime Minister Wong. I look forward to a comprehensive and cogent national AI strategy, one that will chart clear implementation roadmaps for industries and provide practical guidance so that every Singaporean can benefit in the AI era. The Labour Movement calls on the government to ensure that every worker, regardless of their background, experience, or current skills level, will know practically how to equip themselves to be AI ready. Every worker will have the support they need to access AI-related training, including those who may have used up their Skills Future credits or wish to take up more specialized courses that cost more. And Mr. Speaker, the Labour Movement will play our part too. NTUC has launched AI Ready SG, a one-stop platform that will help train and upskill workers to be AI ready, supports firms in business transformation, and job redesign towards better jobs with better wages and work prospects. and improve also job matching so workers can access better job opportunities. Concretely, through AI Ready SG, union members will get NTUC funding support to offset up to 50% of unfunded subscription costs for eligible AI tools. We hope this will encourage our members to experiment and adopt AI more confidently. For workers who may not know where to begin, NTUC Learning Hub will roll out AI training pathways tailored to different skill levels, job roles, and sectors, and also a career mentorship program for PMEs to receive guidance from certified and experienced mentors. NTUC's E2I will strengthen job matching with AI-augmented career coaching and offer personalized guidance and placement support for workers navigating career transitions. Our NTUC company training committees, the CTCs, will assist employers to embark on practical AI transformation by identifying the best business case for AI adoption through the AI transformation blueprints and sectorial AI transformation playbooks developed together with industry partners, connecting them also to relevant training so that their workers can adopt AI more effectively and quicker. And of course, assessing the CTC grant funding to fuel these efforts. In sum, AI Ready SG aims to harness AI to fuel business growth in ways that can translate into good jobs, with better wages and better work prospects for our workers. Win-win outcome. These objectives are aligned with the national level effort, such as the National AI Council and the AI missions in key sectors. We call on government and employers to partner the labour movement in our efforts through AI Ready SG, so NTUC can do our part to support our businesses and workers to be AI ready. Mr. Speaker, that brings me to my second point. Even as we prepare every worker to be AI ready, some will still face disruption at the individual level. To be clear, I think we are in a relatively strong position overall today. Our economy performed well last year, and overall employment remains healthy. Around 9 in 10 graduates secure employment within 6 months of graduation. Nonetheless, there are emerging headwinds and signs of strain that we should pay attention to and should not ignore. Among the employers polled in a survey by the Singapore National Employers Federation, nearly 3 in 5, 60%, plan to freeze headcount this year. NTUC's own survey found that almost 40% of PMEs were anxious about whether they could still keep their jobs beyond the next 6 months. Around 900 respondents in NTUC survey were caregivers, and close to 1 in 2 of them considered leaving their job at least once a month due to the stress from caregiving. We must therefore strengthen support for our workers so that they can navigate transitions confidently and, where needed, bounce back stronger. First, we must continue to support our young graduates to secure good opportunities. Tripartite partners must be ready to step in, building on existing measures like the Graduate Industry Traineeships program. Second, we must do more to support our PMEs who face retrenchment. Today, only workers earning $5,000 or less monthly are eligible for the Skills Future Job Seeker Support Scheme. As of September 2025, exceeding this income cap was one of the reasons for 60% of applications to be rejected. As more PMEs may experience churn, it is timely for the government to review this income threshold so that the JSS can provide baseline assurance to our middle-income PMEs during retrenchment. One possible approach we submit is to peg the income threshold to the PME median monthly income, which was around $7,600 in 2025. And third, we must refresh our caregiver action plan to help our caregivers remain at work, return to work when ready, and safeguard their financial resilience and retirement adequacy during periods of career disruption. And this brings me to my final point. strengthening the labour movement's ability to protect and uplift our PMEs. Tripartitism has been the bedrock of our success. With strong tripartite partnership undergirded by a representative labour movement, we have been able to weather many storms, including COVID-19, and emerged stronger. In this disrupted age, we need to reinforce the ability of our labour movement to stand alongside our workers, especially our PMEs, as they navigate transitions. First, let us move towards advanced retrenchment notifications. In the last few years, there have been a few high-profile retrenchments which made the news. This caused quite a stir. Many times, these incidents could have been avoided if companies worked with the union involved and if NTUC were notified earlier. Advanced retrenchment notifications support our ability to work together with companies to provide timely and tangible support of our affected workers before retrenchment, not after retrenchment 5 days post, where many of the workers may have left the company already and are no longer contactable. In fact, in many major economies, like the US, the EU, Switzerland, Australia, Japan, China, these countries already have some form of laws or policies requiring advance retrenchment notifications. The intent of the labour movement is not to constrain companies' flexibilities. It is to put our tripartism to work in upholding responsible retrenchment and delivering more coordinated support for workers, including PMEs, amidst this disrupted age. Second, let us strengthen the ability of our unions to represent more PMEs. We all know that our workforce is becoming increasingly PME-centric. Over the years, the labour movement has been innovating to improve our relevance to PMEs, including by rolling out programs that PME want, such as mentorship. And we will do more. I urge the government, together with tripartite partners, to continue working with the labour movement to support and enable our PMEs in the AI-disrupted era for win-win outcomes. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 世界变化很快，经济前景不确定，人工智能发展迅速，人口也正在老龄化。不少工友最担心的是饭碗能不能保得住。根据资总去年的调查，大约40%白领工友担心自己在半年后可能面临失业的情况。很多人心里在问 ：AI 会不会取代我的工作？许多工友也面对事业和家庭难以兼顾的压力，他们的担忧我们必须正视。我们可以从3方面着手：第一，帮助每一个工友把 AI 变成助力，就像当年学会用电脑和智能手机一样。我们要清楚地告诉大家学什么、怎么学，让 AI 成为帮手，而不是对手。第二，检讨求职援助计划的收入顶线。目前的顶线是5000元，到去年9月，约60%申请者被拒。原因之一是超过了这个收入顶线。2025年 PME 收入中位数是大约7600元。资总建议把顶线和 PME 的收入中位数挂钩，让更多有需要的求职者在转型的期间得到及时的支援。第三，加强看护者的扶持，例如更新看护者资源行动计划，帮助他们在照顾家庭的同时，能继续留在职场，有稳定的收入，也同时累积重要的 退休储蓄。资总会继续与政府和雇主合作，确保每一位工友在转型的过程中能站稳脚步，安心工作，安心顾家。Mr. Speaker, the challenges of this disrupted age require us to do more to strengthen ourselves from within. Let us empower every worker to be AI ready, strengthen support to those vulnerable to disruption, and strengthen the labour movement's ability to protect and uplift PMEs in this age where it is no longer just the blue-collar workers that may face technology disruption, but AI disrupting the white-collar space as well. The labour movement will continue advocating for measures that support workers today and improve their prospects for tomorrow, whether it is helping young graduates into good first jobs, supporting PMEs to navigate career transitions, or ensuring caregivers can stay employed while caring for their families. Notwithstanding the points I've raised on behalf of the labour movement, I stand in support of this budget. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
Sir, I rise in support of Budget 2026. Over the past week, many have moved between reunion, Ramadan, and reflection, with meals shared around the table. Some tables are full, while others have empty seats. Elders with their time-honored recipes, children pulled up close with baby chairs, and extra seats pulled out at the last minute. We make space for each other instinctively. Budget 2026 is delivered against this festive and reflective moment, set against a backdrop of profound structural change. The global order is fracturing, job augmentations facilitated by technology are accelerating, and economic competition is intensifying. The WEF's Future of Jobs report projects that nearly 40% of skills being used in today's workforce will change by 2030. Global trade tensions continue to intensify, with the value of goods hit by new tariffs quadrupling in the past year to the highest level in over 15 years. But there is another transformation, which is equally consequential, that we must confront. As of this year, we are now an officially super-aged society, with more than 21% of our resident population 65 or more. At the same time, our resident TFR stands at less than half the replacement rate. The issue is personal, existential, and urgent. An aging society is not simply about older persons. It reshapes childhood, work, caregiving, retirement, and community life for everyone. If we prepare late and view aging as a burden, we will have to manage decline. But if we prepare early, perhaps we can design longevity with meaning through our years. Today, I will speak about how we must respond across the life course so that every Singaporean continues to have a place at our national table. Sir, in an aging society, every cohort of children grows smaller. This means fewer classmates, siblings, workers, and caregivers. In 2024, 29,237 new dragon babies were born, one of whom was our son, Mizan. Every child is not just precious, but pivotal in securing Singapore's place in the world. When couples consider parenthood, they aren't just calculating financial costs across their children's lifetime. They are assessing confidence, be it in childcare access, sufficient housing, quality of life, our climate, the way the world is going, in what the stakes are like to raise a child. Before we were fortunate to have Mizan in our 6th year of marriage, my husband and I would often talk about the kind of parents that we hope to be, the kind of Singapore that he might grow up in. Budget 2026 includes financial measures such as Child Life SG credits and CDC vouchers. And for some parents, this means a few months of milk powder covered, which is much appreciated. Over the past 2 years, PM Lawrence Wong highlighted the government's support for a Singapore made for families. One substantial policy shift has been the expansion of paternity and additional 10 weeks of shared parental leave during that precious first few months. Beyond monetary support, these are the kind of changes which help make family feel possible in Singapore. We must build on this momentum through changing mindsets about shared responsibilities and consider adjusting childcare leave proportionately to the number of children a couple has, enhancing flexible working arrangements further, which are crucial for many modern dual-income households, normalizing career pauses and supporting re-entry for both men and women, improving opportunities for access to housing with more space or that are nearer other family members for support. This is the invisible infrastructure of fertility. When parents trust the system, there's less anxiety about parenthood and there may be a greater willingness to give it a go. As every child is precious, we must also make sure that every child is safe. Preschool and student care oversight needs to be strengthened so parents have peace of mind when leaving their children for the day. Our systems must also hold the most vulnerable of children with care and competence. Whether under child protection, in residential care homes, or in the juvenile justice system, we must strengthen safeguarding standards and empower officers working with these children through adequate resourcing and coordinated support across agencies to intervene and tackle the root of the issue. The system must fight for them, not fail them, as these children are part of our national family too. Demographic change also reshapes our workforce. The number of citizens aged 80 and older have increased by approximately 60% over the past decade. Budget 2026 strengthens workforce support, such as the expansion of AI training under the Tech Skills Accelerator. But disruption is already here. Long-term unemployment of those under 30 is higher than pre-pandemic norms, and mid-career transitions are lengthening. For youths, I hope to see more structured, meaningful internships for learning, not as proving ground to become the norm. Today, some stack internships out of pressure, not purpose. Students from lower income families sometimes feel torn about pursuing an internship they are passionate about versus the opportunity to work for their households. And when some graduates turn to internships instead of full-time roles, we must ask how else we can support the school-to-work transition. Organizations like the Astronauts Collective, Access Singapore, and Halogen run programs that help facilitate exposure to career opportunities for, among others, disadvantaged students to broaden their horizons to possibilities they may not even know of. I hope such important work can further be scaled. Work-study pathways should be integrated into curriculum, not peripheral as standalone programs, and industry co-development of curricula should deepen. For mid-career workers, reinvention must be normalized. In a potential 100-year life, this may translate to multiple careers across our lifetime. Conversion programs should be strengthened with concrete employment outcomes so that these transitions feel like renewal, not regression. It's clear that our government takes an active stance on ensuring that, 1, there are high-quality jobs for Singaporeans, and 2, that Singaporeans should be well-equipped with the skills to take on these jobs. Having said the above, we should also consider the social and emotional dimensions of how an older workforce responds to such rapid change and support them. Sir, in Malay, please. Tuan, keluarga merupakan asas kekuatan masyarakat kita. Namun, hakikat yang perlu dihadapi adalah kadar kesuburan keseluruhan masyarakat Melayu kini di bawah kadar penggantian penduduk, iaitu pada paras 1.58 dalam tahun 2024. Dalam kalangan belia, perancangan mendirikan rumah tangga kian ditangguhkan kerana mereka terpaksa mengutamakan usaha membina kerjaya dan kestabilan kewangan dalam suasana kos sara hidup yang mencabar. Bagi pasangan muda yang tergolong dalam generasi terhimpit, tekanan serta kesuntukan masa menyebabkan keputusan untuk mempunyai seorang atau dua orang anak, sesuatu yang memerlukan pertimbangan yang berat. Justeru, kita perlu membina semula kampung bagi keluarga kita dan memperkukuh jaringan sokongan. Sama ada keluarga yang beralih daripada flat sewa ke flat milik sendiri, ibu atau bapa tunggal yang membesarkan anak-anak, atau penjaga yang mengorbankan kerjaya demi menjadi menjaga ibu bapa warga emas, semua rakyat perlu merasakan bahawa sokongan sentiasa ada dan sistem mudah diakses untuk mendapatkan bantuan. Sebahagian keluarga masyarakat kita masih bergantung pada satu sumber pendapatan. Struktur ini menjadikan mereka lebih terdedah kepada ketidaktentuan ekonomi. Apabila sumber pendapatan terjejas, timbul kebimbangan sama ada keperluan harian dapat ditampung. Apa jua pilihan keluarga dalam mengurus penjagaan anak, wanita yang mengambil jeda kerjaya perlu terus merasakan bahawa pintu untuk kembali bekerja dan mencapai aspirasinya sentiasa terbuka, sekiranya mereka memilih untuk berbuat demikian. Saya menghargai inisiatif seperti Mara Mentoring oleh Mendaki dan skim bantuan pencari kerja SkillsFuture oleh WSG. Namun, dalam era perubahan pesat, lebih banyak sokongan diperlukan. Saya menggesa agar peluang bagi pekerja pertengahan kerjaya terus diperkukuh, termasuk program mentor dan sistem rakan pembimbing bagi mereka yang melalui fasa peralihan. Saya berharap setiap keluarga di Singapura akan terus menaruh harapan bahawa berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing, dan yakin bahawa kemakmuran yang kita bina adalah kemakmuran yang inklusif dan memberi manfaat kepada setiap keluarga. By around 2030, around 100,000 seniors are expected to require assistance with daily living. While many rely on foreign domestic workers or care services for the day-to-day, caregiving does not end at the door. Sons and daughters from the sandwich generation continue to carry the quiet responsibilities with love. Emotional vigilance, decision-making, unexpected hospital appointments, the guilt of not being able to be there. Enhancements to the home caregiving grant are very welcome, but we should also encourage structured parental care leave frameworks and employers who go the extra mile to support employees. Today, many rely on annual leave, and career often competes with caregiving responsibilities to a point where one feels they have to tap out of the workforce, especially for women who tend to disproportionately carry the caregiving load. Having stronger caregiver support frameworks, including hospital post-discharge protocols, as well as helping caregivers begin again after their loved ones are no longer around. I hope we broaden the qualifying criteria of the home caregiving grant to include those who are unable to work due to mental health conditions, instead of only assessing by ADLs. And finally, we must keep an eye out for particularly vulnerable double aging segments, such as the persons with disabilities and caregiver diet. An aging society with changing family structures requires caregiving language and norms to evolve. We cannot keep stressing family systems until they break. Finally, the generation of seniors today is more digitally savvy and living longer than before. By 2050, nearly half of Singaporeans are projected to be over 65. This represents valuable wisdom and experience which should be tapped on. Aging is also about dignity and purpose. In Ang Mo Kio, 40% of our residents are over 60. Their life stories and gentle resilience inspire me deeply. While efforts such as EASE 2.0 and the Silver Upgrading Program make aging in place more possible, we must continue to design empowering upgrades and inclusive spaces so they feel confident to participate in community life, instead of taking a deficit-based approach to thinking about what they can't do. And in the midst of all the upgrading and construction to do so, we must also be mindful in the process how even changes in pedestrian walkways, lack of lifts or escalators at overhead bridges can result in our seniors being fearful of leaving their house to do their favorite market run and end up staying isolated home alone. I hope over time, public spaces and active aging centres can evolve into intergenerational hubs where grandparenting sessions are a norm, seniors mentor youths, and take on micro-work opportunities, even as some recover in community. Mr. Speaker, sir, at reunion dinners and at iftar, we instinctively make space for one another. It may be slightly jarring going between Lohe and Tarawih in this period, but there is also what it is as the beauty of multi-religious and multiracial Singapore. This budget challenges us to do the same at a national level. It is the first budget of our super-aged phase. We must think structurally, not incrementally, and across life stages from childhood confidence to workforce resilience to aging with purpose as one congruent Singapore story. If we design intentionally and strengthen the compact between generations, then longevity will not feel lonely and will not weaken Singapore. And whether one comes home to a large reunion bringing the next generation along, or a small gathering or a community who becomes family, every generation of Singaporeans should know that they always have a place at our national table. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Speaker, as I was preparing for my speech for the budget debates for this year, I can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu as I revisited the speech I made last year. Our national coffers are fuller than ever, yet the structural burdens on the average Singaporean household remain stubbornly heavy. There are many recurring themes and issues that continue to be not just relevant, but also increasingly pressing for Singapore and Singaporeans, and I sincerely hope that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance can seriously consider my suggestions for the current term. Mr. Speaker, the recent revelation regarding our fiscal position for FY25 warrants serious scrutiny. The projected surplus of 15 billion, more than double the earlier estimate of 7 billion, is a stark reminder of a recurring pattern. This is not an isolated incident, and as I highlighted in my Budget 2025 speech, higher than expected surpluses have been a consistent feature of our public finances since at least 2021, often following initial estimates of deficits. This persistent issue of fiscal marksmanship raises fundamental questions. Is the government consistently taking more from the economy than it truly needs? And what are the implications of this for our private sector? When a government persistently runs a budget surplus, it is effectively withdrawing liquidity from the economy and reducing the net savings of households and businesses. Persistent government surpluses are, by definition, private sector deficits. While the government may argue that these surpluses are necessary for long-term planning and unforeseen contingencies, the sheer magnitude and regularity of these upward revisions suggest a systemic issue. It begs the question of whether the urgency behind tax increases, such as the GST hike, was truly justified when the state consistently finds itself with more resources than initially projected. And also, as based on my checks, when announced in 2022, the GST hike was projected to bring about 3.5 billion annually when the full hike is in place by 2024. GST revenue was initially estimated at 12.8 billion in Budget 2022. This year, GST revenue is estimated at 22.3 billion, an almost $10 billion increase. And let us not forget that Singapore's way of accounting differs from international norms such as that of the IMF, the most notable of which is the exclusion of land sale proceeds amounting to 21 billion in 2025 and estimated at 21 billion in 2026. Including these receipts would reveal a much larger fiscal surplus, reinforcing the argument that the government is extracting more resources from the economy than is necessary at the time. In the face of these record surpluses, the government's primary response remains a reliance on one-off handouts and ad hoc vouchers. As I have argued previously, we need better structural levers that automatically adjust to reflect the economic realities Singaporeans face, instead of uncertain one-off handouts that may or may not be renewed each year. Let me briefly recap the measures that I have proposed in my Finance Bill speech from November 2025. The personal income tax brackets in Singapore have not been updated for more than 24 years. Since 2001, nominal wages and the cost of living has risen significantly, leading to bracket creep, where taxpayers are pushed into higher marginal tax brackets even if their real purchasing power has stagnated. The earned income relief is another example of a structural feature that is long overdue for adjustment. The relief for workers under 55 has remained at $1,000 for many, many years. And worse still, the personal income tax rebates from the last 2 years were discontinued in Budget 2026. PM Wong spoke at length about AI in his budget speech, and where AI is recognized as a critical driver of economic transformation. It's incongruous that personal expenditure on AI-related tools and education does not receive the same tax relief consideration as corporate AI investments. If we are serious about fostering a future-ready workforce, we must incentivize individual upskilling and adoption of new technologies through our tax policies. As I shared last year, it would be wise for us to introduce a broad-based skills investment relief, allowing individuals to claim a capped deduction for out-of-pocket training expenses. This would be an expansion of the existing cost-free relief, which only provides relief for specific approved academic, professional, or vocational qualification. Similarly, for businesses, particularly SMEs, the current system of fluctuating corporate income tax rebates, varying from 20 to 50% over the last decade, lacks the certainty and predictability needed for long-term planning. To underscore my point, the corporate income tax rebate for Budget 26 was reduced to 40% compared to 50% for 2024 and 2025. Ironically, in the face of BEPS 2.0, the concessionary corporate income tax rates for approved global trading companies of as low as 5% on income from qualifying transactions in qualifying commodities was extended from 2016 to 2031. We should embed the same level, if not higher level, of stability into our personal and corporate income tax regime, moving away from discretionary rebates towards a more transparent and consistent framework that truly supports our Singaporean base. Next, let me touch on two issues which I believe were missing from the strategic focus of Budget 2026, the first of which is the issue of wealth inequality. As I've shared in my budget speech last year, I believe the deepest divisions in our society today are not based on race, language, or religion, but based on socioeconomic status, which is closely tied to wealth inequality. If we do not take a concerted effort to address this issue head-on, as we have done with race and religion, these divisions will only deepen. I was initially hopeful when the recently released MOF occasional paper on income growth, inequality, and social mobility trends in Singapore was published on 9 February, ahead of PM Wong's budget statement. This paper provided the first ever public release of Singapore's wealth data, which revealed that Singapore's wealth inequality, with a Gini coefficient of 0.55, exceeds that of income inequality. Unsurprisingly, to the extent that wealth at the top of the distribution is underreported, measured wealth inequality is likely to be underestimated. While the paper notes broad-based improvements in income mobility, it is also highlighting a gradual moderation in social mobility as our economy matures. This data underscores the urgency of implementing robust measures to address wealth disparities. I reiterate my proposal from Budget 2023 for a net annual value NAV tax on properties to be reinstated, particularly targeting high-end properties such as good-class bungalows or those who own secondary residences. Property is already a preferred means by the government to tax wealth, such as via progressive property taxes and stamp duties. Bringing back the NAV tax would serve as an effective complement to our system of taxing wealth, ensuring that those who benefit most from our economic growth contribute proportionally to our collective well-being. Furthermore, we must seriously consider bringing back estate duty, which was abolished in 2008. As with the estate duty pre-2008, exemption thresholds can be set such that only those who are truly wealthy will be affected. For example, the exemption threshold for dwelling houses was set at 9 million Singapore dollars from 1996 to 2008, and an updated threshold adjusted for inflation can be determined as with other asset classes. The OECD's 2021 report titled Inheritance Taxation in OECD Countries state that, and I quote, "An inheritance tax, particularly one that targets relatively high levels of wealth transfers, can be an important tool to enhance equality of opportunity and reduce wealth concentration. The case for inheritance taxes might be strongest where the effective taxation of personal capital income and wealth tends to be low. As we all know, there is no capital gains nor dividend taxes in Singapore. The challenge with taxing wealth via property tax, stamp duty, and motor vehicle-related taxes is that the middle income and upper middle income groups end up suffering too. Consider the recent changes to the PAF rebates in Budget 2026, which saw a 45 percentage point cut and a cap reduction. I had welcomed the government's move in 2023 to further adjust the ARF and cap the preferential ARF rebates at $60,000. This time round, however, while ostensibly aimed at luxury cars, the impact of the PAF changes is felt across the spectrum. A BMW 5 Series listed for around $370,000 will see its PAF rebate slash from around $40,000 to $4,000. But even an entry-level Suzuki Swift, which is one of the cheapest cars in Singapore at a mere so-called $152,000, will see its PAF rebate slash from $6,600 to $660, resulting in an increase to its annual depreciation to about $15,000. This demonstrates how policies intended to target the affluent can also impact the middle-income segment, while the truly wealthy, like those who rent high-end properties, remain largely unaffected. We must ensure our tax policies are truly progressive and do not inadvertently burden the middle class. We should therefore also study wealth tax issues in other nations, such as Norway and Switzerland, where they are present. The government might point to Norway as a cautionary tale, claiming that the increase in the rate of wealth taxes had resulted in an exodus of wealth. Ironically, many of the wealthy turned to Switzerland, which has a wealth tax, instead of other jurisdictions without a wealth tax. The Swiss model, with its forfeit fiscal or lump sum taxation based on lifestyle expenditure or multiple of living expenses, offers an interesting alternative to traditional wealth taxes based solely on asset valuation. This approach could be explored to ensure that those who benefit most from Singapore's security and conducive environment contribute their fair share, even if their declared income or assets are difficult to fully ascertain. Some may argue against wealth taxes, citing fears of capital flight. However, Singapore's unique value proposition, similar to Switzerland, remains a powerful draw for global talent and capital. Many wealthy individuals would still prefer to reside and operate here, especially in the context of what PM Wong said about the weakening of the multilateral system, where countries everywhere have less confidence that common rules will protect their interests. Finally, let me touch on the second major issue which I believe is missing from the strategic focus of Budget 2026. That is our record low total fertility rate, or TFR. If we can establish an AI council to provide strategic direction and to drive Singapore's AI agenda, where is the equivalent council or dedicated high-level focus to act with clarity and resolve on our existential demographic challenge? Our TFR fell below 1.0 in 2023 and remained there in 2024, a trajectory that poses a profound threat to our long-term sustainability. The truth we must confront is whether the government is genuinely committed to structural solutions for our fertility crisis, or whether it is increasingly leaning on immigration as an easier way out. At the recent Institute of Policy Studies IPS Singapore Perspectives 2026 conference, Acting Minister Jeffrey Xiao described our TFR of 0.97 as abysmal, but simultaneously argued that we need to do more with integration so that we can do more immigration. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that the vibrant fabric of Singaporean society is largely woven by immigrants, and this is something we must cherish and continue to uphold. However, I also believe that the government must do more to nurture a fertile environment for parents to grow their families. Instead of taking the path of least resistance, we must be bold and innovative in our approach to raising our TFR. I wish to draw attention to Hungary's aggressive pro-natalist policies, which offer a case study in comprehensive, albeit sometimes controversial interventions, where its TFR rose meaningfully from around 1.2 in 2011 to 1.6 in 2020. While some may point out that Hungary's TFR declined to 1.39 in 2024, arguably, macroeconomic factors may also have a significant role to play. The point here is this, that Hungary is fully exempting mothers with 3 children from paying personal income tax, regardless of age, and starting this year, even mothers under 30 with at least 1 child will be fully exempt. Are we willing to be this bold in our approach and exempt mothers from personal income taxes? For sure, money is not the be-all and end-all when it comes to having children. But according to a 2024 NTU survey of 230 young Singaporeans, financial considerations were raised by 70% of respondents as a reason why they do not wish to have children. This reason was also mentioned by the majority of married respondents to 2021's Marriage and Parenthood Survey as the biggest hurdle that prevents them from having children. As part of this year's budget package, the household income ceiling for childcare subsidies was increased from $12,000 to $15,000, while families with children below 12 years old will receive $500 in Life SG credits. However, given that parenthood is a massive undertaking that lasts decades, I believe that more can be done across the spectrum. As of the 2020 census, 53% of married couples were dual income. While not all dual income couples have children, those who have often need to balance their parenting and work duties. Hence, I've previously suggested that the government implement the statutory right to request for flexible work arrangements, as well as increase statutory childcare leave. Moreover, the caregiving burden is often unequally shared, as the odds are usually stacked against the mother's favour. Recent Nobel Prize-winning economist Claudia Golden observed that this motherhood penalty usually arises from mothers halting their careers right after childbirth. And as their child gets older, they would turn to jobs that offer greater flexibility but lesser pay. Hence, our policy should aim to recalibrate this imbalance, such as via tax incentives. Even if the government does not wish to take the Hungarian approach, The least we can do is to not make mothers pay more taxes, and I have shared on many occasions in this House. I hope the government would revert back to the previous iteration of the WMCR, which is applicable only to mothers with children born before 2024. While there could be a small group of lower-income working mothers who would benefit from this change, the majority of would-be working mothers will be worse off with the change in methodology. For lower-income working mothers, a tax rebate can be given, and even if the tax rebate granted exceeds the tax payable, tax credits can be paid out in cash to ensure the reliefs are not lost. Moreover, single mothers are not eligible for the WMCR, and even if we cannot raise their children on their behalf, the least we can do is to ensure that our tax policies do not discriminate against them. The bottom line is that structural issues to our low TFR, such as work-life balance, societal expectations, and the high cost of raising children, must be comprehensively addressed. We must learn from international experiences and our own experiences to further tailor our policies to our unique context, ensuring that we create an environment where Singaporeans truly feel supported and confident in starting and raising families. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我今天的发言聚焦于2026年财政预算案中4个急需关注的领域。首先是财政预测精准度不足 （fiscal marksmanship） 的长期问题。政府持续性地超额征收税收，让我们不得不质疑调高税率的必要性，以及这对国人造成的冲击。2025年的预计盈余高达151亿，是最初估算68亿的2倍多。这种年年多收的模式已成常态，而非偶然。回顾2022年，政府预测消费税全面调高后，每年将增加约35亿的收入。当时估算的 GSE 总收入为128亿，而今年这一数字预计将飙升至223亿，增幅接近100亿。其次，我们必须优先考虑税务结构性改革，而非年复一年的依赖一次性措施。这包括根据通货膨胀调整个人所得税利率的积分，以及更新各项税务的减免。第三，解决财富不平等已刻不容缓。财政部最近的专题报告也强调了这一挑战。我们需要采取更大胆的措施，如重新引入净年值 NEV 税，重新考虑遗产税，并探索瑞士等国的创新财富税模式。我们不能因为担心超级富豪撤跑了，就让那些落地生根、跑不了的中产阶级承担不成比例的重担，让他们成为财富鸿沟下的牺牲品。最后，我们必须以应对人工智能等经济挑战同等的紧迫性，来面对极低的生育率挑战。借鉴国际经验，我们必须制定全面结构性的解决方案，赋予新加坡人建立家庭的底气和能力。政府可能会辩称这些举措风险过高，或者我们必须保持保守的态度。但我反问，究竟什么才是更大的风险？是我们破纪录的盈余中少收几个百分点的税，还是任由国家的人口根基日益枯萎，任由财富集中在极少数人中，而让中产阶级的新加坡人来买单呢？让我们建立一个更公平、坚韧且可持续性的社会契约。谢谢。
Mr. Patrick Day.
Speaker, sir, I rise in support of Budget 2026. It is a careful budget, a responsible budget, but more importantly, it must be a budget that reassures Singaporean workers who are anxious about their place in the changing economy. We are living through an in-between moment. Technology is moving faster than jobs. AI is advancing faster than wages. Foreign investments are creating much fewer jobs than before. Economic growth is not always translating into worker confidence. Workers tell us this very plainly. They worry about job security. They worry about cost of living. They worry about whether the next disruption will be theirs. If we ask workers to work hard, upgrade, adapt, we must also ask the economy to deliver real outcomes for them. When workers do everything right but still feel left behind, the problem is not their effort, it is the system. This is why in this budget, I will speak for 5 groups of workers. I call them the 5 U's: the unemployed, the underemployed, the underrepresented, the untrained, and the underserved. My first U worker group is the unemployed, specifically the involuntarily unemployed. To be candid, last year we saw many retrenchments and many bad retrenchments as well. Employers who do not abide by the tripartite advisory on managing excess manpower and responsible retrenchment made headlines. Each time, NTUC and our unions stepped in, fought for members and workers, including securing payouts, and escalated the issue to the Ministry of Manpower. Drivers of retrenchments like business restructuring and uncertainties will persist this year. NTUC and unions stand ready to support impacted workers, including professionals, managers, and executives, who may not be covered under collective agreements. I ask the government to give NTUC and unions more time, strength, and information to do so. First, introducing advanced mandatory retrenchment notifications to unions and the government can provide more timely and early intervention. Currently, employers with at least 10 employees are required to notify MOM within 5 working days after notifying employees. The government can consider all MRNs to be made prior to retrenchments. I say again, prior to retrenchments. Second, there should be stronger penalties for employers who do not comply with this requirement, and not just a slap on the wrist. Third, the government can consider sharing information with NTUC and unions on sectors and companies that might be disrupted due to economic restructuring, including expected scale of impact and timeline, past retrenchment incidents, and past retrenchment benefit levels. I am heartened that after a decade of lobbying, involuntarily unemployed workers facing temporary financial strain can now benefit from transitional support for up to 6 months while they undergo training or looking for better fitting jobs through the Skills Future Job Seeker Support Scheme. According to NTUC's most recent survey on economic sentiments, about 40% of almost 1,000 workers expressed concerns about losing their jobs. In fact, from April to August last year, MOM also shared that 60% of the 7,200 GSS applications received were rejected, of which one of the top 3 reasons for unsuccessful applications was exceeding the income threshold of $5,000 per month. I therefore opine that more can be done to support the broad middle of involuntarily unemployed workers. The government can consider raising the income threshold from $5,000 to $7,600 to better cover PMEs. By easing financial pressures, GSS helps workers avoid rushing to poor job matches that lead to underemployment. Sir, this brings me to my second U worker group, the underemployed, which can be broadly defined as those who are underutilized in the workforce in terms of availability, qualifications, skills, or experience. Time-related underemployment, such as when an individual who has the capacity to work a full-time position works part-time, is measured by MOM and widely studied. However, non-time-related underemployment, such as when a highly qualified, skilled, or experienced expert holds a junior-level position, is more difficult to determine. This is why NTUC has collaborated with the Singapore University of Technology and Design to study this issue since 2023. There is also voluntary and involuntary underemployment. Voluntary underemployment, where workers opt to work fewer hours or in a less demanding role to pursue better work-life balance, personal interests, or less stressful career, can represent diverse aspirations and values. It is the involuntary underemployed group that warrants our attention. These are workers who stay in contract or gig work because they cannot secure a full-time position. There are also overqualified workers who seek to move up the career but are stuck in junior-level positions and pay. Over time, underemployed workers can become trapped in the vicious cycle of low-paid and insecure work, limiting opportunities for upward mobility. Women and caregivers, in particular, are at a higher risk of underemployment and consequently unequal pay as they take more time out of the workforce and seek flexible work arrangements to balance caregiving commitments. I therefore submit that the government broadens its definition of underemployment and collaborate closely with our tripartite partners to monitor this issue and maximize the productivity and earning potential of every worker, especially after NTUC and SUTD's underemployment study findings are released in the coming months. Fixed-term contract workers are one group acutely vulnerable to job insecurity. The government can encourage employers to place fixed-term contract workers into permanent roles after 2 cycles of contract renewals and regard successive contracts renewed within 2 months of the previous contract as continuous service, instead of the current 1-month window stipulated in the tripartite advisory on the employment of term contract employees. Another group vulnerable to involuntary underemployment that has been concerning of late is young workers and fresh graduates. According to the most recent graduate employment surveys from autonomous universities, private education institutions, and polytechnics, fewer graduates secured permanent full-time positions within 6 months of graduation across the board, even as starting salaries continue to rise. While this is in part due to the younger generation's propensity to explore diverse and flexible career paths, many also face external challenges like the shrinking of entry-level roles, accelerated by AI and increasing saturation of diploma and degree holders. Earlier this month, NTUC hosted a dialogue with students at the SMU on the subject. I was there as well. Students spoke frankly about sending dozens, even hundreds of job applications without even a single reply. Even internship stacking may not be deemed as sufficient, as employers increasingly prefer to hire applicants with at least minimum 1 to 2 years of full-time work experience. Early career professionals impacted by retrenchments are also met with stiff competition as job hugging or resignation rates hit a historic 20-year low. Labour market transitions can eliminate existing opportunities but also yield new ones, such as new sectors and more flexible or meaningful forms of work. For example, Singapore is constantly ranked as one of the most AI-exposed countries in the world, but also one of the most AI-ready. Young people will need to know how to reach these new opportunities, and our institutions must be equipped to support them. The government launched the Graduate Industry Traineeships GRID program last year to absorb recruitment and training risk for employers while helping fresh graduates gain industry experience and relevant skills. This is a good start. To avoid skills jobs mismatches or youths getting stuck in gig, contract, or part-time work after long and unfruitful job searches, more concerted effort must be made to invest in human capital and skills. Broaden the range of good jobs with good prospects and growing local companies and startups, many of which are aligned with recommendations outlined by the Economic Strategic Review. The government can consider launching an extended and higher value iteration of GRID in high growth and high demand sectors with opportunities ranging from 1 to 2 years and with monthly traineeship allowances on par with starting salaries. Host organizations must convert trainees into permanent full-time employees unless a valid reason and supporting evidence are submitted. The government can also set aside more resources to groom early career professionals by sending them for overseas work postings, which is opportune as a market readiness assistance grant and a host of other schemes are enhanced to support local companies to internationalize. EDB recently announced a 20-year low number of jobs expected to be created, despite attracting more investments. This is a global problem in the age of automation and AI, but in Singapore, we cannot accept an economic model where growth advances while workers are left behind. Structured career pathways and raised wages should continue to be encouraged in traditionally undervalued fields with unmet demand like the skilled trades, education, and care services. My third youth worker group is the underrepresented, referring to local professionals, managers, and executives, PMEs for short, who make up about almost half of the workforce, and disproportionately impacted by economic restructuring and technological disruptions, but who may lack representation and protection benefits. Lower income PMEs, sometimes disguised, for example, are not covered under Part 4 of the Employment Act, which provides for rest days, hours of work, and overtime pay. I therefore call on the government to increase the Employment Act Part 4 income thresholds, something that I raised in this House before, for non-workmen to at least $3,000, which will better reflect today's workforce demographics and help curb overworking norms. To ensure protections in the Employment Act keep pace with wage growth and workforce changes, the government can commit to reviewing the Employment Act every 5 years or when salaries reach a particular threshold, with a midterm review of income thresholds to ensure legislation does not lack economic shifts. The government can also consider reviewing the Industrial Relations Act, which stipulates that PMEs cannot be represented by unions if they are in senior management and executives with duties involving hiring, firing, or confidential information that present a conflict of interest. I suggest there be greater clarity about exclusions other than what is provided in the tripartite guidelines, as there are employers and human resource professionals who are still riding on this exclusion to disallow unions to extend their scope of representation, especially for purposes of collective bargaining. Currently, rank and file unions can represent eligible executives on a limited individual basis for specific industrial matters, including retrenchment benefits, dismissal, breach of individual contract, victimization, and re-employment disputes. I ask that the government broaden the scope to also include grievance handling. For over a decade, I've advocated for compendium of measures to level the playing field and strengthen the Singaporean core for local PMEs, including legislation against errant employers who discriminate against Singaporeans, a foreign PME dependency ratio, stricter employment pass application conditions, and many others. Yet local PMEs, especially those working in multinationals, tell me that they still sometimes feel underrepresented in numbers and rank at their workplaces. We can say time and again that this is not a zero-sum game, but when MNCs retrench equally knowledgeable, skilled, and experienced local PMEs to retain cheaper foreign manpower, or when local PMEs are disproportionately underrepresented in senior and leadership positions and paid less, it can feel like this. To be clear, foreign PMEs remain essential to complement Singapore's workforce. They fill critical skills and labour gaps, bring global expertise and networks, and help keep companies growing rather than relocating. Many are friends and neighbours in our communities. The key is to create policy that encourages foreign PMEs to complement rather than displace the local workforce, encourage skills transfer and local foreign integration, and position local PMEs for senior and leadership positions, as well as high-paying and higher-value jobs. I therefore welcome the government's decision to raise the qualifying salaries for EP and S-Pass holders, to maintain the quality of EP and S-Pass holders as wages rise. But government also needs to watch for parity of Singaporeans who do the same work and are paid similarly and work alongside some of these S-Pass and EP holders. I also continue to call on the government to monitor, previously coined as the triple weak companies and sectors, and encourage them to improve their workforce profiles by removing preferential tax or not awarding public sector contracts for recalcitrant companies. The government can also consider awarding bonus points under the Complementarity Assessment Framework, COMPASS for short, based on the proportion of Singaporeans in management positions. My fourth youth worker group is the untrained. Unlike other countries where unions often must lobby for uneven training and upskilling opportunities, Singapore continuously doles out funding and promotes CET as a national priority. Today, we enjoy a wide range of causes and schemes like Skills Future credits to improve accessibility. However, there remains a minority of workers who have not accessed these resources we can work to reach. During Skills Future's 10th anniversary last year, I suggested to consolidate efforts and streamline offerings across different arms of the CT ecosystem, including NTUC's E2I, WSG, SSG, training providers, and the various institutes of higher learning to control quality and prevent overlap. I'm glad that the government considered the recommendation and created now, or are going to create now, a one-stop shop agency for skills training, career guidance, and job matching services by merging WSG and SSG. A next step could be enhancing career conversion programs to cover even more sectors and increase offerings. As the transition to an AI-driven economy approaches, NTUC has launched its AI Ready Singapore initiative to strengthen workers' long-term employability through learning and applying AI skills to daily work. NTUC will roll out AI training pathways and subsidize up to 50% of subscription costs of eligible AI tools for members for an initial period of 2 years, notwithstanding a tripartite standard on ethical and non-discriminatory use of AI in recruitment, performance, promotion, and termination can boost the AI readiness of Singapore's workforce. The government can also encourage employers to partner unions to start upskilling and or redeploying impacted staff early on. Together, we will move AI literacy to AI fluency for every worker, every department, every company, and every industry so that no worker is left behind. My fifth and final U worker group is the underserved, referring to persons with disabilities and ex-offenders. The uplifting employment credit for ex-offenders and the enabling employment credit for persons with disabilities, which provide employers with wage offsets to enhance employment support for disconnected individuals and widen our labour pool, are commendable initiatives. I hope that the government continues to embed inclusive hiring into mainstream workforce policy to unlock underutilized potential and ensure all workers can contribute fully and justly, as well as to boost the employment and employability of ex-offenders and persons with disabilities. I note that the UEC scheme ended on December 2025, and I ask that an extension be considered. I contend that diversity, equity, and inclusion in workplaces should not be a compliance obligation, but treated as workforce infrastructure. This means equipping managers and HR with the skills to productively operate a team with different needs, entrenching flexible work arrangements as a norm, and avoiding cliff effects in policy support. A person with disabilities and ex-offenders are more likely to be concentrated in lower wage and lower skilled jobs and sectors that have higher rates of unemployment and or underemployment. And a more concerted effort can also be made to prevent reproducing inequalities for these two groups. Sir, in conclusion, in this era of AI, aging, and global uncertainty, Singaporeans are not asking for guarantees. They are asking for fairness, they are asking for opportunity, they are asking that effort be rewarded. That is why this budget must work for the 5 U's: the unemployed, the underemployed, the underrepresented, the untrained, and the underserved. In a time of transition, we will only succeed if you and me move forward in unity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Singh, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the point made by the Honourable Member on advance retrenchment notifications. The intention to pursue this point was made by NTUC before the budget debate. Shortly thereafter, the CEO of the Singapore National Employers Federation wrote to the Straits Times to share that they, I think the words were, they have strong reservations about this call. Can I ask the member, in view of the tripartite framework, has there been agreement with an SNEF on this particular point?
Mr. Teh?
We are in the midst of tripartite negotiations on this point, as we have formed a tripartite work group on the review of the Employment Act, of which I am a member. And we are looking at this carefully to balance the interests of the respective tripartite partners. But what I've shared earlier is our NTUC standpoint. Both Secretary and myself have shared earlier. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira?
Mr. Speaker, sir, home is where our heart is. And therefore, I'm starting my budget speech talking about our homes. It is so important to come home to a space where one can feel safe and rested. Our HDB projects are the pride of our nation, but more and more of our HDB blocks are also crossing the 50-year mark. It is good news indeed that we had managed to achieve a budget surplus of over 15 billion for 2025. The surplus will be added to our reserves, where we can generate investment income streams that will contribute to our future budgets. This money gives us the ability to plan for and secure our future with greater certainty. I would like to start with an appeal to the government to invest more expeditiously in the rejuvenation of our older HDB estates. We have to ensure that our maintenance and replacement works can continue to uphold the standard and quality of our HDB housing. Buildings do not age uniformly. Some may suffer from more issues than others. When one has to deal with unexpected and recurring problems such as water ingress, mold, and spoiling concrete, our homes can become sources of stress and anxiety instead. Take, for example, my residence at Henderson Crescent Estate. Life at home can be stressful because they constantly have to watch out for leakages and check their ceilings and walls. They worry about the effect the persistent mold have on their health, especially the children and the elderly. The repairs also put a strain on their finances, especially for the elderly and families with lower incomes. As the HDB Home Improvement Program, or HIP, takes place only twice during the span of the 99 years, residents are left waiting and are appealing for a more lasting and sustained solution to the myriad of problems affecting their blocks. To deal with the systemic and deterioration of such HDB blocks, could the HDB review its HIP policy and consider an additional round of HIP which is more flexible in scope to take into account the specific issues faced by a particular HDB estate? It is important to rejuvenate problematic HDB blocks so that they remain good homes for our people and remain attractive enough for prospective buyers. If that cannot be done, I would like to call upon the government on behalf of my residents, such as our residents from Henderson Crescent, to grant their requests for SIRS. If there are no plans for SIRS, can the ministry review the criteria for VERS on a case-by-case basis, depending on the particular condition of the blocks? This is not a request to help residents enjoy a windfall, but a request for every Singaporean to go home to a pleasant and livable environment. Sometimes homes become a source of distress because of disamenities. Most Singaporeans live in a compact environment, in close proximity with our neighbours. Hence, being part of a We First society, it is important to be considerate and be aware of our actions and behaviours on our neighbours and fellow Singaporeans. This next issue that I would like to raise is almost ad nauseum. The disamenities suffered by my residents of Skyville at Dawson. Unfortunately, some of the problems continue to persist, and it is a reality that my residents continue to face day in and day out. Many years have passed, and I hope that time has allowed MND to observe thoroughly the problems and possibly have a fresh perspective on possible solutions. Residents of Skyville at Dawson continue to suffer disturbances and nuisance caused by inconsiderate visitors through the roof and sky gardens at their HDB blocks, especially during the weekends, eve of festive seasons, and public holidays. Excessive noise disturbances, smoking and drinking, urinating at staircase landings, litter and rubbish, obscene activities. These problems have not abated, even with the concerted efforts of our grassroots volunteers, the HDB, Town Council, NEA, and the police. These amenities still persist. Hence, I appeal to MND once again to reconsider my previous suggestions. Install gantries for registration, install more CCTVs to monitor visitors and their activities, limit the number of visitors, and require payment of a small fee to support the operations and cleaning of the Sky Gardens. Again, this is because every resident deserves to go home to a pleasant living environment. I understand that requests, if taken on board, do take time. For example, the government has confirmed that the EASE program will be offered to seniors living in private estates from this April. I myself first raised this in Parliament back in 2016, nearly 10 years ago, and my fellow PAP MPs had also continued to raise this request over the years. You can imagine our great relief and joy that it has been taken up by the government and is finally coming to fruition. Still on the topic of housing, I would like to talk a little about property taxes. In the lead up to the budget statement, some of my residents have shared their concerns that property taxes may rise again, even though they are relieved by the one-off property tax rebate for 2026 for owner-occupied homes. As Singapore has enjoyed a healthy budget surplus with property taxes as one of the contributors, perhaps more can be done to calibrate this carefully or to consider longer-term support for owner-occupied properties. This is especially needed by private estate residents who are elderly and no longer working, but are living in their own homes. The anxiety is real, especially as they are no longer earning an income and yet face increasingly higher property taxes that they are paying for out of their own savings. I hope that the government can consider granting a longer-term rebate for such cases. This will also help our seniors age well and age in place. Other than homes, Singaporeans are very much concerned about jobs and the impact of AI on them. I'm very heartened by PM's commitment that no Singaporean would be left behind in our push for AI, and in this spirit, I salute our NTUC stepping up to this call in rolling out the AI-Ready SG initiative. There are also sectoral AI playbooks for workers and businesses in the sectors that face the most disruption from AI. My concern, however, is that the take-up rate for such initiatives will not be as high as desired, given what we have seen with the Skills Future credits, where many people left it to the final months, and even then it was not fully taken up. What the NTUC is offering is very much needed, but we need to ensure that it reaches the workers who need it. Are there ways we can ensure that access to these AI resources is as easy and seamless as possible? Our seniors also do not wish to be left behind. Can the IMDA's SG digital community hubs be expanded to help seniors and more Singaporeans gain AI skills and pick up safety tips? In addition, AI training and tools have already been made widely available, but the real fear of disruption from AI tells us that what our people need most is the support and career guidance to journey together with them as they navigate these changes. I would like to call upon the government to consider dedicating even more resources in order to expand the scope of the AI missions to develop detailed sectoral playbooks for more sectors beyond the 4 chosen. We should also support the redesign of workflows and job scopes to enable greater productivity while helping to alleviate the labor shortage in some of these industries. Sir, in Mandarin. 国人担忧就业和 AI 的影响。总理承诺 在推行 AI 发展的过程中，不让任何新加坡人掉队，这让我感到欣慰。我赞同这种的 AI 赋能计划。我担心 AI 课程的参与率可能较低，就像技能创前程一样。我希望政府简化 AI 资源的流程，扩大新加坡数码转型援助站的范围，以帮助我们的年长者。投入更多资源，将 AI 发展到更多领域，并重新设计工作流程和范围，有助于提高生产力，缓解劳动力短缺。Sir, for all our hard work to achieve success as individuals, as a nation, we need the support and assurance of safe and comfortable homes and estates for our families, and secure the future of our economy and jobs in the AI age. I urge the government to deploy them to ensure a conducive living environment for all Singaporeans and to transform Singapore into the most AI-enabled nation in the world. I support the budget.
Mr. Sheo Chen.
Sir, some say our recent budget surpluses indicate a failure in fiscal marksmanship. But what truly matters is not our fiscal marksmanship year to year, but rather our fiscal marksmanship for the long term, our fiscal marksmanship 10 years down the road, in 2030 and beyond. MOF's occasional paper on medium-term fiscal projections in 2023 sends a very clear signal. Our total spending will go up to around 19.5% of GDP by 2030, driven by healthcare for an aging population. This is basically 2 full percentage points of GDP higher than the spending of around 17.5% of GDP 10 years ago. In FY25, we are spending 17.9% of GDP. For FY26, we are budgeting 18.4%. So we are spending more structurally. The trend is clear. And so our fundamental challenge, the fundamental mission when it comes to fiscal marksmanship is really about raising revenues structurally to around 19.5% of GDP by 2030 to meet our spending needs in the long term. It is fiscal marksmanship not year to year, but over many years on the revenue side to make sure we cover our needs many years out. So where are we at today? Budget 2026 is a milestone in the sense that it is the first budget since the occasional paper to hit that 19.5% of GDP in total revenues. The key question, however, is looking at the revenue mix in Budget 2026. Can the mix be sustained? Can it become a reliable blueprint for fiscal security in subsequent budgets? That is the key question for fiscal marksmanship for the long term. And to answer this question, I will focus on GST, corporate income tax, and asset-related taxes. First, GST. With the increase in headline GST rate from 7 to 9%, GST collection has gone up from around 2% of GDP to 2.6% in Budget 2026. And unless consumption contracts suddenly, we can expect GST revenues as a percentage of GDP to continue at this level. This makes a big difference. In other words, raising GST has been essential in helping us achieve fiscal marksmanship for the long term. The real failure in fiscal marksmanship would have been if we dropped the ball or lost the gumption to raise GST to secure our long-term fiscal future, because it was too difficult. Second, on corporate income tax. Budget 2026 estimates corporate income tax revenues to come in at 4.5% of GDP. This is quite remarkable. It has gone up to 4% of GDP in FYs 23 and 24, and then gone up further to 4.5% in FY25. Coming out of the COVID years, who could have seen this sharp uptick coming? But the key question going forward is, can we confidently assume that this will continue? How much of it is a secular increase in corporate profitability? How much of it is cyclical? I think we should be conservative. And we should also be sanguine about the revenue upside of BEPS, Pillars 1 and 2 combined. Indeed, a real failure of long-term fiscal marksmanship will be if we bet on something as new and uncertain as BEPS for a long-term fiscal future. So, taken together, we can probably revise our long-term assumption for corporate income tax revenues upwards to 4% of GDP, not 4.5% as in Budget 2026, but 4%. That in turn means a difference of 0.5 percentage point of GDP. And so where do we raise another 0.5% of GDP reliably, structurally, from other revenue sources? Which brings me to the third point, asset-related taxes. To my mind, we need to look at taxing assets more, much more. In effect, increasing wealth taxes significantly. In this regard, I agree very much with Honourable Member Mr. Sean Low. Property taxes are estimated at 0.9% of GDP in Budget 2026. Actually, property tax collections went down to 0.6% in FY20 and has gradually come back up to 0.9%. But not too long ago, in the early 2000s, property tax collections were as high as 1 to 1.1% of GDP. I think we should aim to raise property tax collections to 1.2% of GDP in the long term and focus on the top tier of residential properties. Stamp duty collections stand at 0.8% of GDP in Budget 2026 and have largely been so for the past 10 years. I think we should make stamp duty much more progressive in the long term with, for example, a new tier for residential properties above 5 million at marginal rate of 15%, 2.5 times the current top marginal rate. In short, for me, the real story coming out of Budget 2026 in terms of long-term fiscal marksmanship is that we can and should raise asset-related taxes quite a bit more to meet our long-term future spending needs. Sir, some also say our recent budget surpluses show that the government is over-collecting now in advance of spending needs later. Let me make a few points on this. First, while we can say that the government may be over-collecting in certain areas, for example, in asset-related revenues, which have been revised upwards by 4.5 billion in FY25, and this is not so much by design, but due to cyclical factors, we absolutely cannot say that the government has been over-collecting in GST. In GST, by design, the government is absolutely not over-collecting. Because by design, the GST increase has effectively not started yet for most families and will effectively start only in 2028, 5 years after the increase in headline rate. By design, the GST increase for families below median income will effectively start only in 2033, 10 years after the headline increase. And by design, there is effectively zero GST increase permanently for families in the bottom 30% by income. Why? Because alongside GST collection, we have also a system of GST offsets, the GST voucher scheme and assurance package. GST in itself is regressive, but our GST system of taxation combined with offsets is net-net highly progressive. The only people paying effectively more GST now are the most well-off Singaporeans, expats, and tourists. So we cannot say that because of the recent surpluses, the government has been over-collecting GST in the past few years, and not even for the next few years. But beyond GST, it is simply not very meaningful to draw conclusions and pass judgment on over-collections based on fiscal surpluses year to year. What is meaningful to look at is whether a term of government balances its collections against spending over its entire term in office. A year of surplus can well be followed by crisis, and a budget surplus can swing very quickly into a deficit to overcome crisis. The next year, we have swung from surplus to crisis many times in the past decades. In FY 16 to 19, we had a pretty good run. Budget surpluses of 1.4, 2.3, and 0.7% of GDP successively, FY 16 to 19. And then what happened? COVID happened. And in FY 20, we swung to the greatest fiscal deficit any PAP government has seen, ever. A deficit of 51.6 billion, 10.8% of GDP, to fight the crisis of a generation. It feels like a bad dream now, but this was just a few years back. We don't quite talk about that in this debate. Or look at SARS. The deficit for FY03 was 1% of GDP. In other instances, the crisis was not pandemic, but economic. And economic crises have usually been preceded by very good years, an exuberant economy, strong growth, larger than expected fiscal surpluses. But precisely because of over-exuberance, markets eventually corrected, and we swung from surplus to crisis overnight. Just look at FY07, a fiscal surplus of 2.8% of GDP on the back of 7.9% growth in 2006. And then what happened? The great financial crisis. Growth disappeared completely in 2008, and so did our fiscal surplus. Looking at FY25 and this year, with AI investments on an absolute tear and boosting the economy, can we say with certainty that this time will be different? Or might a sharp pullback in AI investments, coupled with a secular slump in external demand due to even sharper tariff uncertainties, not be a real risk? Precisely when we get a larger than expected fiscal surplus because of stronger than expected growth, I think we should be quietly worried, not about short-term fiscal marksmanship, but about the risks of economic and fiscal correction that are being signaled. And when a crisis does hit, we should not expect the government to turn to the precedent, turn to our past reserves in the first instance to fight the crisis. Each term of government should be looking, in the first instance, at using its own fiscal resources within its term of government to fight crises and protect Singapore and Singaporeans. That is why surpluses in some years within each term of government is important. Surpluses within a term of government are a design feature, not a bug in the PAP system of government. And these surpluses protect current generations of Singaporeans against shocks. Rather than benefit future generations, they benefit current generations of Singaporeans. And sometimes the actual surpluses do turn out larger than expected, but there will be times when they turn out smaller than expected too. It is normal to get a surprise either on the upside or on the downside. It is part of the real world. It is par for the course. In fact, the surpluses for FY25 and 26 are not unusually large at all in GDP terms. And Mr. Sean Low made the same point yesterday. Going back to FY07, our fiscal surplus was 2.8% of GDP. I mentioned that, although it was just 7.7 billion in dollar terms. And further back, in FY2000, we had a surplus of 2.4% of GDP, although it was just 4 billion in dollar terms. And so in my view, the surplus for FY25 at 1.9% of GDP is somewhat modest, hardly the greatest fiscal surplus any PAP government has seen in decades. And the surplus for FY26 at 1% of GDP is decidedly modest. The accumulated surplus over the last term of government, including the surplus for FY25, is at around 0.6% of cumulative GDP. Again, decidedly modest in my view. But in dollar terms, the surpluses of 15.1 billion and 8.6 billion can create a sticker shock. Understandably so. But we should be clear that this is not so much an indication of over-collection by the government as it is simply a reflection of how much our GDP base has grown in nominal dollar terms over the last 26 years. The final point I'll make, over the last 26 years, since FY 2000, we have had surpluses in only 11 years. Let me say that again. Over the last 26 years, we have had surpluses in only 11 years, including FY 24 and 25. Our budgets were essentially balanced in another 11 years, and we ran deficits in 4. So the bottom line really is budget surpluses are actually not so common in our fiscal history. Large surpluses in GDP terms, even less so. We have been largely balanced over each past term of government, and it is really not very meaningful to pass judgment on fiscal marksmanship on a year-to-year basis. When we do have fiscal surpluses, we should count our blessings. Across OECD countries, the average fiscal position in 2023 is a deficit of 4.6% of GDP. We are in a special position to have surpluses. So let's not talk of surpluses as if they are a failure in planning or something to be frowned upon. Let's not give surpluses a bad name. We should make surpluses great again. Make surpluses again great again. But it does beg the question, what should we do with the surpluses? And I'll make just one suggestion today. I say, let's plow back part of the surpluses. Plow back part of the surpluses to extend our transitional GST offsets by 1 more year for the vast majority of Singaporeans. This will cost the government probably 1.5 billion, well within what our surpluses can afford. Sir, I'm a fan of Malay pantuns, so I thought to conclude this speech with a pantun. And in the spirit of this budget and in line with the zeitgeist, I asked generative AI for help. I prompted for a pantun about balance amidst abundance using a fruit tree as a metaphor. And in 1 second, literally, Gen AI gave me this. Rimbun dahan pohon bermutu, buah manis lebat di dahan, hatta melimpah syukur bersatu, sudi berkongsi, tanda iman. Zul is smiling. Translated loosely into lush are the branches of a quality tree, sweet fruits hang heavy and thick. When wealth overflows, let it be joined with gratitude. To share willingly is a sign of faith. And then AI asked me if I would like another version, this time with a more specific fruit metaphor like the durian tree. I said, no. But my idea of balance that I prompted you on was not so much about keeping versus sharing at the individual level, but about spending and saving at the societal level. So can you refine the output? And in another 1 second, Gen AI gave me this. Pohon rimbun emas citranya, gugur sebiji di celah dahan, ambil sekadar perlu sahaja, selebihnya rezeki alam Tuhan. The lush tree has a golden aura. A single fruit falls between the branches. Take only what is needed, leave the rest as sustenance for God's nature. But I really like the second line from the first version. So responding to MOS Jasmine Lau's exhortation yesterday, I exercised my human agency and critical thinking, and I combined the 2 versions. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, pohon rimbun emas citranya, buah manis lebat di dahan, ambil sekadar perlu sahaja, selebihnya rezeki alam Tuhan. So I support the budget.
Mr. Giam, you have a clarification to ask? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek clarification from Mr. Seah. I recall him saying that effectively that long-term fiscal marksmanship is what matters. Does he agree that the year-to-year fiscal marksmanship, is he saying that the year-to-year fiscal marksmanship does not matter? And does he agree that there's an opportunity cost to inaccurate year-to-year fiscal marksmanship?
Mr. Xie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just reiterate 2 points that I've made in my speech. First, I think it's more meaningful to look at how a term of government balances its collection against spending over its entire term in government. And second, if you look at the statistics, Table 3.1b of the statistical annex to the analysis of revenue and expenditure for budget 2026, the figures are all there. I referred to that. Member can refer to that. The surplus that we had for FY 2021 was just 0.3% of GDP. In FY 22, it was 0.2%. In FY 23, we had a deficit, but of 0.4% of GDP, and I took those to be largely balanced. The point is, large surpluses are not that common in our history at all over the last 26 years, and to zoom in on those large surpluses in GDP terms and draw conclusions about overcollection, I think is an overstatement.
Mr. Giam.
Thank you, sir. I have another clarification for him. Mr. Xie mentioned that we could plan for corporate income tax contributing up to 4% of GDP, and he also proposed more asset-related taxes, including higher property taxes, and making stamp duty more progressive by introducing a new tier for residential properties above $5 million. Does he agree then that if all these new taxes and duties are included, there will be less need in the future for increasing regressive taxes like the GST to balance the budget and meet our future expenditure needs? Secondly, Mr. Xie also said that our system of GST and offsets is, quote, highly progressive. Can I ask him what's the basis for that statement? And does he know the percentage of people who don't pay any net GST because of GST vouchers? And I'm not talking about net GST increases, but just the net GST in total.
Mr. Xie.
So I thank the member for both clarifications. For the first, I would say, let's go back to the MOF occasional paper published in 2023. And it is stated very clearly in that paper that our total spending needs will hit 19 to 20% of GDP by 2030. The midpoint, 19.5%. So the real question is, how do we get there from 17.5% 10 years ago? And if member had listened to my speech and looked at the data, GST, even with an increase from 7 to 9% headline rate, is yielding 0.6% in GDP more revenues, from 2% to 2.6% in this budget. It hardly covers, GST alone hardly covers us up to the 19.5% target. And so the point is, we do need a whole mix of revenue strategies to raise revenue structurally to meet our long-term spending needs. And this government, PAP governments, have been taking steps well ahead of time and having the courage to do that so that a future government can have the wherewithal to meet our future needs. So that's the response to the first question. On the second question, it was about GST progressivity. On that, I think it has been mentioned many times in this House and outside. I think PM put out the chart 2 years ago during a roundup speech on the net GST rate, that net of transfers, that Singaporean households at different income deciles will be paying because of our system of collection and offsets. So I will encourage the member to refer to that. Thank you.
Associate Professor Jim Muslim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a clarification, two clarifications questions. I'm wondering if the member will accept that the constitutional requirement that governments run balanced budgets over their full term necessitates that a balanced budget will occur at the end of this 5-year term, even when there may be surpluses, simply by transferring any additional surpluses to reserves to ensure that the constraint is respected. My second question has to ask if the member will not accept that even if a surplus need not be detrimental under all conditions, which is unobjectionable on its face, it nevertheless imposes a disproportionate cost on our households when they are already struggling with high prices and cost of living.
Mr. Chair.
So I thank the member for both clarifications. My basic response to both clarifications is yes, surpluses, I accept that surpluses can be transferred into past reserves at the end of a term of government. But surpluses within a term of government serves two purposes. First, it buffers Singapore and Singaporeans against shocks and crises within the term of government. And then, at the end of the term of government, if we pass through that term without crisis and we have accumulated surpluses, then that could be transferred out or that could be transferred into past reserves. That's our system of government. And it is, I think, the envy of many countries around the world. It is something that is precious that we should really cherish. Something that we should really cherish. Thank you.
Ms. He Ting-Ru.
Mr. Speaker, this budget comes at a time of extraordinary monetary wealth in our country. Singaporeans have seen much progress in the material aspects of their lives. Yet some continue to face significant economic changes, from blue-collar workers whose wages lack PMETs far more than in comparable countries, to young graduates who struggle to land first jobs due to offshoring and tightened MNC purses, and employees who care for loved ones. During the opening of Parliament, I spoke about the importance of us together and the role I hope to see us take as we move forward beyond early nationhood. I would like to expand on this today. Health is wealth. We must make Singapore a healthier society to live in, rather than simply a wealthier one. In previous budgets, I called for moving beyond GDP as our measure of success through dashboards with social development indicators of our social and sustainability goals, to ensuring that we also measure our resources beyond economic data, which can take the form of how we quantify our resilience and societal well-being. Today, I will focus on what I see as 3 pillars of a healthier Singapore society. First, measuring our demographics. Second, ensuring well-being in the time of the smartphone. Third, supporting environmental well-being. These are issues that underlie our day-to-day feelings of being in crowded trains and roads, as well as the happiness and flourishing of our children in a time of change. They are the lived reality of our fellow residents on this island, for whom the optimization of their humanity will mean little if it cannot lead to a healthier society. Mr. Speaker, in Chinese, 要了解新加坡人口限度其实很简单，只要在巅峰时段搭乘东北地铁线，感受一下列车上人挤人的滋味。在被其他乘客夹在中间的时候，很容易联想到我们的地铁线以及整个大众运输系统当年在策划的时候，预计服务的人口远低于今天眼前活生生的现实。这种情况下，不难理解为什么许多国人会问：国家是否即将超越人口极限？一辆拥挤的列车与一辆无可忍受的列车，不单是乘客人数，也是乘客是否相信列车有时间表和通行计划。 既然执政党以690万作为人口计划参数，那就起码要给国人一个交代。人口计划中的限度到底是多少？全国各区的人口规划以及缓解人口变化冲击的实际方案到底是什么？大幅度的人口改变，不仅抽象数据，总体经济效应，或不仅是抽象数据，经济效应或不是文字游戏，它也会对一般人生活造成具体影响。On any weekday on the North-East Line, the question about Singapore's population limits answers itself. And it is only human for people to ask, are we on the verge of crossing our population and demographic limits? The government last month said in response to Arjun MP Fadli Fauzi's question that while the off-quoted number of 6.9 million is still a relevant planning parameter for the 2030s, our population size, not limits, depend on demographic trends and social and economic needs. If 6.9 million is just a planning parameter, then the question Singaporeans living in high-density communities like Sengkang need to see answered is this. At that parameter, what precisely does our infrastructure plan to provide, and at what point does this provision start to cause discomfort? The government has said many times that we do not have a population target. Yet when we say that we will, quote, be significantly below 6.9 million by 2030, it fails to assuage concerns that residents have about what they can expect their daily lives would be like in 5, 10, or even more years from now. The instinct to avoid having conversations about our population limits may backfire. It is a visible uncertainty that may cause anxiety and actively dampen positive emotions. It is thus fair for Singaporeans to ask for greater clarity. The difference between a crowded train and an intolerable one is not just the number of passengers on it, but whether the passengers believe that the train they are on has a timetable and a plan. During January's Singapore Perspectives Conference, there was much talk about how immigration will keep our economy dynamic amidst persistently record-low TFR. We must learn from the mistakes of our past and be clear-eyed about the question of infrastructure sufficiency. To relieve concerns, would the government consider releasing population projections for each region as part of its URA plans? Research on perceived control in high-density environments finds that stress responses are less affected by the actual density of the environment, but more on whether people believe that the crowding itself is being managed. By releasing granular projections, the government has an opportunity to show our efforts to tackle crowding. This matters deeply to how we as residents of Singapore experience our daily lives. This will provide a clear picture of whether our region's infrastructure is or will be sufficient for comfort, and also help us advocate more meaningfully about urban-related well-being issues such as access to nature and blue spaces. Next, population and demographics are intertwined for a rising dependency ratio megatrend and its implications for care work. And what care has always required, whether within families, between bosses and workers, and across communities, is presence, trust, and reciprocity. It is not merely a resource to be allocated, but a relationship to be sustained. Yet our response is often to optimize, to identify the gap, design a handy scheme, and roll out a niftily named subsidy. Perhaps this works for transactional problems, but care is not transactional. When policy treats us as though it were, we risk ending up with technically correct solutions that quietly miss the point. We close every quantifiable gap in our care support initiatives, but still may widen what I would call a humanity gap. And this gap shows up in the distance between what our schemes try to provide and what the actual whole is that we humans feel. It shows up in the daughter whose disabled parents receive the home caregiving grant, but still feels completely alone. It shows up in the parent who receives new Life SG credits, but still feels really burnt out, trying to keep up with class WhatsApp chats and parent gateway notifications. It shows up in the employer who checks the flexible work arrangements box, but judges the employee for using it. Efficient policies may have unintended consequences on society. For instance, research published in the Journal of Development Economics in 2018 found that the Beijing vehicle license plate lottery system license plate lottery system was associated with a 35% reduction in births in households of lottery participants and a 6% reduction in births across the entire city. I cite this to draw attention to how a society can respond to a policy because people are more complex than we can simulate. None of this takes away from the progress made on our caregiver support. The enhancement of parental leave last year was a meaningful step to recognize that caregiving is shared. But we still have work to do for an economy that supports employees who also do unpaid care work. The government must foster workplaces where workers do not feel like taking this leave would limit their careers or make them feel like difficult workers with scheduling problems. We must see workers as whole persons with obligations that extend beyond work. Given that many Singaporeans turn to hired live-in help to run our households and families, we must be responsible for their welfare, not just because treating them better will pragmatically improve their ability to perform their jobs, but because it is the right thing to do. In 2021, a rule was introduced requiring employers to provide domestic workers at least one rest day a month that cannot be compensated away. Has the government more recently assessed if it is enough? What are the other options available to us, particularly when in the long run, workers from our rapidly developing region may not be willing to leave their own loved ones behind to do care work in Singapore? Secondly, while the Household Services Scheme has seen increasing participation, I hope that we make greater progress on having more non-live-in, part-time domestic workers under the HSS. With basic childminding services no longer being supported with manpower concessions under the HSS pilot from next month, is the government working with providers to raise awareness of more general HSS services under the scheme? By understanding the humanity behind the choices that we make in care work, we can open ourselves up to responding more creatively to the demographic challenges. I spoke earlier of the Beijing vehicle lottery system as an example of how policies that are highly effective on one problem could be inadvertently shaping decisions like whether one should have children. The lesson from this is that we should be less fixated on pure optimization and be more willing to accommodate the quirks of society. For example, when Sengkang MP James Lim called for a more needs-based COE system to support parents with multiple young children with care needs, it drew criticism for being subjective, divisive, and benefiting too few. Surely there's room to take into account lived experiences, as those of us with multiple young children and loved ones with care needs will attest to. In fact, it appears that some government policies already take similar concerns into account, such as HDB's free parking scheme, on Sundays and public holidays, which aims to promote social integration and stronger family ties. Next, societal health in the smartphone era. This budget takes place in the context of widening scrutiny of social media platforms, online games, digital tools like AI. Many of us have raised concerns on digital safety. However, despite passing legislation that deal with discrete harms, we must also have interventions on the harms caused by the digital environments themselves. While we may not be interested in and can admirably resist all the myriad offerings big tech has for us, this does not mean that big tech ceases to be interested or invested in us. And the dangers of digital harms extends beyond our youth. A recent article in The Economist warned that older people too are seeing increases in smartphone addiction. Scientific evidence has emerged and tells us that children's brains, in particular, are not developed enough to handle these digital environments. As social psychologist Jonathan Haidt argues, unsupervised in-person, that is, offline play, has seen a huge decline, replaced by near limitless virtual social interaction. This is concerning, as in-person play develops critical social and coping skills. There has also been increasing concern about the plateauing of or even reversal of the Flynn effect, which states that younger generations score higher on IQ tests compared with the previous ones. And while the jury is out, and there is criticism of Haidt's argument that a digital childhood is the overwhelming cause for the youth mental illness epidemic, other jurisdictions are already proposing social media bans for children. Australia's laws came into effect in December last year, with countries like Spain, India, Denmark, Norway, Malaysia, and the UK announcing similar intentions. It is time for Singapore to take clearer, scientifically informed interventions to address these concerns. This should include setting up a select committee to study whether a ban is appropriate in parallel to the government's ongoing study and engagement with counterparts. While I will raise this issue in more detail in my MDDI COS cut, I believe this development has to be studied with public participation and visibility through select committee hearings like we did with fake news. Next, the impact of generative AI. This budget has seen the government announce wide-ranging support. However, while many Singaporeans see it as a way to replace mundane tasks, others worry about generative AI that risks taking away our culture, and yes, work, and what it means to be human. And not because AI is seen to be better than the human hand, coming up with pantuns in a second, but because it is cheaper, faster, and often ruled by models and scripts that we have no access to and thus have no say in. Many also worry about the impact of AI on our society's valuation of human creativity and consciousness. 43% of respondents to a Milieu Insight survey from last year were concerned that the extensive use of AI in their daily lives might result in the loss of human touch. The government has a clear responsibility in technology regulation, financial backing, and its own adoption of such tools. And I raised two suggestions of how to mediate the societal impact of AI. First, at the top level, the new National AI Council must include representatives from the societal sectors that are at high risk or adverse effects from AI, rather than only boosting adoption via industrial AI missions. What seems to be absent are the input of social scientists and psychologists, also representatives from MCCY, given AI shaping of the arts and influence on culture, as well as MOE, as AI rapidly changes the way that students learn and develop or not. Even as we harness AI for industrial transformation and economic progress, we should take a leaf from the UK's AI Council, which sat from 2019 to 2023. That council included members from industry, public sector, and academia, and focused on diverse areas from developing public confidence in AI to developing frameworks to deploy safe, fair, legal, and ethical data sharing. For our own AI Council, ensuring formalized input from ministries dealing with diverse groups also means that the conversation will also include the important factors of what our shared humanity means in the true spirit of us together. Second, our education system must constantly incorporate the latest findings on the impact that AI has on learning. While various MOE frameworks are in place, a study last year by MIT Media Lab found that over-reliance on AI may reduce functional brain connectivity and memory recall. This will be even more marked in the developing child's brain, characterized by higher neuroplasticity and its still underdeveloped prefrontal cortex. The skills degradation argument was also cited in the Safe and Responsible Use of AI in Classrooms manual recently introduced in the UAE, which includes provisions for Gen AI use only in settings where direct teacher oversight is available. Sir, my final area today is the need for us to be committed to environmental well-being. It is commendable that we have set an ambitious goal of ensuring that all households are within a 10-minute walk from a park by 2030. But as a small city-state with an ever-growing population and few places to go, we should also be extending this goal to ensure greater access to blue spaces such as seas and lakes. Aside from widely accepted benefits of being in contact with nature in the form of greenery, numerous studies have also found that living near blue spaces positively influence mental restoration among adults and is something which we should work on. We must increase the quality of engagement with nature conservation groups. While such groups are now sometimes consulted ahead of development work, feedback is that this engagement can sometimes feel like a one-way information process rather than a deep consultation or even a negotiation where concessions are made. As called for in the 2024 Singapore Terrestrial Conservation Plan, the government should establish clear legal boundaries for protected nature areas and protect the few remaining habitats that we have, which are absolutely key for both planetary and societal health. To conclude, as we move on in our society's continued evolution, we have to be more willing to relook our previous reflexes, which cite costs or economic reasons as trade-offs that we cannot accept. when the alternative is a deterioration in the health of our society. And we must confront not just fiscal costs, but also human costs. They are the costs borne by the caregiver with no one to relieve her, the costs for the child plagued by intrusive thoughts and heart palpitations because the digital world does not switch off, the costs borne by the resident who helplessly watches as the last wild space in their neighborhood disappears. These are real costs, but they simply do not appear on any balance sheet nor measure of GDP. Mr. Speaker, I thus hope that as we chart our path as we are together, we continue to work to make Singapore a healthier society, a healthier home, and not simply a wealthier one. Wealth without health is a house that is not a home. The choices that we make are ultimately a clear indication of what we as a society value, and I believe that we are ready to make them. Thank you.
Ms. Paul-Lisan.
Mr. Speaker, $155 billion is a big sum of money, and this is a generous budget. But numbers can get lost without benchmarks. Is $155 billion a lot to spend for a country of our size? In Southeast Asia, on a per capita basis, we are number 2 in 2024 at about US $22,000 per capita, behind Brunei. We are ahead of Malaysia, which is about US $10,000, and Thailand about US $5,500, and the Southeast Asia average about US $3,500, and we are close to the OECD average, about US $23,000. Compared to OECD countries, Singapore sits around the mid-pack, 24th out of 41 entries. The highest per capita spenders are Luxembourg, about US $69,000, Norway, about US $65,000, and Denmark, about US $40,000. The global top rankings are mainly small countries and very well-resourced ones with relatively high tax rates. Within the OECD, Singapore is just behind the spending of the United States, which is about US $26,000, and the United Kingdom, about US $24,000, and ahead of Korea and Japan, both at about $19,000 US. So when I say this is a generous budget, I say it with the confidence of these benchmarks. At the same time, there is some disconnect with the feelings on the ground. The ordinary man in the street will see the big numbers, including those set aside for AI and technology, but feel that very little of the money is actually trickling down to them. It's like a rich tauke who spends a lot of money to buy the best equipment and house them in gleaming big factories, but his employees don't feel that their bonuses are getting bigger or that their training is helping them. Instead, they feel like life is squeezing them dry, their commute getting longer, their food prices increasing, and their lives a little more precarious. Mr. Speaker, I will focus my speech squarely on those nearing retirement, the young seniors, because I feel the coming changes that the Prime Minister has predicted in his budget will hit this group the most. Here, there are two groups of Singaporeans in the young seniors demographics: the well-prepared and well-resourced, mainly the upper and upper middle income group, and those who are struggling and worry about making ends meet. To be honest, this second group appears to be increasing in numbers, whether warranted or not. Many of us are worried. My concern is that these mega shifts have caused or will cost more to slip into the lower middle income group. Once there, they may be unable to rise above this employment black hole on their own. Hence, deep government intervention may be needed. I argue that we need to fundamentally review our strategy to keep our workforce relevant. Otherwise, we may end up with deeper structural unemployment. There is a growing number of a generation of displaced and frustrated young seniors. They become unemployable in their 50s and 60s, giving rise to deep discontent. In the marketplace, companies are unable to grow or even to stay above water due to unfilled job roles. Also, longer life expectancy means that we have to make our retirement funds last longer. So it will be a two-step reinforcing cycle. First, shorter economic cycles, especially with AI, means higher chance of displacement. Second, higher property prices. With more OA locked up in property, our CPF retirement account is no longer sufficient for retirement. So it is understandable that sometimes, even with $155 billion spent, there could still be pockets of discontent and despair amongst those who feel the money is not reaching them. How can we break this cycle of discontent and bring in hope and optimism? There are three things we can work on: skills, health, and money. In Singapore, people is our only asset, and every worker matters. The government must keep our people fit to work, acquire relevant skills, and grow their retirement nest egg. So we need to do three things. One, compulsory retraining and skill upgrade every 10 years. Two, staying physically and mentally fit to work. And three, increase forced savings rate or CPF contribution rates. Businesses and employees must be responsive to changes in market trends and new job demands. IHLs and ITEs must also be more aware of job market requirements and are nimble to afford short courses and skills certification. Mr. Speaker, in my mind, SkillFuture will be the key policy instrument which will help us ensure that we remain relevant and skilled. But we cannot just fund courses willy-nilly. No number of Japanese pastry lessons or scented candle classes will get us where we need to be to compete against a world which is AI-enabled and technology-powered. We need discipline and expertise, not just busy work in retraining. We need to offer the courses back in IHLs and ITE with market-recognized certification. MOM, MTI, and MOE must collaborate more closely to close the gap between industry needs in high-growth sectors, job projections, and retraining or re-education courses, for example, in sustainability, healthcare, and IT. I ask for the government to consider funding workers for retraining or reskilling for every worker reaching 40, 50, and 60 for 6 months. The progressive wage model can be more aggressive with higher salaries for frontline or high-touch jobs so that Singaporeans will be keen to join them. To do this and still keep ourselves cost competitive, we need to look at productivity. In this, we can look at the use of AI and robotics, especially for the dull, dangerous, and dirty jobs, and upskill our young seniors to operate and supervise the robots. For example, we have seen how senior cashiers in supermarkets are now helping with self-checkouts. The self-checkout kiosks are reducing the need for manpower and offering each person a platform to increase their productivity. Government, businesses, and people must work closely together to help this group of young seniors stay employable and prepare them well for retirement. In fact, the Back to School every 10 years should start from 30 years old and be a government co-funded program as an investment in our people. From where we stand, going back to school at 30 years old, where we have left school barely 6 or 7 years ago, seems extravagant. But this is the pace of new knowledge creation nowadays. We no longer can count on our initial degrees bearing us through our careers without supplements. Continuous education is a way of life, no matter our professions, and this leads me to my second point about mental and physical health. Why do we work? This sounds like a philosophical question, so let me ask in a more practical way. Is the Singaporean dream about building $1 million nest egg and retire early? Do we start our working life with the aim that it will be a short one, and our life thereafter be a life of ease, comfort, and plenty? The chance of a life of ease without labor may be true for the very few lucky enough to be born into wealth or marry into one, or with a magic touch at the races. But for the majority of us, life is a journey of work, meaning, and growth, with most of our average 85 years of life spent accumulating judgment, skill, and knowledge. But work, like life, is a long marathon and not a sprint to get rich quickly. Many who think about retiring young and may sacrifice their health with long and intense work hours in their 20s, 30s, and 40s may only to find that they end up with poor health in their 50s and 60s and are unable to live, let alone retire well. One often does not factor in economic and psychological cost of poor health, and often poor health is less a matter of genetic endowment or bad luck than it is an accumulation of bad decisions relating to diet, lifestyle, and sleep. Health is wealth may sound empty until one ends up on the wrong end of the hospital bed. So in relation to work, I would suggest for us to think of healthy work as the key policy goal. I suggest 3 points. First, we ought to press on with healthy SG for those 40s and above. And the rules for healthy working life are quite simple. Have enough sleep, make friends, and observe some simple health guidelines relating to diet and exercise. Second, consider going back to school every 10 years, which is also a sabbatical from work. Last, and most importantly, view working as a way of staying relevant, engage with community rather than retiring early. And to me, this is truly a life well lived. Quite aside from dry policy issues of planning, providing, and financing, there are personal decisions and convictions about meaning and connections. There is dignity and value in work. It is part of health and a good life. As a national conversation, we should include these important considerations in our planning and policies about working life. Many low and lower middle income groups cannot even meet the minimum retirement sum, and yet we know that it has to keep increasing so as to keep pace with inflation and longer lifespans. Many in these groups also do not have savings and may have to downgrade their flats or opt for lease buybacks. Over the years, I have assisted numerous residents in their 50s and 60s who struggled to repay their monthly housing installments due to ill health or job losses, or both in some cases. Eventually, many of them had to reluctantly downgrade into smaller two-room flexi flats. One example is Mr. N, who suffered from a chronic heart condition, which rendered him unemployable. He and his wife do not have sufficient CPF funds to pay off their two-room flexi BTO. After many rounds of appeals, they finally received special approval to use their limited funds in the retirement account for their BTO. But they had to pledge their flat to CPF board because the funds in the retirement account below the basic retirement sum. While they now have a roof over their heads, they still worry constantly about their ability to cope with rising living and medical expenses for their retirement. Now, this is a fact, a pressure point for young seniors who are beginning to see the importance of their CPF in their retirement journey. How do we fix this shortfall? First, with more use of funds in the ordinary account for property purchases, we may need to consider higher CPF contribution rate from employer and employees. Second, can the CPF board consider increasing the interest rate of 2.8% for OA and 4% for SA? This may be considered for such a long-term investment horizon and a large funds quantum. Giving better returns will help reduce the calls for increased employer contributions to CPF, which risk making our workforce less competitive. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak in Malay. Tuan Speaker, ucapan saya menekankan kesukaran yang dihadapi oleh dua kumpulan dalam demografi warga emas muda. Pertama, golongan yang bersedia dan berkemampuan dari segi kewangan berbanding dengan bilangan yang semakin meningkat yang bergelut untuk menampung kehidupan. Saya juga bimbang semakin ramai yang terjerumus ke dalam kumpulan berpendapatan sederhana rendah serta menghadapi pengangguran struktural. Satu kajian semula asas terhadap strategi tenaga kerja amat diperlukan. Ini termasuk pelaksanaan latihan semula secara mandatori setiap 10 tahun, penyelarasan sistem pendidikan dengan keperluan pasaran pekerjaan, serta pembiayaan bersama oleh pemerintah bagi program latihan semula untuk mengkekalkan kebolehpasaran tenaga kerja dalam keadaan perubahan teknologi yang pesat, khususnya dalam era kecerdasan buatan. Mr. Speaker, there are two sides to these issues, and changes need to be made both on an individual level and a government level. The first, I think, is the more radical. We need for Singaporeans to think of a meaningful working life and a fit companion for their adult life, and not just a stage before the bliss of retirement. We need for all of us to consider work differently, to see it as a long-running endeavor and one that is important and meaningful in itself, rather than something we have to do in order to make enough money for retirement. With this mindset change, we have two important implications. First, we need to continually get better at work and to become not just relevant, but skilled and accomplished at our jobs. We should be confident in our abilities, that we are better than and more than machines, that we can stay ahead and abreast of new technologies, and we can continually master new skills. Secondly, even as we work, we must not lose sight of the need to continually invest in our mental and physical health. We must think of health as a key asset in our lives, not just our properties and other economic assets. If there is one thing that money cannot buy, it is good health. It is a better asset, not just of national healthcare financing, but of personal quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak in Mandarin. 议长先生，在科技迅速变革之下，尤其是在人工智能时代，我们有必要对整体劳动力策略进行根本性的检讨。每一名员工都是重要的一环，我们应认真考虑安排制度化的再培训，例如让员工每10年进行1次再培训，同时推动教育体系与市场需求更紧密衔接，并由政府提供适当津贴，以建立更完善的再培训机制，从而维持员工的就业能力。我也鼓励新加坡人将工作视为贯穿一生富有意义的追求，而不仅仅是为了努力工作以便提早退休的手段。我同时倡议持续提升技能，并将健康视为关键资产，以确保我们在长远中保持就业相关性与竞争力。Mr. Speaker, there is great urgency and courage required of us to carry out this revamp. Urgency because otherwise the young seniors will become a lost generation, which the Singapore government will need to support for the long term. Courage because this will require hard metal and tough choices. No amount of CDC vouchers and subsidies would help us tackle this problem. The tide of discontent is born out of uncertainty and fear about the changes that await us. Against this, we have a strong track record of collective action, strong policy making, and a united, cohesive framework between the private and public sector. Our country is small enough and nimble enough to find a living even in a turbulent world economy. We already have the financial foundation. Let us find within us the political will, the courage, and the great urgency to transform discontent into hope and ability to remake our country and our people to meet the challenges ahead. Mr. Speaker, sir, notwithstanding my comments, I support the budget.
Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari.
Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the various segments of the Singaporean workforce, the low income, the PMEs, mature workers, and many others across the labour movement, including public officers. In a budget, workers look forward to two things most: assurance today and confidence for tomorrow, especially in an age shaped by rapid technological shifts, demographic change, and workplace transformation. Their aspiration is simple and shared: stable jobs, sustainable wage growth, and dignified progression over longer working lives. And they want to know that even as industries transform, they will not be left behind. I am heartened by the many honourable members' speeches who shared similar concerns that our workers must be at the heart of this transformation. I thank them for that care. Budget 2026 gives assurance to households while laying long-term foundations for a more resilient workforce and brighter economy. Mr. Speaker, the pressure to keep up and risk of falling behind is real. On the ground, workers, especially PMEs, tell us candidly they want to keep up. Workflows are being digitalized, redesigned, and more AI-enabled. Tasks evolve faster, skills expire sooner. So many workers do the responsible thing: they try to upgrade, learn new tools, adapt to new work. However, challenges remain: fear of failure, insufficient time to upskill, reskill, and not knowing what to upskill and reskill sometimes. And at times, there is no change after all that upskilling and reskilling. Here, I urge the government to encourage companies, small and big, to partner the NTUC and the unions to leverage on the company training committees to prepare for the future of work and to grow both the organization and its workers as part of the transformation journey. The earlier we prepare, the better the chances of workers being upskilled and to be more efficiently deployed. Budget 2026 also takes a decisive structural step. Skills Future Singapore and Workforce Singapore will merge into a single agency jointly overseen by MOM and MOE. This will tighten the link between training and jobs, offering more seamless career guidance, upskilling, job matching, and transitions for workers and integrated support for employers. This move recognizes the faster cadence of technology and job transitions and the need for a single job skills backbone. The merger builds on a decade of Skills Future. In 2025 alone, 606,000 individuals participated in SSG-supported training, and 123,000 enrolled in courses with direct employability outcomes. This signals a workforce investing in its relevance and wanting to stay relevant for the future. We therefore should make this merger count for outcomes, track and publish conversion metrics such as time to placement, wage growth post-training, and employer adoption, co-design more CTC-like job skills pathways, so training is planned with job redesign and hiring from the start. Extend mid-career training support in ways that don't penalize caregivers or SMEs with lean staffing. Mr. Speaker, when disruption happens, the consequences for workers are painful. For some, the fear is not abstract. They have seen colleagues retrenched after restructuring, roles outsourced, functions automated, retrenchment rose to 14,400 in 2025 on the back of a choppy global outlook. We are looking forward for AI transformation. The fear continues to be real. In these moments, unions step in to ensure fair process, negotiate fair benefits, and facilitate placement support through E2I. Early notification to unions is not procedural nicety. It is the difference between proactive help and reactive damage control. Many unionized companies recognize this. They give unions advance notice of upcoming retrenchment exercises, sometimes even months ahead. We should institutionalize advanced retrenchment notifications across all firms, including for PMEs, so that affected workers can be rendered meaningful assistance early and with dignity. Another structural concern is the year-to-year contracts, where there is ongoing work, but a whole lot of ongoing uncertainty and insecurity. The continued prevalence of fixed-term contracts, especially annual renewals, put pressure on workers. While the share declined slightly in 2025, with over 90% of resident employees now in permanent jobs, about 7% remain on fixed-term contracts, and older workers are disproportionately represented among one-year contracts. For them, renewal uncertainty makes long-term planning and upskilling harder, which puts them at risk of falling behind. This issue is felt acutely by mature workers who already face longer job searches. Their reality should push us beyond administratively convenient renewals towards clearer pathways to permanency where work is ongoing. The public service is one of our largest employers. It can lead by example. Public sector data shows nearly 24% of officers are 50 and above. We should be more transparent about contract tenure patterns, renewal outcomes, and pathways to permanency where roles persist so officers can contribute with confidence and plan for retirement with clarity. I urge for regular employer reviews of fixed-term contracting, particularly for workers and for the public service to publish more granular indicators on a contract to permanent pathways where functions continue beyond a cycle. Mr. Speaker, longer working lives need sustainable work intensity, not just more training. PMEs today operate at sustained high intensity, long hours for some, but more often it is the constant connectivity, with limited mental space to recover. Officially, average workly hours for employed residents have moderated to about 41 to 43 hours. And MOM has encouraged flexibility through the tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangement requests. But the intensity outside formal hours matter too. Surveys show over 90% of employees have worked beyond official hours, with 71% fearing negative repercussions if they don't respond after hours. Rest is not about doing less, it is about sustaining efforts and well-being. Without sustainable norms, even the best upskilling will under-deliver. Burnout erodes adaptability and retention. Here, I would like to encourage employers to set organizational norms around after-hours responsiveness, escalation rules, and protected focus time. I also call on the government to monitor hours and intensity indicators and spotlight firms that redesign work to raise productivity and protect recovery. Budget 2026 strengthens retirement adequacy and security. I thank the government for a one-time CPF top-up of up to $1,500 in December 2026, targeted at seniors with lower retirement savings based on their CPF balances and property annual value. The next step of planned CPF contribution increases for senior workers will proceed from January 2027, with the transition offset to help employers. CPF will also pilot new simplified, low-cost life cycle investment scheme by 2028 to give members more diversified options above the base interest rates. This broadens pathways for workers who can take modest market risk across the long horizon. These measures matter because not all workers reach retirement with the same trajectory. Some face mid-career retrenchment, illnesses, or years on rolling contracts that depress CPF accumulation. We should continue targeted CPF support for workers with disrupted careers, tracking cohorts with extended unemployment or caregiving breaks, and calibrating top-ups to close adequacy gaps over time. Mr. Speaker, mature workers want to contribute. Matching experience with opportunity is important. NTUC's own survey showed strong willingness among older workers to remain economically active beyond the current retirement age and even re-employment ages. They are motivated by purpose, health, and some as much as by income. But access to career guidance, training remains uneven. Many who tap on some of these opportunities find them helpful, yet others have shared that they feel disadvantaged or overlooked in being considered. For them, we must close this access gap. We already see credible models in healthcare, age-inclusive job redesign, and assistive tech to help older staff to keep contributing positively, with unions partnering management and tapping on the CTC support to scale solutions. This is precisely the kind of redesign we need to mainstream. We should embed career guidance as a default in mid-career pathways under the new Job Skills Agency, and to scale union employer pilot projects that pair job redesign with structured upskilling for older teams across sectors. SMEs often tell us their challenge is not only funding, but time and manpower to release staff for training. Where unions are present, we have negotiated for training leaves into collective agreements. This must be spread, by example, into non-union and SME settings with redesigned shifts, modular stackable courses, and just-in-time learning-aligned job redesign. The public service can catalyze norms through transparent dashboards on contract renewal patterns and clearer pathways on fixed-term contracts to permanent posts when work is ongoing. That signal will ripple to the wider labour market. What Budget 2026 means for families today and for our future workforce is that while there were expectations on the ground for more support given the surplus, and there are many uncertainties still looming, families will still feel the budget's tangible support: cash, cost of living special payments, enhanced USAFE rebates and CDC vouchers for all households in January 2027. These measures cushion near-term pressures while structural changes mature, but ultimately, confidence comes when a worker sees three things clearly. If I learn, there is a job at the end. If my role changes, there is a fair process and early help. If I work longer, the work is sustainable and my retirement is secure. Our task is to translate policy into predictable pathways at the firm and at the worker level through initiatives like the CTCs, the new Jobs Skills Agency, and tripartite norms that protect both adaptability and well-being. Mr. Speaker, behind every statistic is a worker who wants to provide for family, stay self-reliant, and contribute with dignity. Workers are not stopgaps. They are partners in transformation and productivity. When we invest in their skills, support them responsibly to change, and give them time and space to adapt, workers repay that trust with commitment, and employers benefit from a qualified workforce that will boost productivity and bring about growth. The budget sets direction, but direction must become delivery, and delivery depends on all of us. So let us, government, employers, unions, and every worker move decisively together, build new jobs and skills backbone so that every Singaporean can see a pathway forward. Let us redesign work so that transformation uplifts and not exhausts. Let us strengthen fairness and security from early retrenchment notifications to clearer contract to permanency pathways. And let us ensure retirement adequacy, especially for those whose careers have been disrupted. Mr. Speaker, the future of work must not be something that workers endure. It must be something that they can look forward to, having that assurance that the future will be better. Notwithstanding my thoughts, with that, I support the Budget 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if this is the sign that a member of this House used instead of this to signal "call me," chances are you will remember the OG Singapore dream, the 5 Cs: cash, car, credit card, condominium, and country club. But of course I had to ask AI, what are the new 5 Cs? According to Gemini, it is choice, convenience, contentment, CPF, as well as care or community. From the OG 5 Cs in the 1990s to the post-pandemic 2020s, tangible goals have seemingly morphed and evolved into intangible ideals. So how do we keep the Singapore dream, as the Honourable Member earlier also mentioned, alive and kicking? The strong closing to the financial year should motivate the government to invest more where it matters most: our people, our businesses, and our economy. The question we must keep in mind: how can and what should Budget 2026 do to trampoline Singaporeans towards this dream? Today, I will contribute 3 Cs to our 2026 budget debate: cost of living, caring for families, and core of our workforce. Cost of living. I appreciate that this year's budget is for the long game, long term, long run. Intentional commitments to levelling up how we harness AI as a strategic advantage, supporting our local companies to manage business costs and build a regional and global footprint, as well as strengthening our enterprise ecosystem to support public listings and to develop the equity market. But short and mid-term anxieties remain. My Fengshan families, both living in landed homes and HDB rental flats, have different lifestyles but share the same concerns on rising costs. Some sought clarification why a healthy surplus to the tune of 1.9% of the GDP has not already translated to more support measures. Yesterday, my neighbour in this House, the Honourable Member Sean Low of Jalan Besar GRC, proposed surplus sharing if budget surplus exceed 2% of the GDP. I hear of similar aspirations from the ground, even as many appreciated Singapore's fiscal prudence. My question is, would the government consider retiming or reviewing planned revenue-generating measures or taxes in the next few years, especially ones which may directly lead to alleviating cost of living pressures? A decline in inflation from 5% to 2% does not quite reverse cumulative increases over past few years. It means prices are rising slowly from an already increased base. Households experience this most acutely in everyday expenses: groceries, meals, utilities. And in response to a parliamentary question I filed earlier this month on the impact of the Assurance package, the Honourable Member, Finance and Minister Jeff Xiao said, combining structural measures and additional one-off support allows to provide for more responsive and targeted support while remaining fiscally prudent. And that in the long term, the most sustainable way to help Singaporeans cope with cost pressures is through broad-based wage growth that outpaces inflation. This reminds me of a Chinese saying, 授人以渔,不如授人以渔, similar to the English saying, which is give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. While I am aligned with the wisdom behind the design and appreciate the new cost of living special payment, perhaps future iterations can have a tiered structure for a range of income, with larger payouts concentrated at the lower spectrum of the income range. For example, the bottom 10% of the range could potentially receive a higher payout than the next 20% income group. Such a structure would redistribute more direct fiscal support to Singaporeans that experience intense cost pressures the most. And Mr. Speaker, is it really a budget debate if the CDC voucher does not get a mention? The additional $500 in CDC vouchers remain on course to fulfill its mission of supporting Singaporean households with daily expenses, as well as support heartland merchants and hawkers. Since January 2023, 50% of any tranche of vouchers could be used at participating supermarkets, a welcomed move by Singaporeans. That said, there are opportunities to refine the scheme to enhance its impact. Greater flexibility on how and where they can be used may increase its value to households and support more local businesses. For example, in private residential estates or new neighbourhoods where a market or food centre are a few precincts or zones away, allowing the CDC vouchers to be used at locally owned enterprises in privately owned buildings or malls will expand help for families. Alternatively, aligned with my earlier suggestion for cost of living special payment, the CDC vouchers could take on a similar tiered approach. Plus, distributing CDC vouchers on a per-person versus a household basis may more accurately tackle the cost of living pressures in multi-generational, multi-family households. My next C is caring for families. Mr. Speaker, I declare interest as the head of a homegrown community fund with IPC status whose mission is to nurture youths and children. Sir, children are our future. The future is young, and everything begins at home. A strong family foundation changes lives. I welcome the move to support families, especially in the early years of a child's development. Upstream efforts to keep preschool and student care affordable are the right steps towards a thriving Singapore society. The upwards review of monthly household income threshold to $15,000 for preschool subsidies means help reaches more lower and middle-income households. Similarly, the household income revision for student care fee assistance to $6,500 enhances access to after-school care, where students get the guidance they need and working parents get the support they deserve. While making preschool and student care more affordable is the right move, we must also guard against unintended consequences, such as driving up costs in the long term or placing undue strain on teachers and resources. Maintaining the quality of education and care while expanding access is key to sustaining these initiatives over time. Alongside the timely assistance, how will the government ensure that increased subsidies not lead to upward pressure on preschool and aftercare fees over time? Would the government also be studying to what extent childcare affordability remains a barrier to workforce participation among mothers, particularly in lower to middle-income households? Speaker, sir, I welcome PM Wong's announcement that strengthening support for persons with disabilities is a key priority of the government. And I look forward to the recommendations from the task force that will be reviewing how Singapore can provide more meaningful support at different life stages for persons with disabilities and their families. A critical consideration on these efforts include developing the expertise and professionals who form our care economy. I call on the government to be intentional in expanding the capacity of the sector. Partnering social service agencies and community-based partnerships is key. I carry the hopes of Singaporeans who have personally shared with me the lived realities of caring for a special child. A dedicated Feng Shan father once shared how a simple bus or MRT ride can be a complex mission. He's a uniformed officer protecting our shores. I urge the task force to expand the support and relief for families and caregivers to alleviate the added pressures across several domains: transport, therapy, medical assistive devices, among others. I stand guided by the PM that it is a shared responsibility for all of us. Speaker, sir, each family is different with unique circumstances. We can't choose the family we are born into, but the system should equip families to shape the future they aspire to have. The recent occasional paper on income growth, inequality and mobility trends in Singapore revealed that while Singapore has done relatively well in sustaining social mobility compared to other advanced economies, our social mobility has shown signs of gradual moderation as Singapore's economy continue to mature and develop. One of Singapore's efforts to tackle social mobility is the Comlink Plus program, which sees an additional $500 payout coming up for families working towards their milestone goals in this year's budget. As the scheme was first launched in 2023, it is timely for the government to share meaningful interim findings on how Comlink Plus is beginning to translate into better educational and social outcomes for the children. It is all in our interest to ensure that as many Singaporean children have a fair go. Speaker, sir, I spoke on cost of living and caring for families. Before my final C, that is core, I will speak in Malay, please, sir. Tuan Speaker, Belanjawan 2026 seperti belanjawan yang sebelumnya menitik beratkan pentingnya menyediakan payung sebelum hujan. Pelaburan yang ditokok dan dana yang disalurkan adalah untuk membina dan memperkukuh supaya generasi akan datang dapat menjana peluang, peningkatan, pendapatan dan pencapaian. Meskipun belanjawan 2026 adalah untuk jangka masa panjang demi masa depan yang kukuh, ramai penduduk Feng Shan malah East Coast juga berkata serta Singapura yang saya temui berkongsi kebimbangan mereka tentang cabaran yang mereka hadapi untuk menangani kos sara hidup yang semakin meningkat. Tidak kira sama ada mereka menetap di flat HDB mahupun rumah teres, antara lain harga makanan harian, perbelanjaan, membesarkan anak dan menjaga ibu bapa yang semakin berusia kerap kali berligar di minda. Bantuan yang diumumkan dalam belanjawan menampung masyarakat kita untuk terus berdikari dan maju ke hadapan. Namun belanjawan juga harus membantu untuk memperkukuh daya tahan dan daya saing masyarakat pada masa kini, seperti yang saya katakan awal tadi dalam bahasa Inggeris. Tambahan itu, Singapura perlu juga mempertingkatkan sokongan berasaskan dan bertempat di kalangan masyarakat, serta badan-badan yang mengelolakannya. Umpamanya, badan-badan MMO maupun IMO yang menawarkan khidmat untuk warga emas, menyokong keluarga yang memerlukan, mendapatkan pekerjaan dan juga yang lebih meningkatkan kemahiran. Pokoknya, Singapura harus mempermudahkan dan mempelbagaikan rangkaian sokongan yang menyeluruh di kawasan kejiranan. Saya akan menukil dengan lebih lanjut lagi Tuan Speaker ketika perbahasan COS Hal Ehwal Masyarakat Melayu dan Islam kelak. Tuan Speaker, kesejahteraan bukan hanya diukur menerusi angka pertumbuhan ekonomi, tetapi melalui kualiti hidup yang dirasai oleh setiap keluarga di Singapura. Meskipun kukuhnya landasan kewangan sesebuah keluarga, pasti ada sangkut paut dengan mobiliti sosial. Sebagai seorang yang peka akan kewibawaan, kemajuan dan juga kemampanan masyarakat kita, saya juga ingin menekankan pentingnya memperluas peluang untuk belia kita bersaing dan mengharumkan nama Singapura. Singapura yang kita bina haruslah selamat, di mana setiap individu merasakan bahawa mereka mempunyai peluang untuk berjaya dan menyumbang kepada negara. Ini tanggungjawab kita bersama. Kita harus sama-sama meningkatkan mutu kehidupan masyarakat secara menyeluruh, memperkukuh bantuan kewangan, menjana peluang, menawar sokongan dan membina harapan untuk masa depan. Tuan Speaker, dengan menyokong belanjawan ini, saya berharap Singapura akan terus memperkukuh dasar-dasar yang memberi keyakinan kepada masyarakat kita bahawa masa depan Singapura akan kekal cerah untuk semua. And now, Speaker, sir, my final C, core of a resilient workforce. I will summarize this section by going back to basics, the ABCs. A, AI access, ethics and governance. Much has been said about AI, from AI fatigue to how it must be a friend and never made a foe. AI is also fast becoming a core tool of our workforce. To level the playing field and access, AI intervention has to come upstream. By starting in schools, we can mitigate widening the AI divide, where only some will thrive in an AI-driven future. Enhancing AI literacy across all institutions of higher learning is a good start, but earlier is better. Emphasizing strong foundations will help students to learn how to use AI in a responsible manner and not as a shortcut. The budget also highlights initiatives to help workers leverage AI to automate routine tasks. I welcome the move and ask how the government plans to assess how AI complements human intelligence, HI, and not replace critical thought at work or in life. What safeguards are in place to ensure AI does not inadvertently replace individuals or widen skills and income gaps in the workforce? Perhaps the government could also consider collaborating with various key industries to create sector-specific AI toolkits so talents can effectively conquer AI in their domains. Additionally, the government should prioritize ethics and governance in the AI agenda, because only then can we build a strong and resilient workforce that is skilled in using AI competitively and responsibly. Next is B, builders. Mr. Speaker, in my maiden speech, I dedicated time to our seniors and pioneers who built Singapore and how Singapore should now ensure the third H is with dignity and security. But we must note the need of a senior at 55, 65, 75, 85, and 95 is vastly different. For the young seniors, the planned increase in CPF contribution rates for senior workers in 2027 is helpful for retirement savings. Providing more investment options for CPF members also offers seniors the opportunity to grow assets, enabling them to age without worry. But this must come with guardrails and capital preservation at the front and centre. However, for older seniors who may face re-employment difficulties or are medically unfit, how will government support meaningful contributions to their CPF accounts so that the policy achieves its intended effect? It is crucial to ensure initiatives aimed at enabling our seniors to age well are practical in improving seniors' financial security and quality of life. Finally, C, companies. Mr. Speaker, Singapore should level up our efforts to diversify partnerships with middle powers and emerging markets to develop pathways for young Singaporeans to have regional and global experience so they can come back as leaders in the Singapore workforce. Singapore's young have a strong sense of purpose and social justice and aspires for their employer to be on the right side, play a part in building a community of good and drive social impact. This is an aspiration many young talents carry. By better understanding our young talents, their worldview on meaningful work and their desire to be multifaceted, I'm hopeful of a generation of Singaporeans who is committed to building a better future for the next one in time to come. I intend to touch more on supporting our youths during the MCCY-COS debate. Mr. Speaker, today we recap the OG 5 Cs, thought about the new 5 Cs, and focused on 3 Cs: cost of living, caring for families, core of our workforce. Budget 2026 demonstrates a thoughtful and prudent approach to building a forward-looking Singapore with a keen eye on current affairs. While Singapore is less than 750 kilometre squares, the region and the world is a shared space, and we must protect ours. I plan to elaborate more during the MFA and MINDEF COS debates. Sir, Singaporeans are hopeful that the budget reforms the economy now for the future. Singaporeans across generations and backgrounds must have the feels for the budget, so every Singaporean can feel secure and optimistic about what lies ahead. All being said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the budget.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, this budget debate carries special significance for me. It is my first budget debate in this new term of government and my first budget debate in my second term in Parliament. In writing this speech, I spent time reflecting on the work we have done in our previous term and the legislative moves we have made, which will have long-term impact to our Singaporean workforce. In the last term, we strengthened protections for platform workers, advanced progressive wages, and made flexible work arrangements a legitimate workplace conversation. These were not abstract policies. They changed daily lives, both at work and at home. With a healthy fiscal position, we now have the opportunity not only to cushion immediate pressures, but to build thoughtfully and boldly for the decade ahead. Today, I will speak on 3 areas: inclusive workplaces for women in every season of their lives, a kinder workplace for persons with disabilities, responsible preparation for AI transformations. Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about inclusive workplaces, we must talk honestly about women. Because women do not experience work in a linear fashion, we experience work in seasons. The season for early ambition, the season for caregiving, the season of returning, the season of midlife change, and sometimes these seasons overlap. When we speak of inclusive workplaces for women, it cannot mean just guidelines. It cannot mean just legislation. It must mean cultural adjustments. Policies create permission, culture creates safety, and policies must move so that safe, progressive cultures can take root. And we see this clearly in flexible work arrangements. The tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangements requests have in place for more than a year. Awareness is high, yet in our NTUC Women and Family surveys, more than half of workers have never made a request, not because they do not need flexibility, but because they fear being seen as less committed, they fear slower progression, they fear subtle discrimination. Indeed, we have created permission, but we have not fully created safety. And this gap is especially felt in the season of caregiving. Women returning to work tell us that flexibility is topmost in their consideration to stay or return to the workplace. But what worries them more is in whether asking for FWAs, they would be marked by their organizations, and even if they manage to get their FWAs approved, whether their bosses and teammates would genuinely support them. Because the lived reality is that even with FWAs, caregiving doesn't go away. Children fall sick, parents require ongoing care. Caregiving is not a short interruption. It is part of life. Ms. Ann, a resident I met, knew about the guidelines. She wanted to ask for flexibility because her childcare does not operate on weekends and closes at 7 p.m. sharp daily. But she did not dare to ask. In her small company, she feared being labeled as the one who inconvenienced everyone, and she feared being replaced in her job by a boss who does not understand her needs. This is not a policy gap, it is a workplace culture gap. And we must recognize that workplace flexibility alone cannot solve caregiving strain. Childcare operating hours, especially in estates with shift workers, must better reflect workforce realities. I therefore call for support to expand flexible and extended childcare options, including weekend and after-hours pilots in selected communities. We must also speak about women in midlife. As Singapore ages, women experience aging differently. Perimenopause brings fatigue and physical changes that are rarely discussed at work. Some might even consider these topics taboo. Yet, progressive employers are showing that this conversation can be normalized. I was encouraged to learn from our Education Services Union leader, Sister Brenda, that her organization openly engages employees on how to better support women through menopause. Managers have respectful conversations, adjustments are made without embarrassment. These may seem like small changes, but they signal respect. Indeed, small tweaks like more comfortable uniforms can make all the difference as women go through the different seasons in their lives. That is what cultural maturity looks like in the workplace. Similarly, breastfeeding mothers tell us that workplace lactation rooms may exist, but culture matters more. If lactation rooms become storerooms or moms feel rushed, the message is clear: support is conditional. The NTUC Women and Family Unit will continue to promote lactational spaces in workplaces, and we will continue to expand our NTUC Better Workplaces program this year to support more companies with their lactation room setups. Mr. Speaker, if inclusion is to be real for women in every season, policy must be matched by practical action. I call on the government to scale job redesign funding and build expertise, especially in non-office-based, frontline and shift-based sectors. Recognize and benchmark progressive workplaces so inclusivity becomes part of Singapore's competitive edge. Publish sectoral benchmarks on FWA utilization and career progression outcomes. Expand flexible and extended childcare options. Provide clearer tripartite guidance on supporting women through perimenopause and menopause as legitimate workplace health matters. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to move policy intentionally to shape culture so that inclusive workplaces norms do not remain aspirational but become standard practice. Inclusion must also extend beyond gender. A kinder workplace for persons with disabilities and their caregivers means removing barriers, not lowering standards. Like all Singaporeans, our PWDs and their caregivers have career aspirations and dreams. But limited caregiving resources and rigid employment structures, fixed hours, inflexible expectations, lack of assistive tools unintentionally exclude them. My Punggol resident B, who has hearing impairment, struggled to secure a host company for his ITE work-study diploma, and he and his family suspect that it was due to his impairment. As with many of our youths, B is a bright-eyed, curious, and hard-working young man. His family is supportive and understandably worried about his future. With a secured place in the ITE work-study diploma, they will be more assured of his future independence. I have since reached out to several employer contacts, as well as SG Enable for assistance, but story like this reminds us that talent do exist, but access is uneven. We must strengthen upstream support and placement upskilling, even in our schools. I support initiatives such as the SG Enable Enabling Mark, which recognizes disability-inclusive employers. But the Enabling Mark must go beyond just being an award. It must not remain something that companies aspire to do just once a year. It must be normalized as a workplace standard with adequate funding and resourcing, embedded into hiring practices, job redesign, leadership KPIs, and organizational culture. Inclusion cannot be ceremonial, it must be operational. We must also strengthen the Singapore Opportunity Index as a national signal that inclusive hiring is part of business growth strategy and not charity. Employers who invest in inclusive employment should see it reflected in how we access opportunities and competitiveness. And importantly, we should build a national database of inclusive employers, a live resource base for job seekers with disabilities and their families. This will not only improve job matching, but also make inclusion visible and, importantly, measurable. NTUC will continue to do our part. Apart from FWAs, NTUC has secured stronger protections against workplace discrimination, and I'm glad that this helps to level the playing field for our working PWDs. We are also working with tripartite partners on a tripartite advisory on reasonable accommodations to provide guidance on group practices that employers can adopt to make their workplaces more inclusive for PWDs. I call for clear guidance and appropriate funding for the upcoming tripartite advisory so that our employers can implement inclusive practices confidently. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 人工智能将影响我国未来的发展，但这场转型必须是有负责任的。新科技应该让人民在生活和生计更好、更灿烂，而不是带来不安。自动驾驶技术把巴士行业的影响是一个非常现实的例子。为此，全国交通工友联合会已经和公共巴士营运商展开电动巴士和自动驾驶的培训。劳资政三方也开始讨论了解自动驾驶对巴士车长和维修人员岗位的影响，以及未来的职业发展和薪酬安排。但是和巴士车长交流时，我更清楚地看到了一件事。一位车长告诉我，驾驶只占他工作的20%，其余的80%是服务乘客、协助年老者，还有行动不便者，处理突发情况。这提醒我们，在谈转型时，不只能看驾驶这个表面，我们要真正了解岗位在现实中的内容。现在有人提出远程司机 （remote drivers） 等新岗位，但进一步了解后发现，这些岗位需要数据分析等智能，未必是现在我们车长马上就能胜任的。如果我们不了解真实的岗位内容，就可能做出错误的判断。因此，我呼吁政府投入更多资源，系统性分析各行业岗位结构，明确哪些职能可以由人工智能辅助，有哪些仍然需要人来完成。再根据这些实施情况，计划培训和转型路线。科技可以进步，但转型必须有规划、有保障。Mr. Speaker, today I've spoken about 3 priorities: inclusive workplaces for women in every season, a kinder workplace, and responsible transformation. Inclusive workplaces for women means moving policies for workplace culture shifts to take root. A kinder workplace means barriers must be redesigned away. Responsible transformations means understanding before replacing. These are not incremental tweaks. These are big, hairy, audacious goals. They require courage to change policies, faith to shift cultures, commitment to redesign systems, and discipline to transform responsibly. If we are serious about building a Singapore that's not only competitive, but fair, kind, and humane, then these must be the collective Singaporean ambitions that we have. Sir, I support the budget. Thank you.
MOS Desmond Chu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance for setting out a clear plan for Singapore in an uncertain world. The budget speaks not only to today's pressures, the cost of living, which is the immediate anxieties of our constituents, but also to tomorrow's transitions. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working closely with our youths and young workers in my various roles. Their hopes, their aspirations, and their quiet concerns have always stayed through to my heart. Today, our young Singaporeans are entering the workforce at a moment of profound historical inflection. It is a time of rapid change. Artificial intelligence is shaping the very definition of a job or a good job. Economic restructuring is creating pockets of uncertainty, and the traditional pathway from school to work, once a relatively straight, well-lit expressway, might no longer be so straightforward. If we look at the macro data, the picture is indeed reassuring. In Singapore, education and employment outcomes for our youth remain strong. Our students continue to excel consistently in international assessments, such as the Programme for International Student Assessment, or PISA. Youth unemployment has remained stable in recent years. But such numbers alone might not always tell the full story. We hear on the ground worries about the pathways into the workforce. We hear of concerns over entry-level opportunities and career progression. There are reservations about whether hard work would still translate into advancement in a fast-moving economy shaped by technological changes, cost pressures, and global volatility. As a case in point, now this year's Lunar New Year conversations took on a different texture. We saw the modern touches, of course. There were the nano-banana-generated Lunar New Year family portraits and video greetings. We joke about how AI could never replace the traditional lohei, the human spirit of tossing to prosperity. But there were also conversations that were far more serious. We talk about the impact of AI on work, especially on entry-level jobs. I heard concerned parents speak about how much harder it was for their children to get jobs after school. I heard of some young Singaporeans admit quietly, often with a sense of frustration, about sending out hundreds of job applications before they got an interview. And I heard the other side too. I heard bosses stewing about how they could deploy AI faster in their companies to overcome the manpower crunch. I heard supervisors wondering how they could get their juniors to complement and supervise AI in their daily work. Everyone is trying to grapple with how AI should work for them. Our fresh graduates are capable. They're hungry, but yet many are not fully confident they're equipped for this new job market. This is not just anecdotal. Last year, a quarter of our youth from our Institutes of Higher Learning, or IHL, polled in the NTUC's Youth Employment Outlook, expressed worries about finding a job within 6 months of graduation. They ask, will there be enough entry-level jobs for me? When these youths enter the workforce, they do face competition and a narrowing of good entry-level jobs. They ask, will the skills that I've acquired be relevant, especially in this age of AI? Their concern is also sharpened by technological change. From NTUC's survey on economic sentiments in 2025, the perception that technology or AI will be the greatest risk to their jobs in the next year was highest amongst younger workers, 19%, compared to the average of 16%. 53% of younger workers, more than any other age group, recognize the need to upskill to stay relevant, even if they could keep their job. For them, AI is not just a tool, it is an immediate disruptor that's already reshaping some entry-level jobs. What they are worried about is the focus of my speech today. It's a critical structural challenge facing our workforce. It's a challenge that might threaten to change the social compact for an entire generation of Singaporeans in the years to come. I call it the broken rung. In the past, a fresh graduate entered the workforce and learned by doing. The junior accountant drafted working papers, the junior lawyer reviewed documents, the junior coder does code maintenance, fixes some minor bugs. These were not glamorous tasks. They were routine. We have all done it before in our careers. They were formative. They were the training ground. Today, generative AI performs or could perform many of these routine cognitive tasks in seconds. What once took a week now takes an hour. What once required many juniors to do require a somewhat more senior person armed with some AI tools. But let us be clear, AI does not spell the end of work as we know them today. Many jobs will not be adversely impacted. In fact, many might still be boosted by AI. Research from a 2023-24 National Bureau of Economic Research studying 5,000 customer support agents found that AI assistance significantly boosted productivity, especially for less experienced workers. In some cases, a 2-month-old employee performed like someone with 6 months of experience. This means that the learning curve has been shortened, the barrier to competence has been lowered. The AI did not replace the entry-level worker, it empowered them. It allowed them to punch above their weight almost immediately. This is not replacement, this is augmentation. There may be what economists call a rebound effect too. If AI allows us to build software faster, we may build more software. If it lowers the cost of service delivery, demand may expand. This expands the economic pie. But here's also the uncomfortable truth. Even if AI raises overall productivity, it can still shrink traditional entry-level roles. Why? because of incentives. Entry-level workers have historically been hired not because they were immediately productive, but because firms invested in their future productivity. Companies paid a premium today to build capability tomorrow. If AI can perform the training task, the learning task, faster and cheaper, the short-term economic incentive to hire juniors weakens. This can be a market failure. Left entirely to market forces, firms may rationally choose fewer juniors and more AIs. In the short term, that boosts margins. In the long term, it can hollow out the pipeline of middle-level Singaporean talent. Compounding this, our higher cost structure and manpower tightness in Singapore have prompted some companies to cite teams of knowledge entry-level workers in the region while retaining the quality control and supervisory roles here. This is understandable as companies seek to control cost while retaining quality. In isolation, this is not a bad situation for Singapore as we retain higher value work. However, this also means that entry-level jobs might not be available in the same number over time. And this might worsen the hollowing out of the Singaporean middle management. We risk what I call a missing middle. Powerful algorithms, a thin layer of senior experts, and too few local managers and specialists in between. Now, this will not just be an economic problem. This would be a social one too. Our youths are looking at this landscape and ask, if the AI can do the junior entry-level work, how can I ever progress further? The crux is not whether the job exists, but whether the human can adopt and adapt to AI in his or her work. As Secretary General Ng Chee Meng had shared earlier, and SMS Desmond Tan in his earlier public speeches, the nature of work is changing, but the need for the human work remains and can be enhanced by AI. Our economy continues to attract new investments. However, each dollar of new investment now generates fewer jobs than before. This is different from earlier decades when industrial growth naturally produced many manufacturing jobs and clear entry points. But this is natural and to be expected as a global economic structure changes. According to economist Danny Roderick, the future of jobs will lie largely in services. Last year, job creation in Singapore was driven mainly by investment in services, particularly in financial, health, and social services. However, as globalization has made outsourcing of services increasingly pervasive, this is also the sector where it is increasingly difficult to keep entry-level roles in the same numbers and scope. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the question is not how do we stop the AI disruption? The questions are how do we keep the entry pathways open while we transform? How do we prepare for this possible new future of entry-level work? We cannot save the old rung. It's probably gone in some industries or going to over time in others. We should not try to preserve the routine work in the age of AI. Instead, the solution to the broken rung is not to repair the old one, it is to create a new one. We need a new industrial policy for entry-level jobs. We must fundamentally redefine what it means to be entry-level in the Singaporean economy of the future. In the past, entry-level's value, workers' value was production. Write this memo, draft this code, compile this report. In the future, an entry-level worker's value must be increasingly supervision, integration, and judgment. Audit the AI's output for truth and bias, integrate systems securely, provide context, empathy, and that machines cannot replicate. Now, this is a higher value role, but it's also a harder role because it assumes a level of maturity and skill earlier in one's career. And here is why we need a new industrial policy for entry-level jobs to prepare for the new frontier. Singapore has never been passive in the face of structural change. When we industrialized, we did not wait for jobs to appear. We built the ecosystem. When computerization emerged, we trained workers. When low-wage stagnation threatens dignity, we implemented the progressive wage model to redesign jobs. We have similar conviction for the AI era as expounded by many of our members today. We can put in place a policy framework ahead of the potential change. Now allow me to outline a possible three-pronged approach. We often admire the apprenticeship systems of Germany and Switzerland. Apprenticeships there are not confined to trades. They expand into banking, insurance, and advanced services. The state and industry partner to standardize training so that apprentices contribute proactively from the start. Why should we not adopt this approach to our economy on a larger scale? We can incentivize firms to convert traditional execution roles into structured apprenticeships with core elements of AI oversight or AI integration. For example, if a law firm hires a graduate to audit AI-generated contracts, not just draw from scratch, that firm may face an initial efficiency gap. The AI is just faster. Government can co-fund part of that gap for a defined period, de-risking the hiring decision while building national capability. Over time, we can also formalize AI's oversight as a recognized skill within industry frameworks, portable, certified, and valued across employers. It's an investment in the next generation of Singaporean middle managers. We will also need to identify queen bees, industry leaders to lead such transformation in the workforce. Denmark offers a promising initiative. Through its National AI Skills Pact, it has committed to strengthen AI capabilities amongst 1 million citizens by 2028, positioning itself as a leading human-centered AI nation. The approach is deliberate: joint flagship projects, employer-led commitments, and coordinated capability building across sectors. The state sets direction, industry and unions leads execution. We can think about this as an investment for a future generation of media managers. Second, equip our students for semi-senior entry responsibilities from day one of their working lives. We must accept that routine tasks might no longer be guaranteed training grounds. AI literacy cannot be optional. It must be foundational. Every graduate should be proficient not only in theory, but in practical AI usage. Prompt engineering could be a thing of the past now, but output verification, ethical evaluation, and knowing when human judgment must override machine recommendations. But technical skill is not enough. As machines take on routine tasks, uniquely human capabilities become more valuable: communication, partnership, leadership, and ethical reasoning. Initiatives such as NTUC's Youth Excel program, one of the few programs out there, and youth-led policy platforms are important because they do more than train for employment. They cultivate agency. They signal to young Singaporeans that they are not passive recipients of change, but participants in shaping it. Allow me to share an example. I look at our latest cohort of NTUC Starter Awards participants. The winning team presented on the idea of cross-sector internships. One of them, Valerie, one of the core team members and a student at Temasek Polytechnic, she shared that the experience showed her how youth-led insights can meaningfully contribute to broader policy discussions and hopefully industry changes. Our young people have the ideas, we need to give them the platform. Third, accelerate reskilling timelines. Under current arrangements, SkillsFuture credits are accessible later in a worker's career, but AI compresses learning and skill cycles. A diploma holder entering the workforce at, say, 21 years old may find within a few years that additional credentials are necessary. In fact, many of our current graduates might already need to complement their academic training while in school to be ready for the new workforce demands. We should examine whether early access to training support might be needed in this new environment. At the same time, we must expand place and train opportunities and career bridges models. Reskilling is hardest when there are bills to pay. Structured pathways that combine employment and training reduce risk and increase participation. Mr. Speaker, sir, some may ask, can Singapore manage the sweeping changes AI will bring? Our history says yes. Each time our economy evolved, we did not retreat. We responded with policy creativity and tripartite partnership. The question before us is not whether AI will transform work. It will. The question is whether transformation strengthens or weakens the Singaporean promise. The broken rung is a structural shift, but it need not be a structural failure. If we do not innovate ahead of time, we risk a missing middle crisis, a hollowed-out workforce. We risk discouraging our youth and weakening our social compact. But if we act now to recreate the entry-level job, we can turn this disruption into an opportunity. We can build a workforce where every entry-level worker is an architect of their own future, supported by technology rather than being replaced by it. We ensure that the Singaporean promise remains unbroken for the next generation, that if you work hard and master your craft, there's a ladder for you to climb. And NTUC will do its utmost to support our workers. Let us build this new ladder together. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the budget.
Order, I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 2:50 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the budget statement.
Mr. Mohaimin Abdul Malik.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore's families have heard the announcements. They know what has been promised. What they are watching this debate for is something different, whether the design behind those promises is sound enough to actually deliver, whether the support will reach the families who needed it, and whether it will do so in time and with the certainty required to make the most consequential decisions of their lives. That is the lens through which I wish to examine the family support measures before this chamber today. Stepping in the right direction and closing the distance are two different things. The question is whether the way these schemes are built, who gets what, when they get it, how much, and whether families can count on it, is working as well as it should. For families trying to make ends meet every month, these details are not small things. It is the difference between support that reaches them and support that is promised but falls short in practice. I will raise three specific points on that gap. First, on equity across childhood, the missing equivalent for older children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister stated at the start of this year that the government's goal is to give every child a good start in life and to support families at every stage of their journey. I want to test that aspiration against a structural feature of Budget 2026 that I do not think has received sufficient attention. Budget 2026 provides $500 in Child Life SG credits for every Singaporean child aged 12 and below. These credits are flexible, usable at a wider range of physical and online merchants for groceries, pharmacy items, transport, and daily household expenses. They are a meaningful and welcome form of support. But Budget 2026 contains no equivalent measures for families with children who have moved beyond primary school. There is no corresponding credit, no top-up, and no new flexible support for household costs that continue to accumulate as children grow older. The $500 in flexible relief is available for the 12-year-old. For the same child 1 year later, there is nothing new in the budget. I want to be careful about what I am and am not saying. I am not suggesting that older children receive no support from the government at all. EduSave contributions continue annually, and families with children in secondary school can draw on those funds for approved educational expenses. But EduSave funds are ring-fenced for educational users, school fees, enrichment programs, and approved school-related expenses. They cannot be used for transport, groceries, utilities, or the broader household cost of living pressures that do not disappear once a child moves beyond primary school. The Child Life SG credits address precisely those costs. Their absence in Budget 2026 for families with older children is a gap worth examining. I anticipate the government may say that the CLC is designed for the early childhood stage, where developmental evidence supports concentrated investment, and that the EduSave system addresses older children's education needs adequately. I accept the developmental argument, but the question I am raising is not about developmental priority. It is about household affordability. A family with a secondary school-going child faces transport costs, utility bills, and grocery expenses that are undiminished by the age of their child. Budget 2026 provides flexible relief for one cohort of families. It does not for another. I invite the ministry to clarify whether it was a conscious decision to limit flexible support to children aged 12 and below, leaving families with older children without an equivalent, or whether this gap has simply not been revisited as family expenses have evolved. If it's the former, I would appreciate clarity on the rationale. If the latter, I urge the ministry to review whether some form of flexible household support for older children should be introduced in future budgets. In this regard, I echoed Honourable Member Sean Lowe's suggestion that Life SG credits be extended systematically to all parents with children up to 16 years old. Second, on scale, Comlink Plus coverage ceiling must be named and addressed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry has reported that Comlink Plus is now supporting around 10,000 families in public rental housing. Comlink Plus represents a serious and thoughtful attempt to tackle intergenerational disadvantage in a more structured way. The family coach model of proactive outreach, co-created action plans, and multi-agency coordination represents a meaningful shift from passive assistance to active empowerment. I have no concern with the model, but with the scale. I'm not comparing Comlink Plus 10,000 families to the total public rental housing population. I am asking about families in public rental housing with children who meet the program's own eligibility criteria, specifically households with at least one child under the age of 21, and assessed as requiring sustained support. That population is smaller than the total rental housing stock, but it is significantly larger than 10,000. I will ask the Minister to share what is the Ministry's estimates as the total number of families eligible for Comlink Plus under its current criteria. The reason that number matters is this: Budget 2026 enhances the progress packages for families already in this program. Highly quarterly payouts, better milestone incentives, and more flexible disbursements. These are meaningful improvements, but only for families who already have a family coach. They do not reach families who are eligible but not yet served. They deepen the well without widening it. I recognize that scaling an intensive coaching relationship cannot be done overnight. Training effectively family coaches takes time, and the Ministry is right not to compromise quality over speed. But that argument, while valid, does not explain the absence of any stated coverage target in Budget 2026. I am therefore asking the Minister three things. First, to state the current number of eligible families not yet served by Comlink Plus. Second, to state the government's coverage target, expressed as a proportion of eligible families and the year by which it intends to achieve it. And third, to confirm what investment in coach recruitment and training is included in this budget to move toward that target. These are not unreasonable asks for a flagship empowerment program entering its third year. The stakes of this coverage gap extend beyond the families themselves. Comlink Plus design is premised on early intervention, reaching families before their difficulties compound, before school attendance deteriorates, and before debt accumulates beyond manageability. Every year a family is eligible but unserved is a year in which the program's own preventive logic is not applied. Enhancing payouts for those already inside the program is valuable, but it does not recover the ground lost while eligible families wait. A coverage target will allow the government to hold itself accountable to the program's objectives. Third, on implementation, closing the gap between announcement and delivery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister announced two expansions taking effect from January 2027. The monthly household income ceiling for preschool subsidies will rise from $12,000 to $15,000, benefiting more than 60,000 additional families. And the student care fee assistance ceiling will rise from $4,500 to $6,500. I support both measures fully. I also note that the reduction in fee caps for both anchor operator and partner operator preschools, which took effect in January 2026, already provides some interim relief to middle-income families. But even accounting for that, a family earning $13,500 a month above today's subsidy ceiling and below the incoming one is still paying more than they should be for another 9 months. The principle of their entitlement to support has been considered by this budget. A household with 2 young children that spends $1,200 to $1,800 per monthly on childcare fees would have to continue paying this amount for 9 more months. That expense is significant. I will ask the Minister whether a transitional budget measure targeted specifically at families between the old and new thresholds could be introduced for the interim period. The January 2027 date is also worth pressing on. Singapore's financial year begins on 1st April, and many budget measures take effect on that date. And this is not a new subsidy category being built from scratch. MOE and AGDA already have the means testing infrastructure, the disbursement systems, and the operator reimbursement processes in place. So what specifically requires this expansion to wait until January 2027, rather than taking effect at the start of the financial year in April 2026? If this is a deliberate policy decision rather than one driven by operational constraints, we must recognize that the families who were promised this relief will continue to bear a significant financial burden for an additional 9 months. A bridging measure will also be welcome. It is not unusual. When GST went up, the government did not simply announce the increase and leave the lower income household to absorb the gap until the next budget. Offset packages were timed deliberately to cushion the transition. CDC vouchers have been deployed at short notices because cost of living pressures do not wait for administrative calendars. That same instinct, targeted, time-limited, with a clear end date once the new thresholds kick in, is exactly what I am asking for here. The instrument already exists. It has been used before, and it can be applied here again. Mr. Speaker, in Malay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay. Saya ingin merumuskan 3 perkara utama yang telah saya kemukakan hari ini. Pertama, berkenaan jurang bajet 2026 bagi keluarga dengan anak-anak berumur lebih 12 tahun. Bajet 2026 memperuntukkan $500 dalam bentuk Child Life Exit Credits kepada setiap kanak-kanak Singapura berumur 12 tahun ke bawah. Kredit ini fleksibel dan boleh digunakan untuk pelbagai keperluan di rumah seperti bahan makanan, pengangkutan dan perubatan. Namun tiada sebarang sokongan fleksibel setara yang diperuntukkan dalam bajet 2026 bagi keluarga yang mempunyai anak-anak yang telah melepasi peringkat sekolah rendah. Kos hidup isi rumah tidak berkurangan apabila anak membesar. Dengan itu, saya berharap pemerintah dapat mengkaji perkara ini dalam bajet akan datang. Kedua, berkenaan skop program Comlink Plus. Program ini merupakan satu usaha serius yang telah mempertimbangkan cara untuk menangani isu ketidaksamaan antara generasi secara lebih tersusun dan sistematik. Satu dari cara ini adalah dengan menggunakan pendekatan jurulatih keluarga yang proaktif untuk membantu keluarga berpendapatan rendah yang tinggal di rumah flat sewa awam. Namun setakat ini, program ini hanya meliputi kira-kira 10,000 keluarga, sedangkan bilangan keluarga yang layak adalah jauh lebih besar. Bajet 2026 meningkatkan paket sokongan bagi keluarga yang sudah sedia ada di dalam program ini, tetapi tidak menyatakan sebarang sasaran atau pelan untuk meningkatkan jumlah dan latihan jurulatih. Saya ingin bertanya kepada kementerian berkenaan, berapakah anggaran bilangan keluarga yang layak tetapi belum disertakan di dalam program ini, serta sasaran dalam pengambilan jurulatih baru di dalam bajet ini. Ketiga, berkenaan jurang masa antara pengumuman dan pelaksanaan subsidi prasekolah. Menaikkan had pendapatan untuk subsidi prasekolah daripada $12,000 ke $15,000 dan had bantuan yuran penjagaan pelajar dari $4,500 ke $6,500 adalah langkah yang tepat dan saya menyokong sepenuhnya. Namun kedua-dua perubahan ini hanya berkuat kuasa pada Januari 2027. Saya ingin bertanya mengapa langkah-langkah ini tidak boleh berkuat kuasa lebih awal. Contohnya pada April 2026 memandangkan infrastruktur yang diperlukan sudah pun wujud. Sebuah keluarga yang berpendapatan $13,500 sebulan yang berada di atas had subsidi pada masa ini tetapi di bawah had terbaru masih terpaksa menanggung kos yang lebih tinggi selama 9 bulan lagi. Saya memohon kementerian berkenaan untuk mempertimbangkan sama ada langkah peralihan sementara seperti yang pernah dilakukan melalui pakej offset GST dan voucher CDC boleh diperkenalkan untuk keluarga dalam kelompok ini. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to close not with demography but with equity because that is ultimately what each of these 3 points is about. Every family the government has acknowledged as deserving support through fee cap reduction, through expanded subsidy thresholds, and through Comlink Plus design, should receive and support well, with predictability, without arbitrary age cut-offs, without a 9-month gap between announcement and delivery, and not only if they happen to be among the 10,000 families with a coach already assigned to them. The 3 asks I have made today are specific and proportionate. A published review of whether the structure of support for families with post-primary school aged children is well matched to the cost they actually bear. A stated coverage target and coach investment plan for Comlink Plus, and for the last point, an explanation of why April 2026 is not feasible as a start date, and if the gap cannot be closed, a transitional bridging measure for families who are caught waiting using instruments that the government has deployed before. Sir, these are not only questions about families already in the system. The same conditions, cost, uncertainty, and the gap between announcement and delivery are shaping whether the next generation of families forms at all. Just this week, the Straits Times reported that 2025 recorded the lowest number of marriages in Singapore since 2020, a third consecutive year of decline. Researchers point to longer-term shifts in how Singaporeans perceive marriage, but also to concerns that policy can more directly speak to: uncertain economic future, a higher cost of living, and the need to be financially stable before starting a family. They are signals that the conditions for forming a family do not yet feel sufficiently stable or attainable to many. If Budget 2026 is serious about strengthening families, the support it offers must speak not only to households already formed, but also to those still deciding whether they can afford to form one. Flexible support that falls off at age cutoffs, programs whose reach falls short of eligible need, and subsidy expansions that arrive later than necessary may each appear defensible in isolation. But taken together, they risk reinforcing the very hesitation that policy design should be working to reduce, not entrench. Nonetheless, I support the budget.
Mr. Azhar Othman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to wish members of the House, Shin and Kuala, Happy Lunar New Year, and our fellow Muslim colleagues, selamat menyambut ibadah puasa, welcome to the holy month of Ramadan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my speech will be touching on three aspects that I hope will set the tone forward. The Singapore Company, which covers business, local and international, employment and employability, Singapore family, and the Singapore dream. Singapore has achieved significant success through strong and clean leadership, pragmatic long-term economic policies, a pro-business environment, and substantial investment in human capital. However, we now face unprecedented challenges. Internally, we are dealing with an aging society, low birth rates, and high cost of living. Externally, geopolitical tensions, a multipolar world, and a shift from rule-based to a power-based order that are influencing our landscape. The Singapore Company reflects the good work of the government of Singapore, managing Singapore like a well-run engine. The recent budget announced by our Prime Minister is a positive step in supporting businesses and fellow Singaporeans. Yet, in this transformed environment, we must act differently and decisively. Trade remains the lifeblood of Singapore's economy, making it essential for the government to support companies in maintaining strength and pursuing global growth. It is crucial for the government to provide support to businesses at all levels, whether they are startups, SMEs, or MNCs based in Singapore. We ought to build resilience, be adaptable, and constantly innovate to stay competitive and be relevant. The budget for 2026 shows that the government does listen to the ground. The budget includes a tax rebate of 40% and a benefit of $1,500 for active companies with at least one local employee. This initiative serves as an immediate short-term support to alleviate operational costs. In addition to this, there are various forms of support by the government, such as increased funding for grants, loans, and international growth, which are highly crucial. Nevertheless, I would like to propose that the government extend support to micro and home-based businesses. During the pandemic, the Singapore Malay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, SMCCI, engaged with 1,800 home-based businesses, which embody the spirit of entrepreneurship and have shown resilience in managing their operations. Some of these businesses have successfully transition to formal companies. Dr. Malik Hassan, whose parents started their business selling nasi lemak, I think some of you may know. From a stall at Adam Food Center, Dr. Malik, who is also the president of the Singapore Malay Chamber of Commerce, has expanded to now having 40 branches across Singapore and has evolved to provide a variety of food and beverages. On a personal experience, Deputy Speaker, my mother ran a home-based business selling rojak initially at our kampung house, and then moved to our 3-room HDB flats. Sometimes I help make the rojak to be sold to our neighbors. Today, our engineering company has offices in 7 countries: Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Uzbekistan, with our HQ in Singapore. My mother's entrepreneurship spirit has rubbed onto her son that's allowed his company to grow regionally. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is essential to embed the DNA of entrepreneurship in as many Singaporeans as possible. This can also be achieved by having entrepreneurship and non-examination subjects introduced at the primary, secondary, and high institutions. Such subjects will enhance their creative and innovative minds. We should be a country of creators and innovators that develop new businesses, thereby increases the economic status of Singapore and Singaporeans. Mr. Deputy Speaker, SME centers at SMCI Business Advisors have provided business advisory to 3,000 businesses annually. Other forms of programs like PBG, Partner for Business Growth, were performed. When guided effectively, economic growth driven by these companies benefits not only the business owners, but also the employees they hire. Mr. Deputy Speaker, strengthening support for Enterprise Singapore, SME centers, and trade associations and chambers will enhance the ecosystem and network of assistance available to local companies. As a small nation, our greatest asset lies in our ability to forge a powerful coalition of companies, government bodies, and TACs working collaboratively to support one another. Next, I would like to touch on support for international growth. The Enhanced Grant and Market Readiness Assistance, MRA, are welcome initiatives that can significantly benefit our companies. It is crucial for our business to expand beyond our shores and establish presence in various regions, including ASEAN, Africa, Middle East, Latin America, and many others. Financial support plays a vital role in this expansion. I propose that enhanced grant be provided to trade associations and chambers and SMEs to facilitate regular business missions. This initiative enables companies to explore the best opportunities in their target countries. Ministry for Foreign Affairs to look at having our passport be visa-free in as many countries as possible. We are already in good position, but there are still countries we need to apply visa, and these are countries we need to ensure visa-free to ease traveling and business operation. Establishing more FTAs and strengthening our partnership with ASEAN partners, such as the Johor Singapore SEZ, and various other countries will ensure our local companies are welcome in that region and do extremely well via partnership or even merger and acquisition. In addition to the grant, it is essential that TACs and the Enterprise Singapore, which has an international network, aid our local companies. I am pleased to note that Singapore Business Federation, SBF, has established an office in Dubai. And I had the privilege of speaking with Ms. Anita, the lead manager of SBF in Dubai, and discuss ways to grow business effectively and understand the landscape and culture of the local country. I have also participated and at times led numerous business missions organized by the Singapore Malay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Singapore Business Federation, Enterprise Singapore, and the UAE Singapore Business Council. These missions are crucial for companies to receive support, minimize errors in establishing their business in foreign markets, and gain access to the robust network developed by ESG and TACs. The ecosystem will empower Singapore companies to set up their operation overseas in the most effective manner possible and be very successful. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will touch on employment and employability, which is crucial in today's evolving landscape. The support provided by the government through initiatives like Skills Future has been very encouraging. New industries such as space technology, advanced manufacturing, digitalization, data centers, and renewable energy are emerging, offering a wide range of employment opportunities. As with every sector, artificial intelligence will play a significant role in enhancing productivity within these fields. Singaporeans are navigating the transition from sunset industries to these new sectors, and the ability to learn quickly is essential. especially as AI becomes integrated into these industries. Therefore, the support from both the government and employers is invaluable. Training and transition to these new industries to be made easily accessible. A strong foundation for any worker lies in their attitude, and many Singaporeans exemplify qualities such as intelligence, hard work, and honesty. By enhancing their skills with AI competency, they can become valuable assets to companies. Sir, turning to the Singapore family, sir, I often think of the government as the greatest family of all. Just as the parent ensures each child gets the specific support they need, our budget must reflect that same targeted compassion. The CDC vouchers is a welcoming support. If I can propose that, as other members have done so, that each support be pegged with the performance of the Singapore economy. Singaporeans can enjoy when the country do well. Similar to company issue bonus to their staff when a company do well too. We can even call it the Singapore bonus. On providing support for Singapore families, we must also move toward a more sophisticated, data-driven model of support. We know that a family in a 3-room flat caring for special needs or an ailing octogenarian faces vastly different pressures than a young couple in the same block. I am confident with the data that we have, the support should be calibrated based on household dependency ratios to ensure that those who need the most help receive it regularly until they can truly fend for themselves. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must protect the Singapore dream. This dream is a promise that every citizen, whether their passion lies in the arts, sports, business owner, or the boardroom, can become the best version of themselves. But the dream is about more than just economics. It's about the spirit. We must ask ourselves, are Singaporeans proud of the country they were born in? Are they happy? Will they sacrifice for their children's future so that they may live with dignity? The answer will be yes. If we continue to provide this, that this government is a caring, responsible partner in their success. By strengthening our economy, companies' global outreach, a respected career for our workforce, and refining our family support, we ensure that the Singapore dream remains a living reality for all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the budget. It positions Singapore to seize opportunities in the age of artificial intelligence, strengthen our engines of growth, and build a resilient and skilled workforce. In the lead-up to this budget, the Ministry of Finance released an occasional paper on income growth, inequality, and social mobility. The findings are significant. Over the past decade, income growth has been broad-based. Lower-income workers experienced stronger gains. Real household income per member grew by 3.1% for the bottom 20th percentile, compared with 2.9% for the median. These are not abstract statistics. They reflect deliberate policy choices. The labor movement is heartened because these outcomes affirm the impact of the progressive wage model. Unlike a blunt, across-the-board wage floor, PWM is sector-specific, covers over 40 job roles, and links wages to skills and productivity. It recognizes operational realities while creating structured progression pathways for our workers. Had we not adopted PWM, we may well have followed the global pattern where median wage growth consistently outpaces that of the lowest paid workers. I therefore thank the government and employers for working very closely with the labor movement to make PWM work. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must not be complacent. Recent MOM data shows that median wages are beginning to outpace those at the 20th percentile. Between 2024 and 2025, real income grew by 3.6% at the 20th percentile, but 4.1% at the median. If this trend persists, the gap will widen again. Singapore also remains some distance from the OECD benchmark, where wages at the 20th percentile are around 2/3 of the median. As our economy matures and pivots towards AI-driven growth, tripartite partners must exercise leadership. Growth must not pull away from those at the bottom. To uphold a we-first society, we must ensure that every Singaporean progresses regardless of where they start. The labour movement reaffirms our commitment to work closely with the government and the employers to ensure that the fruits of growth are shared fairly. We must maintain momentum in PWM through our tripartite institutions, especially the National Wages Council's Progressive Wage Guidelines. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the last major tripartite review on lower wage support was in 2021. One key recommendation was that firms employing foreign workers pay at least the local qualifying salary to all their local workers. Last September, I called for the LQS to be raised in this term of government. I therefore thank the government for responding in Budget 2026 by increasing the LQS from $1,600 to $1,800. But we must examine this in context. An LQS of $1,800 corresponds roughly to the 10th percentile wage in nominal terms in 2023, some 3 years ago. If LQS lags too far behind actual wage distributions, adjustments will become reactive and steep. I therefore urge the government to consider 3 actions. First, publish the latest nominal gross monthly wages, excluding employer CPF, of the bottom 10 percentile of resident full-time workers, so that LQS adjustments are benchmarked transparently. Second, clarify what proportion of workers at or below the 10 percentile will be covered when LQS rises to $1,800. We must ensure that the policy meaningfully reaches those it is intended to protect. Third, move towards a more regular review mechanism or an advanced schedule of increases. A predictable glide path will give businesses certainty while preventing LQS from falling behind wage realities. If we believe in sustained wage uplift, we must institutionalize it. Sir, I welcome also the extension of the progressive wage credit scheme. It helps businesses adapt to higher wages as they transform and improve productivity. However, for PWM sectors where baseline wages have already crossed $3,000 and/or wage increases are below $200, support may taper off too quickly. I therefore urge the government to review the PWCS parameters to include all sectors and occupations under PWM and the occupational progressive wages. Where industries are undergoing longer-term transformation, co-funding support should be calibrated to match their transformation timelines. If we expect employers to sustain higher wages, we must align our fiscal support with operational realities. Beyond LQS and PWCS, we must strengthen PWM itself. First, I call on the government to extend the PWM bonus to all PWM sectors. The PWM bonus functions very much like an annual wage supplement. It provides workers with an additional payment to cope with cost of living pressures. Today, it applies only to cleaning, lift and escalator, waste management, and landscape sectors. There is no principled reason to confine it to just these sectors. Second, we must address leave entitlements in outsourced service sectors. Many workers in these sectors see their leave reset when service contracts change hands.
As a result, their leave stagnates at a statutory minimum of 7 days, despite years of service in the same job scope. I therefore call on the government to raise the baseline leave entitlement for PWM workers in outsourced sectors from 7 days to 10 days. This is a calibrated enhancement focused on sectors where contract churn structurally. Let me repeat this. This is a calibrated enhancement focused only on sectors where the contract's churn structurally limits leave progression. By setting a higher baseline within PWM, we strengthen retention, recognize accumulated service, and improve workforce stability, while allowing service providers and service buyers to price this transparency into contracts in a sustainable manner. Third, we should expand PWM to more sectors. Where sectors are ready, we should move decisively. For example, in the pest management sector, NTUC has been engaging the Singapore Pest Management Association and industry stakeholders. We hope to implement PWM in this sector to professionalize the industry, improve retention, and build local talent pipelines. As with other PWM sectors, we will make sure to bring on board a good representation of industry players, including service buyers, to make sure ground realities are adequately addressed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for Singapore to capitalize on artificial intelligence has a strategic advantage. Our workforce must be AI ready. The Prime Minister spoke about strengthening lifelong learning through Skills Future. I fully agree. Skills Future has embedded a culture of continuous learning. But in its next phase, we must address a structural weakness. Today, there are around 500 training providers offering more than 9,500 courses. The rush to utilize expiring credits revealed a real challenge: choice paralysis. Too many options, too little guidance. We already see how AI works in everyday life. When we shop on e-commerce platforms, products are not shown to us randomly. Algorithms study our past searches, our purchases and preferences, and recommends items we are most likely to need. If AI can do this for shopping, surely we can harness it for something far more important: our workers' careers. Skills Future must therefore shift from being cost-centric to worker-centric. Each worker should receive tailored training recommendations aligned to their experience, their career trajectory, aspirations, and life stage. Skills Future can be integrated with NTUC's AI-powered career coach to deliver personalized training pathways at scale, identifying skills gap, recommending relevant courses, and mapping out progression pathways. If we are serious about AI, let us use AI to empower every worker, not just those who are already digitally fluent. I'll next move on to address cost of living pressures. Budget 2026 provides important cost of living support measures. I commend the government for these efforts. The labour movement will also continue to do our part. Our NTUC survey on economic sentiments shows that wages keeping up with cost of living remains top concern across all age groups and income brackets. A Consumer Association of Singapore poll of over 360 Price Kaki users found that nearly 60% of respondents felt that grocery expenses increased the most in the past year. And 82% said that the cost of living special payment and the CDC vouchers would help their households the most. Through Fair Price Group, we benchmark more than 500 key value items and offer over 3,500 house brand products to stretch household budgets without compromising quality. Since 2015, targeted discount schemes such as those for Chas Blue and Orange cardholders have delivered over $90 million in value to consumers who shop at fair price. Beyond daily essentials, we stepped in when families face deeper difficulties. In 2025 alone, the NTUC Care Fund supported over 47,000 lower-income union members and their families through various care assistance programs, with close to $5.5 million disbursed. These programs support school-going children, assist families facing sudden income loss, and provide relief during periods of hardship. This year, NTUC has cast a wider net by increasing the income eligibility of our care assistance programs to $4,300, aligned to the 20th percentile of gross household income in 2024. We will also strengthen support for single caregivers as well as families with younger children with special needs. The Fair Price Foundation further complements these efforts. In 2025, its community programs delivered close to $12 million in support to over 1.2 million beneficiaries, including more than $1.6 million in fresh groceries and hot meals delivered through A Full Plate, Singapore's largest food donation drive. But beyond support measures, the most sustainable answer beyond support measures, the most sustainable answer to cost of living pressures remains wage growth. And that brings us back to PWM, LQS, and tripartite resolve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me conclude with the story of Mr. Hussein. Mr. Hussein is a cleaner and the sole breadwinner for his family. He has 3 children, aged 23, 20, and 11. Every day, Mr. Hussein wakes up before dawn to head to work. His job is physically demanding and often unseen, but he carries it out with quiet dignity. For nearly 20 years as a union member, he has done his part, working hard, providing for his family, and believing that if he persevered, things would improve. Through NTUC's care assistance programs, he received support for his children's school expenses and essential daily needs. For Mr. Hussein, structured wage progression under PWM is not just a statistic. It means opportunity, it means stability, it means dignity. His story is not unique, and that is precisely the point. When tripartism works, we translate policy into possibility for families like his. So let us ensure that as Singapore rises in the age of artificial intelligence, we rise together, leaving no worker behind and carrying every family forward. Sir, I support the budget.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. We are operating in a world that is more fragmented, less predictable, in a world where small missteps now carry larger consequences. If we misallocate capital, recovery is slower. If we delay reform, the competitive gap widens. If we neglect skills, the deficit compounds. And if fractures emerge within society, they may take years, even generations, to repair. For small states, there's less room for error. Survival depends on foresight, adaptability, and unity of purpose. Allow me to frame my remarks to Budget 2026 around 2 themes: capability and cohesion. First, on capability, Budget 2026 rightly accelerates Singapore's push in AI and other strategic capabilities. The support for business transformation through enhanced enterprise schemes and AI adoption incentives is timely and necessary. But transformation is not merely about investing in new technology. It's also about redesigning processes, how work is done, who does it, with what tools, and to what effect. Redesigning processes ultimately involves people. It is people who interpret signals, exercise judgment, and bear responsibility. While technology may drive new processes, it's people in the organization who determine the pace of change. If workflows evolve, but mindsets do not, progress stalls, and competitors move ahead. Adaptation is ultimately a human challenge. So just as we supercharge our AI strategy to enable firms to adapt, we must ensure that we are preparing our people to adapt at the same pace. If we want transformation to be fast, we must also prepare people to be adaptable. And that's why support for Skills Future and adult learning is critical. The merger of Skills Future Singapore and Workforce Singapore is significant because it brings training and job placement under one roof, so that upgrading skills connects more directly to employment. Otherwise, firms will still adapt, but they'll do so by sourcing talent elsewhere, and Singaporeans will risk being left behind. So just as we reskill adult workers in the short term, we must also invest in the longer-term development of our youth. And that brings me to education. AI will not simply change jobs, it will change how we value skills. When information is instantly accessible and machines can generate high-quality work at scale, speed and recall no longer set individuals apart. Preparing our young for this future requires more than just updating content. It requires rethinking how we teach, how we assess, and even how we structure time and space for learning. We must be prepared for fundamental reforms in education. If technology can elevate baseline cognitive performance, then assessing students solely on the outputs they produce becomes less meaningful. The emphasis must shift. And in a world where information is abundant, the current focus on high-pressure exams built around memorization risk misallocating our efforts. The competencies that will be valuable lies elsewhere, in discernment, collaboration, ethical judgment, and the ability to navigate complexity. What then are the implications? 21st century competencies must sit at the heart of our educational goals. We should bring the same intensity and focus to nurturing these capabilities as we have historically devoted to excelling in examinations. But I'm not advocating that we all run out to purchase a 10-year series for creativity or adaptability. Please don't do that. But in doing so and placing the 21st century competencies at the heart of our national educational priorities, this will require significant change. And teachers must be at the center of this transformation. And that's why I'm encouraged that this budget recognizes the central role of education in securing our future, with MOE's total expenditure projected to increase by 8.8% year-on-year, and operating expenditure rising by 6%, largely to recruit more educators. For a country whose only natural resource is human capital, this is not academic, it is consequential. Now let me turn briefly to higher education. Universities exist to serve a societal purpose. And in an age of AI, serving that purpose requires more than incremental adjustment. It requires structural redesign, not only in what universities teach, but how they teach. Not only in how they conduct research, but how that research connects to evolving societal and industry needs. It raises deeper questions. Who do universities serve? Primarily the young at the start of their careers, or also adults returning mid-career to reskill and adapt? Must programs remain anchored to a traditional four-year model following junior college or polytechnic pathways, or can the duration, pacing, and credentialing become more modular and flexible? How should funding models evolve when knowledge cycles shorten and industries transform more rapidly? Now, if universities are to remain relevant in an AI-led world, they must be prepared to rethink purpose, restructure, and rethink how they deliver content, not just in terms of their pedagogy. But transformation does not occur in a vacuum. Incentives shape behavior. And for universities, those incentives are heavily influenced by global rankings, many of which are operated by privately owned commercial organizations. These metrics shape how institutions allocate resources and define success. As SMU's president, Professor Lily Kong, observed in her recent IPS lecture, rankings can become powerful drivers of institutional behavior. Universities must guard against allowing external metrics to redefine their mission. If reforms that strengthen teaching quality or societal alignment risk affecting ranking position, institutions may hesitate. Now, to be fair, existing rankings attempt to incorporate elements of impact and engagement, but they remain heavily weighted towards research output, citation counts, and reputation surveys. If we are serious about transforming higher education for an AI-led world, then we must also align the metrics that institutions pay attention to. Now, Singapore is well placed to catalyze the development of a complementary international metrics framework for universities, governed multilaterally by academics, policymakers, industry, and civil society. Such a framework would not replace existing rankings, but rebalance incentives towards learning outcomes, meaningful societal impact, and long-term capability building. If metrics shape incentives, then shaping metrics is part of our national strategy. And doing so would empower our universities to pursue the necessary reforms without being constrained by narrow indicators. My second point, Deputy Speaker, is on cohesion. Now, if capability enables adaptation, cohesion enables resilience. As work and learning become more personalized and technologically augmented, shared spaces of belonging become more important. But cohesion cannot be left to chance. We must be intentional about cultivating it, and the sports and the arts play a central role here. They are where resilience is demonstrated, imagination expressed, and identity projected. They generate both social capital and economic spillovers through events and the broader creative economy. So it's encouraging that MCCY's budget has increased by 13.8% in budget 2026, with much of this increase directed towards infrastructure development. Infrastructure matters, but it is only half the equation. If we invest in facilities without strengthening the practitioners who animate them, we dilute the return on national investment. Ensuring that support for practitioners grows in step with capital investment is not imprudent, it is disciplined stewardship. Beyond public spending, we should also consider how to mobilize more private capital into this ecosystem. Budget 2026 grants up to 400% tax deductions on qualified AI spend for businesses to catalyze innovation. So I think it's reasonable to ask whether our tax framework can offer similarly attractive incentives to more strongly encourage sustained giving to the arts and the sports. In 2024, arts organizations raised about 45 million in cash and in-kind donations, roughly 3.3% of total giving, while sports organizations raised about 16.7 million, or 1.2% of total giving. So, judging by the inspired speeches from members of the House commending our athletes in our first sitting for 2026, I think these are modest sums relative to the role these sectors play in shaping national identity and cohesion. Strengthening incentives for sustained giving to qualified IPCs in the arts and sports would deepen participation and reinforce the practitioner base without significantly increasing public expenditure. In uncertain times, cohesion becomes even more critical. Encouraging sustained giving is not charity. It is an investment in the vibrance and resilience of Singapore. So in closing, Budget 2026 stands out for its emphasis on capability and cohesion. In my remarks, I have outlined how we can build capability by reforming education for an AI-led world and aligning university incentives with societal needs. I've spoken about strengthening cohesion by investing in the people who front our sporting and cultural life. If we act decisively in both, we can ride the next wave rather than be overwhelmed by it. Yes, some may claim that AI is overhyped and that we are in an AI bubble. They may be right. I cannot predict the future. But the cost of being caught off guard far exceeds the cost of being underprepared. Let me say that again. The cost of being caught off guard far exceeds the cost of being overprepared. This budget gives us that foundation. It now requires equal resolve in both capability and cohesion. If we do so, this period of uncertainty can become one of renewal, not because the world has become easier to navigate, but because we have become stronger as one united people. Sir, I support this budget.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is my first budget as an MP from the Labour movement. And in previous debates, I've spoken up on mental health, education, and lifelong learning, and in support of educators and our healthcare workers, causes that remain close to my heart. Stepping into this new role has made something clearer to me. It all converges. At the heart of all these issues lies work. The dignity of work, the stability that employment provides, and the confidence to navigate change. Whether as an educator or healthcare worker, adapting to new technologies, or mid-career worker confronting AI-driven transformation, transitions affect everyone. And so today, I wish to focus on how we can better support workers through transitions in the age of AI. Over the past months, through my engagements at NTUC, I've observed that transitions is not a one-size-fits-all. Different workers experience transitions differently. So let me briefly outline 4 groups. First, our youth. For young people entering the workforce, the transition is from education to employment. Many wonder whether the skills that they are learning today will still be relevant to them in the future. They are thinking about more than just their first job. They are thinking about independence, stability, and of course, building a future. They need clearer exposure to industry realities, earlier signals of growth sectors, stronger alignment between education and employment, and of course, meaningful mentorship. Second, are mid-career workers. This group have financial commitments, housing loans, caregiving responsibilities, and children in school. So when industries transform, they not only ask, what should I learn? But also, do I have time to go and learn? Can I afford to make this move? I therefore thank the government for announcing increased support for aged care, preschool, childcare, and student care, and committing holistically to review the student care sector to better meet the caregiving needs of families with primary school-aged children. This would ease some of the burdens on our mid-career workers and help them juggle work, upskilling, and caregiving more effectively. The third group, our senior workers. Many have spent a large part of their lives working and take a great pride in their jobs, careers, and the knowledge they have built. They are living longer and healthier lives and would like more options to continue contributing, such as flexible work arrangements and part-time and even community-based work. For them, it's not just about the job redesign, but also ageism and social stigma and presumptions that they are less productive and slower to adapt. Our seniors want to feel accepted and valued in the workplace after a lifetime of contributing to Singapore's economic development. They have undergone many rounds of technological change, and they believe they can adapt and acquire AI skills. The fourth group are displaced workers. When retrenchment occurs, anxiety is immediate. It can paralyze decision-making. And in such moments, clarity and coordinated support matter greatly. Now, this group face different friction points, but whether young or senior,
mid-career or displaced, their concerns converge around 3 pillars: clarity, early and trusted engagement, and confidence. So let me begin with the first pillar. Transitions require clarity. At last year's debate, I spoke about workers' uncertainty regarding the returns from upskilling. Many were willing to learn, but unsure whether courses would translate into real employment outcomes. So I am very encouraged that this year's budget strengthens the system-level alignment by merging Skills Future Singapore and Workforce Singapore. This structural reform improves coordination between training, career guidance, and most importantly, job matching. It begins to address the fragmentation that I raised previously. I met a mid-career worker who completed multiple courses over 3 years. She showed me her certificates proudly. Yet she asked whether she had upgraded in the right direction. Her wages had not shifted significantly. Her pathway remains unclear. So effort without direction creates frustration. Effort with direction builds confidence. Clarity must mean that workers understand what skills are in demand, which sectors are growing, what roles can they realistically move into, and what progression looks over time. This is particularly important in the age of AI, where the change is faster and signals can be very much blurred. For our young people, clarity must begin even before they graduate. And this is why early career exposure and structured mentorship matters. Through platforms such as NTUC Youth, young members receive career guidance and industry exposure to help them navigate this first transition with greater confidence. Clarity must also translate into action at the company level. Transformation is ultimately about process redesign, tool redesign, and of course, job redesign. I therefore call on more businesses to take a worker-centered perspective when implementing transformation. NTUC's Company Training Committee grant supports companies in doing precisely this by funding structured transformation initiatives that directly translate into better worker outcomes. When workers see how their roles are redesigned rather than removed, clarity becomes tangible. Clarity turns the transition from something feared into something navigable. Sir, second, transitions require early and trusted engagement. No worker should have to navigate transitions alone. Recently, I was involved in a retrenchment exercise. It gave me a deeper appreciation of how important early engagement is. Not just a concept, but as a lived, practical mechanism of support. When union leaders were engaged early, even before formal announcements, preparations could begin quietly. Career advisory support was coordinated. Alternative employment options could be identified in advance to minimize the period of uncertainty for a worker. In contrast, when information flows to the union too late, workers feel blindsided, and of course, anxiety multiplies. Support becomes reactive instead of proactive. The difference between being informed before and after an announcement can be profound. This experience reinforced something I've spoken about in previous debates. Strong industrial relations are built over time. They're built on trust, regular dialogue, and mutual respect long before disruption occurs. As transition accelerates in the age of AI, restructuring may become more frequent across many sectors. The strength of our system will depend not only on economic agility, but on relational trust. The Prime Minister reaffirmed in his budget speech that the government will continue working closely with NTUC and unions to support workers through change. To strengthen this commitment, we should review and reinforce norms around early engagement and consultation where feasible. This does not mean adversarial industrial relations. It means building clearer expectations. It means earlier dialogue, greater transparency, shared responsibility in transition planning. Other jurisdictions have formalized advance notice mechanisms. Our approach need not replicate theirs, but we can continue strengthening norms that encourage responsible employer conduct and early partnership. Because trust cannot be built at the point of retrenchment. It must be built before disruption happens. This is the second pillar. Transitions require early and trusted engagement. Sir, third, transitions require confidence. This confidence comes from two sources: external assurance of clear pathways from education and training from work, and internal resilience. So I thank the Prime Minister for acknowledging that anxieties surrounding AI are real. What I have observed is that this anxiety often stems from resistance, not from the resistance to change, but from the uncertainty about identity and value. Workers ask themselves, am I still relevant? Do my skills matter? Is there still space for me in this economy? And these are deeply human questions. In one conversation, a senior professional shared that his greatest fear was not unemployment, but irrelevance. He had spent decades building expertise. As digital systems were introduced, he worried whether the expertise would still be recognized. In another case, a displaced worker delayed updating his resume for a week, not because he lacked ability, but because he felt uncertain about how to position himself in a fastly changed market. Transitions, therefore, are not merely about skills transfer. They're about identity transition. They're about dignity. As we strengthen workforce systems, we should be intentionally ensuring that our students and workers have the confidence to navigate. And this means that we design transition support frameworks, whether for youth entering the workforce, mid-career switchers, or displaced workers. Structured activation and confidence-building components should sit alongside upgrading and job matching. Career guidance should not only provide listings of available roles, it should help workers reframe their value. Transition programs should not only provide technical certification. They should help individuals rebuild momentum and self-belief. We have seen through structured activation and resilience interventions that when workers regain clarity and confidence, follow-through, interview rates, and transition outcomes improve. Confidence, therefore, is not abstract. It is measurable and actionable. I therefore suggest that confidence building and structured activation support be intentionally embedded within our transition frameworks, alongside skills upgrading and job matching. This could help integrate structured coaching and activation components into career conversion programs and transition support services so that workers receive not only technical training, but guided momentum towards re-employment. If we deliberately embed confidence building into transition support, we strengthen not only our individual workers, but also the resilience of our workforce as a whole. Resilience determines whether change feels like an opportunity or a threat that gives individuals the confidence to take decisive steps to embrace the future of work. And this is the third pillar. Transitions require confidence. Sir, I will now speak in Malay. Tuan, dalam ucapan saya tadi, saya telah menyentuh tentang peralihan pekerjaan dan kesan AI terhadap tenaga kerja kita. Izinkan saya kini memberi tumpuan secara khusus kepada peranan fokus area keempat atau FA4 di bawah M Kuasa 3 dalam bidang pekerjaan dan daya kerja. FA4 akan memastikan masyarakat Melayu Islam bersedia dan berdaya saing dalam ekonomi yang sedang berubah. Dalam bulan Ramadan dan dengan Hari Raya yang bakal menjelang, saya tahu ramai penduduk di kawasan saya menjalankan perniagaan dari rumah, menjual kuih muih, pakaian dan pelbagai produk secara dalam talian. AI juga boleh dimanfaatkan oleh mereka. Mereka boleh menggunakan alat AI untuk membentuk poster dan gambar produk yang lebih menarik, menulis kapsion pemasaran yang lebih berkesan, menjawab pertanyaan pelanggan secara automatik, malah mengurus tempahan dan rekod kewangan dengan lebih tersusun. Teknologi ini bukan hanya untuk syarikat besar, ia juga untuk peniaga yang kecil yang mahu berkembang. AI juga bukan sekadar relevan dalam perniagaan. Sebagai seorang bapa, saya sendiri melihat bagaimana teknologi ini boleh digunakan secara bertanggungjawab dalam pembelajaran. Anak saya yang mengalami disleksia seperti saya, dan beliau menduduki PSLE tahun lalu. Kita semua tahu soalan PSLE ini kadang-kala agak menarik. Sebenarnya susah lah, tapi menarik. Dengan menggunakan alat AI dalam mood pelajaran yang sesuai, iaitu study and learn, ia tidak memberikan jawapan secara langsung. Sebaliknya, ia membimbing langkah demi langkah, membantu memahami cara berfikir dan pendekatan untuk menyelesaikan soalan. Ini menjadi alat sokongan, bukan pengganti usaha. Saya dapat duduk bersama beliau dan melalui soalan-soalan tersebut dengan lebih yakin, seolah saya menjadi seorang ayah yang pro untuk seketika. Pengalaman ini menunjukkan kepada saya bahawa jika digunakan dengan betul, AI boleh membina keyakinan dan memperkukuhkan pembelajaran. Jika dalam pendidikan dan perniagaan kecil kita boleh memanfaatkan AI secara baik, secara bijak, maka dalam pekerjaan dan peningkatan kemahiran juga kita harus berani melakukan perkara yang sama. Dalam aspek pekerjaan dan daya kerja, FA4 boleh terus memperkukuhkan hubungan dengan majikan dan rakan industri supaya lebih banyak peluang latihan, internship dan penempatan kerja diwujudkan dalam sektor pertumbuhan. Di pihak NTUC, melalui inisiatif seperti AI Ready SG, kami akan terus menyokong para pelajar, pekerja dan usahawan dalam menghadapi perubahan ini. Perincian lanjut akan saya huraikan dalam pembahasan Committee of Supply nanti. Akhirnya, AI bukan sekadar soal teknologi. Ia soal bagaimana kita memilih untuk menggunakannya. Jika kita menggunakannya dengan bijak, perubahan ini bukan satu ancaman. Ia peluang untuk masyarakat kita terus maju dengan yakin. Sir, in closing, as transitions become more frequent in the age of AI, our responsibility is clear. We must strengthen clarity so workers see the real pathways forward. We must deepen early, trusted engagement so no one feels blindsided by change. And we must intentionally build confidence so that workers are equipped not only with skills but also with the self-assurance and resilience to move forward. If we get these three foundations right, transition will not weaken our workforce. It will only strengthen it. And Singapore will continue to move ahead with our workers, not ahead of them. Sir, I support the budget.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, our system of public education is undeniably among the best in the world. Even if we quibble about the details, the statistics speak for themselves. Our most recent ranking in the OECD's Program for International Student Assessment has us ranked first worldwide, and the World Bank's Human Capital Index likewise has put us up top. Yet this success, while not undeserved, belie an important reality. We have done exceeding well until now, but it is highly uncertain if we will continue to do so, especially in an artificial intelligence age where traditional educational advantages are being rapidly upended by the advance of this technology. As PM Wong stated in his budget address, our response to AI cannot be one of fear. This year's budget exhibits an explicit tilt toward helping our nation confront the challenges of AI and, having spoken on the importance of AI in my budget response 2 years back, I agree wholeheartedly with this stance. Hence, I support this year's budget. But it would be foolish to be blind to the immense transformative potential of AI to not just disrupt, but also completely overturn the competitive advantages of the Singapore model. We cannot proceed with business as usual. We need change not because our educational system is failing to deliver today, but because it is not adapted to deliver tomorrow. This is the hardest type of change, requiring foresight, wisdom, and courage. After all, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Let's first acknowledge how far our system has come. Public mass education began in earnest a decade before independence, following the establishment of our Ministry of Education. MOE's goal at the time was to reconcile the diverse approaches to education, given our multiracial population, and to orient schooling toward the goals of nation building and workforce preparedness. This effort was immensely successful. The overall number of years of schooling in the population went from less than 4 years in 1960 to more than 12 by 2015. With an emphasis on science and technical education, coupled with a rigorous system of sorting and tracking, public education became the backbone of our nation's remarkable economic progress. Indeed, if you ask economists what they think was the most important factor underlying our nation's move from third world to first, many will likely point to our educational system. We must not take this success for granted, however, because the global educational landscape is rapidly changing. The advent of AI will mean an erosion of the edge in knowledge and ability that our schooling system had previously been able to confer. Emerging research already points to how AI compresses the skills gap by raising the productivity of inexperienced and lesser trained workers. This is the case even for college educated professionals engaged in cognitive tasks. While this may fail to translate at the aggregate level, AI is nevertheless rapidly fulfilling its promise to vastly improve the efficiency of individuals. And this was the thrust of my speech to the budget statement 2 years ago. In the interim, AI has advanced at a breathtaking pace. Tasks that may have eluded AI, save for some determined and curated prompting, are now routinely answered with speed and accuracy. In the courses I teach at university, I struggle with how to best obtain separation between students based on submitted assignments alone. The undeniable conclusion is that our traditional model of climbing the ladder of human capital development to become competent, reliable, and trustworthy executors and operators is no longer likely to be the distinguishing factor for our workforce. The AI revolution will upend the way we approach education at all levels. In primary schools, we still have classrooms that have as many as 40 students. And this was never tenable insofar as large classrooms affect not just the ability of our kids to receive sufficient teacher attention and absorb lessons, but also the ability of our teachers to adequately manage their pupils without excess stress. It has become even less acceptable today in an AI age. While some champions of technology have lauded the promise of AI to produce education customized to each learner, research in the cognitive sciences is unambiguous in concluding that children simply respond best to instruction delivered by another human rather than a device. Furthermore, while educational technology may confer some benefits, notably in language acquisition and problem solving, these are frequently offset by drawbacks, such as reduced attention spans, diminished memory, and weakened critical thinking. The saving grace for such applications is that if they're applied in a thoughtful and deliberate manner, which occurs when EdTech is treated as a complement rather than a substitute for the teacher. This, in turn, calls for a better ratio of teachers to students in the classroom. I'm also keenly aware that at the early ages, it's absolutely crucial that kids build a solid foundation for all that is to follow. This will set them up not just to succeed in their subsequent academic endeavors, but also in all sorts of life outcomes. It is therefore crucial that we do not allow our youngest learners to be left behind in their formal educational journey, reliant on supplementary tuition and parents-turned-teachers to make up for shortfalls in understanding that they would ideally have received directly from teachers in the classroom. Much of what primary school students learn may seem like a boring reprise of known concepts, but these ideas are new, at least to the kids that are being exposed to them for the first time. And if these kids don't grasp the basic premises that they are being taught, don't get excited about acquiring new knowledge and resort to memorizing in lieu of true understanding, we set them up to be incurious individuals, ill-prepared in an AI-centric world where the ability to absorb and regurgitate information will no longer be sufficient to set a student apart. Rather, children need to be excited about their educational journey and approach school in a holistic way, as a place not just to be fed dry academic material, but a safe space to ask all sorts of questions, to challenge prevailing wisdom and assumptions, and to have fun picking up pursuits that are as varied as art and music and sport, and of course, if they're so inclined, languages along with math and science. Now, major high-stakes exams long a mainstay of gauging student understanding and evaluating student performance will be less relevant in an AI age. This requires us, pardon the pun, to reevaluate how we evaluate our kids, especially in secondary school. We need a mindset shift away from testing as a signal of competence and a means of streaming students to a way to check progress and identify if any particular student may have inadvertently fallen behind. This need to change mindset isn't lost on our educators or learners themselves. MOE officials at the highest levels have acknowledged that exams aren't the be-all and end-all, and students that embrace freedom from an exam-oriented curriculum often come to see that studying can be even a joyful and meaningful affair. Now, continual assessment has been a long-standing component of our educational system. It certainly was since I was in school, which was a long time ago. But our weightings reveal lip service paid to the notion of continual. Until recently, mid-year and final exams could comprise as much as 4/5 of the total grade, which places an inordinate emphasis on these markers. So even though the ministry formally abolished mid-year exams 3 years ago, without an accompanying rebalancing of the weight placed on exams and tests versus other forms of assessment, the effort will always remain half-hearted. Indeed, the continued presence of a relatively high-stakes year-end exam can leave students and parents feeling unprepared that they do not have a midterm gauge. Anecdotal evidence even suggests that students and parents are making up for this change by simply having tuition centers administer mock midterms in lieu. Furthermore, the PSLE and O-levels remain major consequential tools for tracking students. I, along with others on both sides of the aisle of this House, have repeatedly called for a reconsideration of these examination milestones to grant more students, the chance to pursue through-train education if they so choose. In an AI age, opportunities for late bloomers to catch up with them will be more abundant, which also means that such flexibility becomes even more important. The fact is, until the incentives for performing well exams are truly changed, it is hard to expect anyone to relinquish the single-minded focus on exams. Yet here's the nub. There is substantial evidence that genuine, continual assessment is even far better in bringing about learning and understanding. Frequent but low-stakes quizzes, as much as once a day, can improve conceptual retention and understanding. Nor should we fear that this approach, which admittedly is commonplace across East Asia, need undermine ultimate student performance. Systems like those in Estonia and Finland, as well as the US states of New Hampshire and Vermont, have relied on formative assessment and continuous feedback for years and have produced a steady stream of excellent students. Similarly, the evidence on tracking too early, by early the literature suggests between the ages of 10 and 12, which incidentally is precisely when we start subject-based banding and institute the PSLE, actually increases educational inequality without any clear achievement gains. While ministry officials ensured that subject-based banding retained mixed-form classes, and which is consistent with research that supports how within-school tracking can help students with heterogeneous ability actually cope better and promote positive peer influence, there nevertheless remains significant sorting between schools, which can undermine the benefits of tracking in the first place, while continuing to place undue importance of exams as a sorting tool. To be clear, this call to shift attention away from exams and toward continual assessment decidedly does not mean a relaxation of standards. Rather, it calls for the sort of steady engagement that can keep standards consistently high. This changed emphasis is also better aligned with fixing one of the principal challenges that the educators face in the modern AI-enabled classroom. Students who simply cannot sustain enough attention and interest to complete basic tasks expected of educated individuals, like reading an entire book cover to cover, to grasp what they have read accurately, to write with accuracy and originality, and to internalize mathematical skills. So AI will probably have the greatest impact on the way we go about tertiary education, and I'll pause here to declare that I am indeed a college professor. Until now, university education has had a twofold aim: to impart the workforce with modern value-added skills via high-quality teaching, and to infuse our economy with the latest cutting-edge innovation and technology through research. Both will now be upended by AI. What does it mean to transmit knowledge to undergraduates when such knowledge can be easily accessed and repurposed at the touch of a button, is rapidly devalued within years of graduation, and can usually be obtained at a far cheaper cost? What does it mean when answers to assignments usually arrive after extensive reflection, discussion, and struggle may be obtained within minutes with a simple prompt? There are already inklings of the tsunami of change that is about to come. Generative AI can easily synthesize and deliver information that all but the very best undergraduates struggle to absorb, relieving the need for entry-level positions. Agentic AI can already accurately execute a wide range of tasks that new graduates used to fill, which means that firms will have a far weaker incentive of hiring them. Indeed, I believe that it will not be foundational models, which has captured so much of the public imagination and excitement with their clever answers to questions and seemingly human interactions, but rather agent-based ones that will be at the forefront of this disruption. Cognitive jobs are all the more vulnerable to replacement by such tools, which produce faster, are often more accurate, and increasingly are higher quality output than humans. The best models are even able to do so with minimal guidance and instruction. The superior capabilities of AI aren't limited to intellectually intensive activities either, like research or analysis. AI can perform better in just about any profession where intellect, brains, and ingenuity is deployed, from vacation planning to financial planning, from video game design to building design, from data analysis to legal analysis, and from diagnosing bugs in software to diagnosing cancers in humans. The aspirational careers of Asian societies, doctors, lawyers, engineers, bankers, are now all potentially replaceable by AI. Moreover, we must not be now lulled into a false sense of security by our nation's current unemployment rate, which has yet to capture the potential displacements of jobs that could result when AI and robotics become more entrenched in the economy. The future is much better inferred from the unemployment rate of new workers. Notably, while our youth unemployment rate remains considerably below those of other advanced economies, this has steadily trended up since the middle of 2024. Reports of fresh graduates struggling to secure employment are also piling up. What it means then is that the skills we teach in lecture halls and labs need to evolve away from rote learning and solving known problems to leveraging what makes humans unique, soft skills like empathy, networking, judgment, creativity, and vision. I already see this in my courses. The way to separate weaker students from the stronger ones is frequently no longer what they submit in written assignments, something Singaporean undergraduates often excel at, but by their inquisitiveness, their willingness to question prevailing wisdom, their ability to think outside the proverbial box, and their strength in bringing others together on a common task. Students must want to understand what they're being taught, not just cram yet more information without care for the fundamentals. It also means that our outdated approach to university entry, which is conditional on relative performance in an academically oriented high-stakes exam, has to be revisited. In last year's COS, I suggested that we move forward with granting entry based on satisfying absolute entry criteria. This is now even more urgent given how relative academic performance will be ever less relevant to university success. Reform must also percolate up to more advanced levels of tertiary education. It is natural to ask, what is left for research when even at the PhD level, only a tiny, talented minority may still credibly lay claim to intellectual superiority and methodological sophistication? PM Wong's 37 billion funding for the Research, Innovation and Enterprise Plan is undeniably a welcome step. And if resource constraints were the only limitation to research success, we would be well positioned, even though, as I previously mentioned, our national R&D spending still lags those of comparable technologically forward economies. But the reality is that scholarship is not born out of funding alone, as important as it is, and especially in an AI age where differences in the capacity to produce research are likely to collapse. Instead, what is relevant is the sophistication of the questions that we ask and the way that we approach problem solving. For this, we must still appeal to what is inescapably human. Our most groundbreaking innovations have always relied on humans affording their imaginations the absolute freedom to follow wherever their ideas lead. This occurs best in open, liberal, democratic societies, which offer the best conditions for the accumulation of productive human capital and the generation of world-class scientific output. These conditions then contribute to productivity and long-run economic performance. Our autonomous universities must stop chasing global rankings for their own sake, but instead focus on the genuine nature of academic enterprise, a point that member Kenneth Goh, a fellow academic, has just made. In doing so, I'm certain, nevertheless, that recognition and reward will find their way to them. Sir, no matter how much we revamp our educational system, even if we were to adopt the seemingly radical steps proposed here, the reality of real-world distributions of human ability is that there will always be a group that falls in the left tail and risks being left behind. Yet this AI moment also offers tantalizing opportunities. Teachers can tap on AI-generated resources to offer education that is more interesting and more customized, a luxury that would have taken previously hours of work. Weaker students now have a more realistic chance than ever before to shine in the classroom. Not only will AI compress the talent gap, it will devalue the traditional degree, which opens the door for those who are endowed with hitherto undervalued skills to finally stake their place in the modern economy. This includes those who may not be as book smart, but who are gifted in myriad other ways, those who are blessed with superior hand-eye coordination, or are more innately social, or exude practical intelligence, or possess a tinkerer's mentality. Singapore has, since its birth, been an ethnically, culturally, and religiously diverse nation. Let us also embrace neurological and intellectual diversity, starting from the ground up with our educational system.
Professor Lim, you have a minute left.
I shall. And with my final sentence, let us allow diversity to be the core strength of our educational system in this AI age.
SMS Desmond Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this year's budget. I think it is one that provides critical stability in the midst of uncertainty and chaos. And with this stability, it helps us to propel forward, to pursue progress for Singapore and Singaporean. Last September, I spoke about the two forces shaping Singapore's future. I name it the two AIs. AI number one is artificial intelligence, which generates information at lightning speed, changing the way we work and we live. AI number two is aging individuals, experienced workers who bring their wisdom, their judgment, and their perspective to the workplace. Today, I would like to build on these two AIs and on this idea. And my argument is a simple one. The AI helps us find answers much faster, but it is experience in AI number two that helps Singapore ask better questions. Singapore's success will depend not only on how quickly we find answers, but whether we ask the right questions about our future economy, our workforce, and our jobs. As Singapore becomes a super-aged society, our goal is to support our seniors to age with dignity, with security, and with a peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, the labour movement and our tripartite partners have been working on this and preparing for this transition for many years. We supported raising the retirement and re-employment ages, which is tracked to reach 65 and 70 by the year 2030. We support strengthening CPF contributions for senior workers and to progressively raise the ceiling to protect retirement adequacy. We back the Workplace Fairness Act to reinforce protection against workplace discrimination, and we have consistently pushed for job redesign, lifelong learning, and stronger mid-career transition support. These efforts have indeed made a difference. More seniors today are financially prepared for retirement, and more are choosing to remain economically active. But as our workforce transforms, challenges remain. First, As our population ages, overall resident labour force participation, unfortunately, is gradually declining from 70.5% to 67.9% in the last 5 years. This is a structural challenge that will affect our economic resilience in the long term. Second, many seniors still face barriers in staying meaningfully employed, such as hiring filters or reduced benefits at re-employment. NTUC surveys show that they take longer to find jobs, average of 6.2 months versus a 4.9 months on average for other workers. And 37.5% report narrowing job prospects due to age. I'm sure members here would have also heard of anecdotal experiences among our residents who face challenges in their job search. And third, many seniors worry about keeping up with technological advances and its impact on job security specifically. While many are willing to learn, they face constraints of lower familiarity with new technologies and also heavier caregiving responsibilities. Employers have also cited difficulties such as mismatched salary expectations, skills gaps, and concerns about higher wages. While these are not straightforward and also difficult issues to deal with, but I remain optimistic that Singapore can navigate these challenges through our deep tripartite cooperation and also especially in this time of artificial intelligence. Mr. Speaker, let me articulate 3 priorities as we navigate this change, especially for our senior workers. The first priority is to enable seniors to remain employable with choice, flexibility, and inclusion. Many seniors want to continue working beyond their retirement age. NTUC's Senior Employment Survey shows that 70%, more than 70% of senior workers are open to employment beyond the retirement age. But this is not about expecting seniors to simply stay in the workforce longer. It is about giving seniors the choice and flexibility to continue contributing meaningfully, building on their strengths, their experience, and their skills. Employers should continue developing flexible career options, and the Tripartite Work Group for Senior Employment, which I also co-chair, is exploring ways to expand and broaden these options. Through the Alliance for Action on Empowering Multi-Stage Careers for Mature Workers, companies have piloted promising models. One example is Mandai Rainforest Resorts hobby or interest-based job roles, and also recruitment prototypes, where seniors are hired based on their hobbies and interests, with roles redesigned to build on these strengths and these passions. Through this approach, Mandai gave Mr. Richard, a 60-year-old nature enthusiast, the opportunity to serve as a welcome ambassador in a role aligned with his love for nature. With support from his colleagues and employers, Richard now takes pride in bringing his guests around the resort to experience the natural surroundings which he cares deeply about. Some employers have also created structured pathways that allow seniors to transition gradually into retirement while continuing to contribute meaningfully. At Schneider Electric, for example, the Senior Talent Program offers different personas, and one of which is the pivot persona, which enables senior workers to take on roles such as coaches and mentors while remaining engaged in the organization. These initiatives show that when employers redesign jobs thoughtfully and provide structured training and pathways, they can unlock the full potential of our senior workers. Senior workers must also be able to contribute with dignity and without fear of discrimination. The Tripartite Work Group is studying whether additional and more dedicated support can be extended to long-term unemployed seniors seeking to re-enter the workforce. While this need was actually reflected in the experience of Mr. Sunil, a senior job seeker who shared in the forum letter last week about how NTUC's Career Festival gave him more than just job advice. It restored confidence and reassurance at a critical stage of his job search when he walked into the Career Festival. His experience reminds us that beyond advice, senior job seekers benefit from personalized guidance and support as they navigate career transitions. We should therefore continue to encourage our employers to support and to invest more in training and job redesign for mature workers, and also to facilitate multi-generational workplaces. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the second priority is to ensure that artificial intelligence strengthens rather than replaces our workers, especially our senior workers. As mentioned earlier, NTUC has launched the AI Ready SG initiative, which is a one-stop platform to train and upskill workers, support firms in transformation, and improve matching for workers to access better jobs. Apart from the support given to workers in areas such as training and matching, NTUC has actually launched for quite some time AI Readiness Index, which I think Member Denise Paul will be happy to know, AI Transformation Blueprint, and more recently, sectoral AI playbooks that provide companies with practical guidance on business transformation and resources to support their workers' upskilling. I am pleased to share that the first 3 playbooks have been launched, and I encourage employers to work closely with us to tap on these resources in their transformation journey. Our company training committees, including our growing network of Queen Bees, also play a critical role in business and workforce transformation. They bring employers and workers together to co-create upskilling and job redesign plans that directly benefit their business and also upskill our workers. Let me share one example. At Tan Tock Seng Hospital, the introduction of AI-enabled predictive patient monitoring system has helped our nurses manage fall-risk patients more effectively. I met senior enrolled nurse Lillian Teng, who is 69 years young. She shared how the system eliminated frequent manual labor, reduced physical strain, and allowed her to focus on higher value clinical work. Importantly, her younger colleagues helped her adapt and gain confidence to handle the new technology, while Lillian contributed and shared her clinical experience with the younger colleagues. What encouraged me was not just how AI supported a senior worker in this instance, but how different generations supported each other in the workplace. This example shows that the future of work is not just about choosing between technology and experience or between younger and older workers. It is about maximizing their relative strengths and making them stronger by working together. Mr. Speaker, the third priority is to build a multi-stage, cross-generational workforce. The future workforce will not follow a linear, simple path of education, work, and retirement. Instead, I believe it will be a journey of continuous learning, continuous upskilling and reskilling, and contributions. Senior workers will increasingly play roles as mentors and coaches, while the younger ones will bring digital capabilities and new technological know-hows. AI can help bridge these generations by amplifying the strengths of both. And I believe that Singapore's competitive advantage in the future can lie in combining technological answers with the experience-driven questions. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，去年在9月份的国会辩论时，我就提出了2个 AI， 那就是人工智能和我们很关注的年长个人。我想进一步的强调的是，这2个 AI 其实是相辅相成的。AI 智能能够帮助提升工作的速度，年长员工的智慧能够帮助提升工作的准确度。智慧和智能、速度和准确度，缺一不可。人工智能可以快速地提供答案，但是年长员工的智慧、判断力、价值观和责任感，以及多年累积的经验，是科技无法取代的。我们的理念十分明确，人工智能无法代替人的智慧，但我们肯定有智慧能够掌握人工智能。随着科技发展的迅速越来越快，人工智能越来越普及，也有一部分的年长员工特别是担心自己赶不上变化，难以掌握新科技。我们理解，也十分注重大家的担忧，因此，职总推出 AI Ready SG 计划， 推动公有学习和使用人工智能工具，也支持企业运用科技进行工作再设计，帮助转型的过程更加的顺利。步入马年，世界局势依然不明朗，企业仍然面对许许多多的挑战，工友们也必须尽自己的一份力量，未雨绸缪，积极为未来做规划和打算。如果我们每一位工友都能够善用人工智能，善用多年累积的智慧，我相信智慧加上智能，科技加上经验，既有速度又有准确度，那新加坡一定能够在乱中求稳，稳中求进。Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, our workforce must be defined not by age, but by capability. We must move from lifetime employment to lifelong employability, from qualifications alone to demonstrated skills and adaptability, from protecting jobs to strengthening job security. Aging like AI is upon us. Standing still is not an option. I therefore call on our tripartite partners to step up support for all our senior workers, to prevent premature exit from the workforce, to help them bounce back when needed, and to sustain meaningful employment for as long as practicable. This budget lays strong foundations for the transformations towards an AI-enabled economy. As a small nation whose strength lies in our people, we must press ahead with AIs in ways that strengthen and not replaces our workers. So we welcome the government's assurance that technological progress will not come at the expense of our workers. Together, we must act decisively to put in place the support needed for workers to adapt, progress, and continue contributing with confidence. The labour movement stands ready to work closely with our tripartite partners to ensure that every worker, including our senior workers, will not just adapt to change, but will thrive in an AI-enabled economy. Thank you.
MOS, Dinesh Basudesh.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of Budget 2026. This budget strikes a balanced approach to meet the pressing needs of today while preparing us for the challenges of tomorrow. This is also timely as we enter a new phase of Singapore's economic journey where the global economy is increasingly fractured and uncertain, where technologies are advancing at unprecedented speeds, reshaping how companies operate and how we live and work, and where we would have to do more with a slower growth in our workforce given our aging population and falling TFR. This is why the government launched the Economic Strategies Review in August 2025, and I've had the privilege to lead the Committee on Entrepreneurship together with my co-chair, MOS Alvin Tan. Sir, entrepreneurship is in our DNA. Many of our forefathers built successful businesses and contributed to nation building, including pioneers such as Lim Nee Soon, Seah Yu Chin, P. Govindasamy Pillai, Syed Omar Al-Junaid, and Edwin Tessenson. Perhaps one of the most iconic pioneer entrepreneurs was Tan Tock Seng. His story started when he arrived in Singapore in 1819 as a vegetable seller to a successful shop owner in Boat Quay in 1827 and to a thriving businessman. Through his many businesses that spanned real estate, agriculture, and of course healthcare, he provided thousands of jobs to Singaporeans then and even now. Like our pioneers, our generation has also our avant-garde entrepreneurs who have succeeded and have been able to entrench themselves here and beyond Singapore's shores. Take Carousel, for example. This company was founded by 3 NUS graduates who were inspired by the exposure to Silicon Valley through the NUS Overseas Colleges program. Carousel began with a simple idea to make the selling of pre-owned items as easy as taking a photograph. What started as a mobile-first classifieds app had since grown into a leading online marketplace and omni-channel re-commerce business operating across Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and serving tens of millions of users across the region. I'm very glad that Mr. Marcus Tan, one of the founders of Carousel, and others like him are part of the Entrepreneurship Committee. They, together with venture capitalists and business leaders, have added tremendous value to the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, Singapore's entrepreneurship ecosystem is in a good place. Just like our early days, today's entrepreneurs have spurred innovation, created jobs, and established themselves internationally. In fact, the Global Startup Ecosystem Index 2025 by Startup Blink ranks Singapore's ecosystem as number 4 in the world. Our startup ecosystem benefits from a pro-business environment, which include our established companies, our talent pool, dedicated startup spaces such as the Launchpad at One North, and supportive government policies. These make Singapore a unique, competitive, and a trusted hub for innovation. We are also a key hub in Asia for innovative companies and investors with over 4,500 tech startups, 220 incubators and accelerators, and over 500 venture capital firms that have anchored themselves in Singapore. Many founders of startups have proudly shared with me on how the Singapore brand had helped them forge partnerships and break into new markets. However, we cannot stand still and rest on our laurels. We need to continue to strengthen our startup ecosystem to maintain our attractiveness to startups, talent, and capital. This is because of intensifying competition from startup hubs in Asia, the Middle East, and even further afield. Venture capital remains tight, particularly outside the United States. Over the last few months, MOS Alvin and I have spoken to more than 300 stakeholders, including startup founders, business leaders, venture capitalists, and our youth. This was to understand their concerns and to propose strategies to help them and future generations of entrepreneurs. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for your feedback and for your support. This was only possible with the strong support of our committee members and ecosystem partners, such as the Action Community for Entrepreneurship, or ACE, the Singapore Business Federation, Singapore FinTech Association, and the National Youth Council. To support our startups, we will adopt a three-pronged strategy to strengthen our entrepreneurial ecosystem. First, we will strengthen our entrepreneurial culture. Second, we will help promising growth stage startups scale and expand beyond Singapore's shores. And third, we will facilitate investors to exit and recycle their capital and expertise into new ventures. Let me start with our entrepreneurial culture. Several years back, when my son was then 5 years old, he told me of a paperclip challenge, which apparently he chanced upon on YouTube. Starting from a paperclip, he was required to barter trade upwards until he reached a valuable item. After a couple of weeks, he presented a beautiful pen to me and tried to sell it to me for $20. What started off as a humble paperclip after multiple trades had been traded upwards towards a pen. I'm sure my story is not unique, and there are many budding young entrepreneurs with very interesting ideas. However, when I ask successful founders whether they would support their children in pursuing entrepreneurship, some of them were reluctant. They know well the risks of failure and how difficult the journey was. It is therefore important to double our efforts to sustain and grow our entrepreneurship spirit in Singapore. And we should start from a younger age. Initiatives such as the applied learning programs in schools and the direct school admission for entrepreneurship are a good start. These programs allow students to gain practical skills such as critical thinking and the resilience needed to succeed in today's fast-paced business world. And on that note, I fully agree with Mr. Azhar Othman, who had indicated earlier the need to start entrepreneurship in schools at an earlier age. We should also encourage industry-led programs like the First 1,000 program spearheaded by one of our committee members, Mr. Wilson Chuacha, from East Ventures. In this program, students who are between the ages of 14 to 18 will be given $250 for their business idea. After 8 weeks, they will have to return the initial capital with costs, and they will receive a dollar-for-dollar matching for their profits, capped at $1,000. This will allow our youth to road test their ideas and experience the ups and downs of entrepreneurship. Some may fail, but the lessons learned would surely stay with them for life. I'm happy to report that those who are still keen can continue to sign up. Registrations are still open, but they will be closing quite soon. Ultimately, we must view setbacks as a stepping stone towards eventual success. Every successful entrepreneur will tell you that their paths were filled with obstacles. They will also mention that they would not have succeeded if it was not for the lessons learned from overcoming these challenges. The key is to learn quickly from setbacks and to bounce back stronger. We can also support our entrepreneurs in more tangible ways and encourage entrepreneurship across all ages. Entrepreneurship communities and startup spaces like the Launchpad allow people to collaborate, learn from each other, and develop their ideas in a supportive environment. This can be open to interested groups of all ages, including our mid-careerists and our seniors. These communities, alongside mentorship from experienced entrepreneurs, create a strong ecosystem of support that gives budding entrepreneurs the confidence to take that first step. While new technology, products, and services are disrupting traditional industries, it is also not uncommon to see startups with the right product or idea to achieve phenomenal success. It is therefore exciting to work in a startup, and perhaps even more exciting to start one. And so I would like to call on our aspiring entrepreneurs to believe in yourself and to boldly take that first step. Second, let me touch on those who have taken the leap of faith, achieved some success, and are ready to scale globally. To do so, they may need specialized talent, a range of financing options, and access to new markets. They may need to raise funds for R&D, infrastructure, hiring, and sales. But many startups speak of difficulties to access fundraising options at the growth and pre-IPO stages. Particularly for deep tech startups, they need experienced and credible financing partners with the right expertise and capital structures that are suitable for long-cycle, capital-intensive innovation. Hence, the $1 billion top-up to the Startup SG Equity Scheme announced by our Prime Minister is a welcome reprieve. Further, the expansion in scope to cover early growth stage companies will help our startups raise the funding that they would need to then scale. In addition, the new Growth Capital Work Group, led by Minister Chee Hong Tat, will look into measures to support the financing needs of companies across various growth stages. We will share the feedback obtained through our engagements with the work group and to support in their efforts as well. The increase in the maximum loan quantum under the expertise financing scheme will also be useful. This is because the overall loan quanta had been increased from $30 to $50 million and would be beneficial for our SMEs who may be considering scaling up their businesses. As Singapore is a small market, our startups must think global from day one to succeed. But we know that this could be challenging for some, especially if they do not have a strong track record or are unfamiliar with the new markets. The budget measures to support Singapore companies as they venture abroad, such as the Enhanced Global Innovation Alliance and the Market Readiness Assistance Grants, will therefore be very useful. By strengthening the ecosystem's access to financing options and support for entering new markets, we hope to create an environment where good ideas can flourish and companies, including our SMEs, can grow and compete. Thirdly, let me speak about facilitating exits to support capital recycling. Many successful founders want the opportunity to exit and to reinvest their time, talent, and capital into new ventures. Thus, if we want a sustainable and dynamic ecosystem, we must ensure that capital is available for promising companies to exit at fair valuations and for early investors to recycle their capital. A well-functioning and vibrant capital market in Singapore is crucial for this. I am therefore heartened that our committee's recommendation for a second $1.5 billion tranche of the Anchor Fund, which will help ensure continued support for high-quality listings in Singapore, was supported. This will be especially important as more startups mature and want to seek capital for their growth plans through public markets. The committee also welcomes the $1.5 billion top-up to the Financial Sector Development Fund to expand MAS's Equity Market Development Program, which aims to develop our fund management industry and increase investor participation in Singapore equities. I look forward to seeing the positive impact of these efforts in boosting listings on the SGX. Let me conclude by going back to my son. Now, unsurprisingly, he was able to convince me to buy the $20 pen, and he cashed out the venture, therefore, with tremendous bragging rights. He then recycled this princely sum to his next venture of buying several other knickknacks and started the process all over again. If I recall correctly, most of it went to chocolates, which was quite quickly gobbled up by him. Sir, Singapore's next phase of entrepreneurs will face far more complexities than the paperclip challenge. There would be setbacks, and they would have to navigate along uncharted waters. Those who are able to adapt early, move decisively, and invest ahead of the curve will succeed. The work of the Economic Strategies Review Committee on Entrepreneurship will continue, and we will support our startups in this venture. We will strengthen our entrepreneurial culture, help promising growth stage startups scale, and we will facilitate investors to exit and recycle their capital to new ventures. We hope that these efforts will allow Singapore to nurture the next generation of budding entrepreneurs, such as Mr. Marcus Tan and Tan Tock Seng. I'm confident that Budget 2026 will provide a shot in the arm for our current and future employers as well as entrepreneurs. Thank you, and I support the budget.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Prime Minister Lawrence Wong for his budget statement and for the continued emphasis on honouring our people and results. Today I speak in defence of our seniors. Many carry with them daily realities and pressures very quietly. I will highlight 4 areas that requires our attention: nutrition vulnerability, rising cost pressures, digital anxiety, and the fast-evolving threats of scams. First, nutrition vulnerability. In a food-secure city like ours, it is worrying that we are seeing signs of rising malnutrition amongst seniors. An NHG health study found that the proportion of hospital patients aged 65 and above are at risk of malnutrition rose from 3 in 10 in 2022 to 4 in 10 by 2025, with 2/3 still at risk at discharge. This shows the issue is not marginal but persistent. Doctors at NUH also highlight that malnutrition closely links to falls and poorer recovery. Many do not see food as part of healthcare. When eating becomes painful, tiring, and lonely, nutrition suffers not from ignorance but from circumstance. Some stop walking to hawker centres and rely instead on biscuits and instant noodles. Others shift to softer but less nutritious foods because of untreated oral health or chewing difficulties. Over time, protein intake drops, strength declines, and frailty rises. If we are serious about healthy aging, nutrition policy must address access and the daily realities of how our seniors eat. My first proposal is a national movement, which I will refer to for now as Strong Seniors SG, with a simple goal: helping seniors stay strong through better nutrition, especially adequate protein intake. Protein should not feel like a luxury. Affordable foods such as eggs, tofu, beans, and simple fish dishes are already part of our everyday meals. Yet nutrition gaps among seniors often arise not from the lack of food, but from practical barriers: difficulty in chewing, fatigue from cooking, eating alone, or uncertainty about what foods truly support strength. Strong Seniors SG would therefore focus on making protein intake easier, more familiar, and part of the daily routines. This can be advanced through 3 practical pathways: where seniors eat, how seniors eat, and what seniors eat. First, where seniors eat. We can partner hawkers, food courts, and AACs to make protein-rich meals more visible and accessible. Stalls to highlight affordable protein options or label balanced set meals, including softer choices for those with chewing difficulties. When the healthier option is easier to spot, it becomes easier to choose. Second, how seniors eat. Eating is social. Seniors eat more and eat better when they eat together. Some AACs already run communal meals, and we can build on this. In the UK, GPs go beyond medication by recommending communal dining and social activities as preventive care. We can adopt the same approach in Singapore, with GPs and polyclinics referring seniors to community meals initiatives that provide both nutrition and social connection. Third, what seniors eat. Countries like Japan and South Korea are investing in senior-friendly food innovation, including texture-adapted, high-protein meals. South Korea goes further by setting a national senior-friendly food standard with clear nutrition and texture benchmarks. Certified foods are labeled by texture levels according and allowing seniors to buy ready-to-eat meals from supermarkets. In Singapore, HPB's NutriGrade has shown how clear labels can guide healthier choices. Could we build on this success with a similar approach for senior-friendly foods, signaling both nutritional value and eating comfort? Our food innovation ecosystem can support this through grants, pilots, and partnerships with industry and community providers. Because when seniors maintain their health, they maintain their independence, confidence, and dignity. The second area that requires attention, rising cost pressures. Cost pressures for seniors are often less visible. One overlooked area is oral health, which directly affects nutrition and overall health. Many seniors assume tooth loss is part of aging. Some quietly share, I don't go to the dentist because I cannot afford it. With subsidies, full dentures can cost between $500 and $800 and requires multiple visits. For seniors with limited finances and mobility challenge, this is a deterrent. I therefore ask the government to review dental subsidies, particularly denture-related costs, and to consider introducing one fully subsidized annual dental checkup for seniors aged 65 and above on CHAS Blue or Orange. Such a measure should strengthen preventive care while giving us a clearer national picture of our seniors' oral health needs. Transport is another burden. While AIC's med subsidies help some, many mildly frail seniors fall outside eligibility. They may be able to walk, but could be unsafe in crowded transport. Taxi fares of $20 to $40 per trip quickly adds up. About 1/3 of seniors live alone or with another senior, which means managing healthcare from appointments to follow-ups can be stressful, costly, and physically demanding. To ease this burden, I propose 2 practical steps. Expand the role of neighborhood GPs under Healthier SG to handle hospital-directed routine tests and follow-ups closer to home. Second, provide broader transport subsidies for seniors with frequent medical visits. Now, digital anxiety. Singapore's Smart Nation push has brought many benefits, but for some seniors, it has also brought digital anxiety. Among seniors-only households, smartphone ownership is near 90%, but access does not equate confidence. A simple SMS that says, reply 1, click this link, can be confusing. A hospital appointment message can trigger days of worry, especially when it's to reschedule. Seniors often leave the hospital with a printed appointment slip they rely on. When SMS later arrives with a new date, certainty disappears. For those who depend on escorts or family to arrange transport, this anxiety is compounded. Then this is what I call the 2-minute OTP race. For a senior, it means searching for their glasses, unlocking their phones, switching screens, and trying to read an English message within a time limit. For the institution, it is one notification, But for our seniors, it can feel like an emotional roller coaster. Digitalization must therefore include human fallbacks and senior-friendly design. I suggest include a direct phone line to a real person in automated messages. Keep government apps simple with clear mother tongue options. Offer guided safe update sessions so seniors can navigate their devices confidently. And for seniors with mobility challenges, I urge MOH and our healthcare institutions to proactively assess transport needs when appointments are to be rescheduled. When seniors feel unsure on the digital front, some withdraw, others avoid transactions, and many feel embarrassed to ask for help. As one resident shared, 英语不会，电脑不懂. When seniors feel unsafe in the digital space, the consequences are not only stressful, they can be dangerous. And this brings me to my fourth point, scams. From financial loss to trauma, scams affect people of all ages. But for our seniors, the consequences can be life-altering. Singapore recorded 51,501 scam cases in 2024, with 1.1 billion lost. Seniors may be fewer in number, but they often suffer the highest losses and the deepest emotional turmoil. For someone in their 70s and 80s, money represents years of effort and strength they can no longer earn back. The loss therefore cuts far deeper than the dollar value. Many do not tell their children. There is shame and fear of being scolded. Some suffer sleeplessness, anxiety, and a loss of confidence in their own judgment. One senior in his 80s shared with me that after recognizing the scam tactics and refusing a second request for money, he feared retaliation and stopped going out alone. Repeat victimization is also not uncommon. In a home team survey shared in 2021, 45% of scam victims were targeted again. And I know this to be true. Some scam tactics are advancing quickly, with AI-enabled deepfakes harder to detect. I suggest 3 areas where our response to victim support can be strengthened. First, faster and more coordinated support. Automatic referral pathways to ensure victims are quickly linked to counseling, guidance, and family support. Second, more humane system responses. Banks and agencies can adopt protocols, including private consultations, multilingual guidance, and staff trained to respond with empathy. Third, a mandatory scam resilience workshop for victims to equip seniors and families with practical tools, confidence, and safeguards before they are approached again. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我想向我们的乐龄居民说几句心里话。很多新加坡人都曾经遇到诈骗。如果您曾经受骗，我想说，请不要自责，这真的不是您的错。现在的诈骗手段越来越高明，任何人都有可能一时疏忽。重要的是，不要因为一次经历就否自己。我要给大家一点宽容我要给自己一点宽容，勇敢地继续生活。根据新加坡警察部队的数据，2024年的诈骗案件创下新高，其中乐龄人士损失最严重。更令人心痛的是，许多长辈在受骗后不敢给人知道，因为感到羞愧，害怕被责怪，结果长期焦虑，难以入眠，甚至开始怀疑自己的判断能力。面对这样的情况，我想郑重给各位长辈一些建议。第一，不要害怕，但一定要提高警惕。可以和家人事先约定一个简单的暗号，这样当接到电话或视频时，就可以确认对方是不是真的是自己的家人。现在的诈骗手段很厉害，连样子和声音都可以模仿。有一位太太接到丈夫的视频电话，对方说手机丢了，需要他马上传钱。 画面上的那个人看起来是她的丈夫，声音也一模一样，但事实上，她真正的丈夫当时就在家。所以各位长辈一定要记住，凡是催你要钱的电话，一定要停一停，先确认身份，用暗号问清楚，才能真正保护自己。如果对方自称是新加坡政府官员或警察，您可以拨打1799 Scam Shield 防诈骗的热线，打电话确认。第二，如果怀疑或已经遇到诈骗，请立刻通知家人或银行。越早求助，越有机会减少损失。第三，积极参加防诈骗课程。根据2021年内政部的调查，有45%的受害者已经再次受骗，因此学习是最好的防线。现在许多社区都会举办防诈骗讲座，例如芝诺布兰雅联络所将在3月7号再次举办防诈骗教育活动。因为诈骗手段不断变化，只有大家一起学习，互相提醒，才能够好好的保护自己。最后，我也想跟长辈们的子女说一些话。即使是聪明、受过良好教育的人，也可能受骗。诈骗者不会挑对象。当父母遇到诈骗时，他们往往比我们想象中更自责、更害怕。请多谅解与安慰，给他们多支持，陪他们一起走出阴影。Mr. Speaker, across many cultures, how a society treats its seniors reflects its moral strength. Singapore has made meaningful progress building firm foundations through LTSG, HULSG, and the tireless work of everyone on the ground. I thank our government and public officers and recognize that every policy decision must be balanced against fiscal realities. May our smart nation be strong and kind for every nation. May our smart nation be strong and kind for every generation. With this, I support Budget 2026.
Dr. Harish Singaraju.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Tan is 78. She has 6 chronic conditions, the kind of complexity that team-based care was built for. Every quarter, despite a worsening gait, she makes her way to my polyclinic with a plastic bag of medications. Down the corridor, a nurse with years of clinical experience and an advanced practice qualification waits for Madam Tan as scheduled. The clinic briefed her on what this nurse could do, but a couple of conversations in one clinic cannot undo a lifetime of expectation. Madam Tan has seen a doctor every quarter for years. That is not a habit, it is a relationship. We do not yet have a national framework that helps patients understand what team-based care looks like and their benefits, especially for complex chronic care. So Madam Tan expresses politely that she would like to only see the doctor instead. The doctor's queue grows, and the nurse waits for her next patient. I'm not questioning patient choice. I'm questioning whether the system gave patients enough reason to choose differently. And no KPI captured it. Across our public healthcare, we do not yet systematically track utilization of advanced practice nurses or care managers and even pharmacist-led clinics. The result is predictable. Trained professionals underutilized, while doctors run behind, and patients like Madam Tan wait longer as their healthcare and social needs compound. What I saw in that corridor is not a clinical gap, it is a measurement gap. And it is not unique to healthcare, it runs quietly through the domains this budget touches. Mr. Speaker, this is a substantial budget substantial enough to change that. This budget rightly bets on AI as an engine of growth, but the longer-serving engine is our people. The test is whether they are better off. We measure what the system produces, wait times, enrollment rates, disbursements, with extraordinary precision. But we do not yet assess whether the system changed the outcome for the person it was built to serve. The Singapore Public Sector Outcomes Review spans 4 themes and dozens of indicators across every domain of national life. It tracks outputs and throughput. It does not capture whether a person's health, housing, employment, and social connection are collectively improving. That is the gap, not in effort, in integration. Each ministry sees its slice, no one sees the whole person, the very thing a family physician is trained to do. Every week, I see it. If there is a place where the whole person view should begin, it is Healthier SG. As of August 2025, it enrolled over 1.3 million residents into a care relationship, the most significant shift from episodic treatment to sustained health management in primary care this country has undertaken. That relationship is the foundation. My question is what else it can carry. Beyond active aging centres and sports programs, social prescribing pathways remain narrow. The culinary class at my community club, 5 minutes from my clinic, is not linked. Neither is the esports interest group for seniors near my home. Not because it does not work, because no one has built the bridge, and that bridge is key for heartfelt social connection. In May 2025, the World Health Assembly adopted its first resolution recognizing social connection as a public health priority. Singapore is a member. If we already have the infrastructure, and we do, the question is not whether social prescribing works, it's why the connections remain incomplete. The gap between what we measure and what matters does not stop at the clinic door. It follows families home. A couple sits at their dining table after their toddler has gone to bed. The laptop is open, the childcare fees, mortgage, career plans, caregiving help. They are doing the sums on a second child. I've met such couples a few times along their healthcare journey, at their 6 weeks postnatal checks, through their children's milestones, and their own health reasons and concerns. The mothers tell me they're coping. Their affect says otherwise. On separate occasions, the fathers come in for something routine and ask, almost as an afterthought, whether it is normal to feel this overwhelmed. I empathize. These are the conversations that never reach a policy paper, and they are the conversations that shape whether a family grows. 30 weeks of parental leave, once fully in effect this April, is among the most generous in the region. Life SG credits, large family schemes, the financial incentives are healthy. But the UNFPA's 2025 report, spanning 14 countries and over a third of the global population, found that financial incentives alone are largely ineffective when structural barriers remain. This couple's question is not just about money. It is whether their workplaces will make room for the life they want to build. Whether a supervisor will raise an eyebrow, whether a promotion will be quietly deferred, whether flexibility is a policy on paper or a practice in the room. They close the laptop, they do not decide against the second child, they decide not yet. And that decision, a quiet, private, and unmeasured one, is exactly what a cross-domain well-being framework would catch. The gap between a parental leave policy that looks generous on paper and a workplace culture that quietly penalizes those who use it. This is not a gap any single policy can close. No single ministry sees both sides of that equation, which is precisely why no single ministry has closed it. Each of them, Madam Tan, the nurse, the couple, was counted. None was heard. A well-being framework would have seen Madam Tan not as sick's diagnosis, but as a person whose trust the system had not yet earned. It would have given the nurse something the current system does not, proof that her care made a difference. And it would have seen that couple not as two incomes, but as a family doing calculations on hope. Not because it adds new programs, because it asks a question the current architecture does not. Across domains, is this person's life improving? The Prime Minister put it well. What matters is not just the policies we announce, but the outcomes they deliver in people's lives. That standard is the right one, and I'm asking this House how we intend to measure ourselves against it. I believe we can, because no country has yet done what Singapore is positioned to do. Link individual-level administrative data across domains, organize it through a well-being framework, and run it as routine government infrastructure. The Nordics built rich individual-level data sets but channeled them primarily through academic research. The OECD adopted well-being frameworks at the supranational level but could not bridge sovereign data silos. Wales passed the Well-being of Future Generations Act but lacked the digital infrastructure to wire it to individual lives. Each solved a piece, none solved the system. Singapore can. We have the data infrastructure, the governance density, and with the Public Sector Governance Act strengthened last month, the legal authority for cross-agency data sharing with appropriate safeguards. To be clear, I am not proposing open access to individual records. I'm proposing linked analysis governed by the same rigor of the Public Sector Governance Act and the protections of the Personal Data Protection Act, so that outcomes across domains can be assessed without compromising the privacy this House rightly guards. Build this framework and everything else follows. Social prescribing gets data to prove what works. Team-based care gets validated by outcomes, not throughput. Whether workplaces truly support the families they depend on becomes a question we can finally answer. Let me put this in budget terms, because this is a fiscal argument as much as a social one. If linked data show that a housing intervention reduced downstream healthcare costs for the same cohort, that is not a well-being insight. That is a budget insight. It is a difference between allocating by tradition and allocating by proof. This House asks every ministry to justify its spending. The question is whether we have yet given them the tools to do so across the domains. And that tool must carry weight. If the data show that a cohort's well-being is declining across domains, this House should expect that finding to inform the next budget cycle, not the next study. Measurement earns its place only when it is tied to decisions. Genuine cross-domain work is already underway. Comlink Plus, mentioned in this budget too, deserves particular recognition. It now pairs lower-income families with dedicated family coaches, tracks progress across preschool, employment, debt clearance, and housing, and has begun integrating health action plans in partnerships with our healthcare clusters. That is real progress, and it is the closest model we have to what I'm describing. But Comlink Plus is program-specific and population-limited. Lower-income families with children living primarily in public rental housing. It currently serves over 10,000 families. The elderly enrollee in Healthier SG with complex chronic care demands is not covered. The middle-income couple weighing a second child is not covered. The question is not whether we can do this for some families in need. We can and we are. The question is whether we are ready to build this as routine government infrastructure across populations, across the life course. Cross-domain measurement cannot live within a single ministry, not because any ministry has fallen short, but because the architecture was never designed for it. That is precisely why this must sit in the Prime Minister's office, in the strategy group, the only body with convening authority across domains. I ask the government, direct the strategy group in the Prime Minister's office in coordination with MOH, MOM, and MSF to publish within 18 months a single integrated well-being report for 2 defined cohorts as a start. First, Healthier SG enrollees aged 65 and above. Second, middle-income families with children under 6. Begin with the baseline, who these people are, across every domain that touches their lives as of this budget. Organize that through a well-being framework. Then 18 months from now, measure again, and tell this House whether anything changed. Not a new dashboard, not another satisfaction survey. A single report that tells us whether our elderly are living better and whether our young families are getting the support they need. One cohort at each end of the life course, one proof of concept. If the linked analysis through the well-being framework works for these two, there is no reason it cannot extend to the sandwich generation caught between them and in time across life's course. If the infrastructure to do this already exists, and I believe it does, then what remains is a decision on timeline. I would welcome the Minister's indication on when this might begin. The timeline itself signals how seriously we take the integration this budget promises. And if there are barriers I have not accounted for, I would welcome that candor too, because understanding what stands in the way is in itself progress. I am aware that what I'm proposing is not as modest as it may sound. Cross-domain measurement means a ministry's outcomes become partly shaped by another ministry's performance. That is a significant shift in how we govern. I'm not asking for it to be easy. I'm asking for it to begin. Mr. Speaker, this is not a call to spend more. It is not a call to change direction. It is a call to see clearly whether our economic progress is reaching our people. The Prime Minister asked us to strengthen our social bonds and build a Singapore that belongs to all of us. I'm asking how we will know if we have. Madam Tan is still in the queue. The nurse still has an empty slot. The couple is still pondering at the dining table. But if this well-being framework exists a year from now, Madam Tan walks into that clinic and an important arm of a complex chronic care is addressed by the nurse, who already knows her by name and social background. The couple reopens the laptop, and this time the data tells us what their silence never could. Not just whether the money was enough, but whether the workplace made room. This is what it means to see people clearly. The question is whether a year from now, we will know if anything changed for them. Thank you.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I've recently been wondering, how do I raise my child in the kind of world we're living in today? The Prime Minister began his budget speech by describing the profoundly volatile, fragmented and contested world we live in. The moment I wake up, my phone pings with negative news. In various parts of our world, we have armed conflict and wars. On top of that, we have trade wars. And increasingly, we are fighting tech wars over AI, chips, data, and digital dominance. Artificial intelligence and digital activities have also displaced healthy social connection and mental well-being. Our young people are experiencing what the Straits Times is calling a contagion of despair. Many are also anxious about AI displacing their jobs. And as technology and the rest of the world advance at breakneck speed, some are left behind. We used to feel much more secure in our economic connections with other nations and our social connections with other people, but that's changed now. Therefore, apart from the threat of global instability, isolation is an equally pressing threat for Singapore. Despite the challenges that we face, I'm glad to hear in the Prime Minister's speech a glimmer of hope. The various strategies and support systems highlighted will take Singapore forward as one people. Not an isolated Singapore from the rest of the world, not isolated people within the land, but a connected Singapore, a shared Singapore, a Singapore that is for all of us. To do that, we need to turn from isolation to connection. There is great temptation to give in to the dog-eat-dog mentality in a world where it seems like we're playing a zero-sum game. If you have more, it means I have less. And we start to compete against one another. This is the economic isolation I fear. But imagine if we and our neighbors could work together and uplift one another, sharing our resources, each of us contributing our strengths to create shared prosperity and more economic opportunities within the ASEAN region. What a world that would be. To achieve this, we need to first empower Singapore workers by helping them to be economically connected to the region. Global trade is fragmenting, with tariffs and the weaponization of trade impacting ASEAN supply chains and raising uncertainty. Yet in this climate, around 82% of Singapore SMEs plan to expand overseas this year, primarily targeting ASEAN markets to drive growth, diversify revenue, and build stronger regional brand presence. Tangible government support is critical for Singapore companies seeking to venture abroad and helps Singapore stay economically relevant to the region. There are encouraging success stories, such as that of Happy Fish, an indoor swimming pool which now has 10 branches in Singapore, 11 in Malaysia, with its first Jakarta branch opening this quarter. They plan to open more branches in Malaysia and Jakarta and expand to Vietnam, Thailand, and Japan with support from Enterprise SG. Such stories inspire confidence in the Singapore brand. We are competent and dependable, but such a brand alone is insufficient. Singapore enterprises or global companies which have headquarters in Singapore often require Singaporean workers who are prepared to venture abroad to take up regional or global leadership roles. Yet many Singaporean workers are reluctant to venture overseas. A Ministry of Manpower report in November showed that only 3.1% of Singaporean and permanent resident workers have had overseas work stints of at least 6 months. But companies are looking for workers with global or regional experience to take on leadership roles or who are prepared to venture into the region to support growth initiatives. With a stiff competition from the global pool of talent, how can we provide this international exposure for Singaporean workers so our workers are ready and willing to take up opportunities? I will propose specific measures during the Committee of Supply, including grants for companies deploying Singaporeans to regional roles and work exposure programs for young graduates in ASEAN markets. Second, I wish to speak on the economic isolation of a group of people who have sacrificially taken time out for a noble cause. They are among the most capable people I have met. During their time out, these people have honed a range of valuable skills. They have experience in strategic planning, financial oversight, conflict resolution, multiple stakeholder management, event planning and execution, and healthcare coordination. They have to manage competing priorities, optimize limited resources, and lead with resilience under pressure. These superpower workers I'm referring to are stay-at-home parents. They have given up some of the very best years of their careers, and I call on the government to implement a scheme to support their return to the workforce. This is a crucial piece in the overall national effort to support Singaporeans to feel confident in starting families. It supports the long-term objective of arresting Singapore's local population decline and creates a pathway back for parents to be productive members of our economy. Third, as we strategize for Singapore to surge ahead and ride the AI wave to advance our economy, let us not forget that there are groups of people who may be left behind. Mr. Daniel Yao, who runs the Social Space, a social enterprise in the F&B sector, shared with me that it is becoming much harder to sustain their mission of providing dignified employment to vulnerable groups, such as single parents with caregiving burdens, at-risk youths, and people with mental health conditions. These individuals are often unable to maintain long-term employment, and not many employers are willing to give them even a chance. While this social enterprise is determined to help such workers, they are struggling to do more because of rising cost pressures and increasing local qualifying salary thresholds. Yet, it is challenging for such enterprises to fully benefit from the various AI and productivity-related schemes in order to provide employment to such groups of people. I'd like the government to consider a take-a-chance grant for employers who hire such vulnerable persons. There are already the Senior Employment Credit for hiring seniors, Enabling Employment Credit for hiring persons with disabilities, and the Uplifting Employment Credit for hiring ex-offenders. We can introduce another similar credit scheme for employers who take a chance on persons from other vulnerable and marginalized groups and offer them meaningful long-term employment. In the push towards productivity, it's important that the most vulnerable are not inadvertently made worse off or further excluded from employment opportunities. Beyond economic isolation, we must also address social isolation. Last year, I had the privilege of addressing a group of young people in the Rotaract Club of Raffles City at their 25th installation ceremony. I shared about how we were seeing quiet quitters. They are young people in China lying flat or tangping. In Japan, we see hikikomori. Directly translated, it means pulling inward and being confined. In Singapore, about 1/3 of our youths aged 15 to 35 reported severe or extremely severe symptoms of depression, anxiety, or stress. Students dealing with these conditions miss about 190 hours, or 24 days of school annually. And mental health struggles cut down school performance by 63%. Research by IPS has found a direct statistical link between high screen time and greater loneliness. Yet, the young people of the Rotaract Club defied these trends. They painted rental flats, ran community projects with homes for the disabled, homes for the children, and even launch cross-border collaborations across ASEAN, including launching the inaugural Rotaract ASEAN Young Leaders Exchange to foster cultural understanding and youth dialogue across Southeast Asia. They are amazing. I saw how confident and how purposeful they are. I left the event shivering with excitement, but I also asked myself, how might we empower more young people to be change makers? How might we connect with young people who feel so disconnected from real life that they have retreated into their digital worlds? With an increasing reliance on AI, how might we help people build strong social skills, strong communication skills, and competencies to navigate cross-cultural environments with sensitivity, respect, and moral courage, qualities that AI will never be able to replicate? In an AI-saturated world, with everyone upping the game on AI to improve productivity, for Singaporeans to remain competitive, we need to have more than just AI, and that must mean more social-emotional and cultural intelligence. For youth who want to do more and who are not content to be mere spectators, but want to build our nation together, I see immense potential in the budget announcement of a 50 million partnerships fund so we can support more ground-up community initiatives. But turning to those who are struggling, I wonder if we can recruit and train befrienders and mentors trained in psychological first aid so we can form a first line of defense for our young people. I'd like to propose tapping on the school's peer support leaders for this role with the long-term hope that building such capacity also builds capacity for such individuals to eventually serve as community volunteers. In my community, I've seen mothers and volunteers form support networks on their own, from playground groups to a group of young widows who call themselves Hope Heard and who ensure no one journeys alone. They are resilient. But what about our youths who may be struggling on their own? While we have Chat, which provides mental health assessments at Scape, and Crest Youth to do outreach, we lack intermediate spaces in the heartlands. Traditional spaces like our void decks have no football signs put up, and malls require spending. Without free, unstructured places to congregate, our youths have nowhere to go. Is it any wonder they are retreating into their digital worlds? Overseas, youth-friendly spaces that combine drop-in socializing with mental health support have shown real results. I'd like to propose third spaces co-located with active SG gyms or libraries where young people can socialize and access early mental health support before conditions escalate. There's also compelling evidence for the arts as a driver of health and well-being. I'd therefore like to explore the power of the arts in promoting mental well-being and social connection among our young. I would like to call on the government to commission a nationwide study on how the arts strengthen the mental and social well-being of our students. There is an opportunity to scale up the work that arts practitioners are already doing. Some are using theatre to address bullying and build empathy in schools. I propose that MOE increase partnerships with them to build social-emotional competencies, complementing what teachers and counsellors already do. Further, participating in arts programs also reaps significant social-emotional benefits. A study by the Singapore Symphony Orchestra shows that just bringing students to attend a concert together resulted in significant improvement in their well-being and sense of social connection. Therefore, I propose that we expand the Culture Pass to cover every child, rather than only applying it to citizens aged 18 and above. This provides access to the arts to every child, strengthens family ties, and involves parents in the artistic development of their children. Most of all, doing so also benefits their overall health and well-being. We also have to combat the isolation of those with special needs. One particularly heartbreaking instance of social isolation that I came across was during the Walk of a Lifetime, organized by St. Andrew's Autism Center. During the briefing, I learned about how some parents keep their autistic children at home for fear of the social rejection they would encounter should their children go through a meltdown in public. I am working on an initiative in Bishan Community Club to make it a comfortable and conducive space for those with special needs so they know they are welcome at our events. We are doing this by setting aside calm corners, training volunteers to know how to engage such families, and designing wayfinding features. I also started an initiative to promote bonding between parents, grandparents, and children. It's called Playdate. It's an indoor space with loose parts free play, which is going to expand to serve children with special needs. Our efforts are modest. Punggol Regional Library and National Gallery have far more beautiful and well-equipped rooms for those with special needs. But wherever we can, let's provide more of such spaces across our country. I'd like to issue a call to every operator of a public space to be like the National Gallery and the National Library Board, and to consider making accommodations to make their spaces more welcoming to persons with autism and special needs. Let's break down the barriers that have kept those with special needs apart from us. Mr. Speaker, I started this speech with a question. How do I raise my child in this complex world we are living in? I found an answer in a volunteer in my community. Her name is Ayin. She's a young mother of an 8-year-old boy with hearing disabilities, and she lives with her family in a rental flat. After work, Ayin finds time to serve her neighbors. She attends wake, visits those who have been hospitalized, and organizes activities with fellow volunteers, and even accompanies single parents to my MPS sessions to advocate for them. This is a Singaporean who refuses to let others fall into isolation. She demonstrates empathy, shows kindness, and pulls her community together. Ayin is an ordinary woman doing something truly extraordinary. And I think the way Ayin lives, the way she's a role model for her child as she presses on with hope and love, is a wonderful, powerful way to take Singapore forward. Mr. Speaker, I support the budget.
Mr. Leong Eng Hua.
Mr. Speaker, I will speak on internationalization and budget surplus. With a small and mature domestic market, Singapore companies seeking sustained growth must look beyond offshores. External markets are essential not only for revenue expansions, but also for diversification and resilience. Encouraging and supporting enterprises to internationalize has long been a cornerstone of Singapore economic strategy. Successive economic reviews and budgets have consistently emphasized overseas expansions as one of the key growth drivers. Over the years, many Singapore companies have ventured abroad, both regionally and globally. And one market where our companies have internationalized particularly successfully is China. Despite our small domestic economy, Singapore has for several years been China's largest foreign investors. Today, iconic Singapore brands such as Raffles City, BreadTalk, Charles & Keith, Jumbo Seafood, TWGT, and others operate extensively in China. In Shanghai alone, there are approximately 4,000 Singapore companies there. And China is also one of Singapore's top markets, particularly for electronics, machinery, and related equipment. Why has Singapore companies been successful in China? And there are several factors that explain this. Firstly, credit to the government. It's the strong G2G relationships. Over decades, bilateral ties between Singapore and China have deepened and expanded significantly. We have a comprehensive China-Singapore Free Trade Agreement, CSFTA, which allows the majority of our export to China to enter tariff-free. Importantly, the CSFTA is not static. It has been reviewed and upgraded periodically to remain relevant. They are also the key flagship government-to-government projects that further anchors relationship, including the Singapore Suzhou Industrial Park, Sino-Singapore Tianjin Eco-City, Singapore-China Chongqing initiatives. And there are also regular high-level engagements such as the annual JCBC meetings and the various provincial ministerial platforms that continually review and expand areas of cooperation. And indeed, many meaningful commercial opportunities have emerged from these engagements. In the most recent JCBC meeting, Singapore's role as the major offshore renminbi clearing center is further enhanced. The bilateral relationship between Singapore and China was often described in official communication as all-round, high-quality, future-oriented partnership. 全方位、高质量、前瞻性伙伴关系 sounds mouthful, but it reflects the shared commitment and willingness to continually explore new areas of cooperation. And this special relationship has provided a supportive environment for Singapore companies operating in China. Secondly, I suppose is our bilingual and bicultural advantage. Singapore's bilingual and bicultural strengths provide a natural edge, the ability to communicate effectively and understands cultural nuances, builds trust, and facilitates businesses. At the same time, Singapore is regarded in China as a trusted and well-governed business partner known for strong institutions and strong governance standards. Thirdly is the timing. Our companies internationalized into China during a period of market liberalization and rapid economic reform. China then was both growth-hungry and capital-hungry, and Singapore businesses were well-positioned to ride on that wave of expansions. So in Chinese, this alignment may be described as 天时地利人和, favorable timing, geographical proximity, and strong relationship. The question is, can this success be replicated elsewhere? Well, we must strive to replicate this success in other markets. It's neither prudent nor sustainable to rely excessively on a single external market for growth. And there have been pockets of success in other markets like India, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, though these have not reached the scale achieved in China. The government can help identify and signal markets with strong long-term potential, particularly those where Singapore enjoys strong bilateral ties. And beyond China, the government has encouraged expansion into India, Vietnam, Indonesia, and more recently, emerging markets in Latin America and Africa. The establishment of new embassies support this diversification strategy. The government is also pushing for businesses to consider setting up at the Singapore-Johor Special Economic Zone, which is a natural and logical move given our proximity, our familiarity, as well as our complementarity. Singapore now has 28 implemented free trade agreements, including multilateral agreements such as the ASEAN FTA, the RCEP, the CPTPP. We have also signed digital economy agreements, green economy agreements, as well as the investments agreements. I suggest that the government-to-government engagement be extended further to regulator platforms. Such dialogues could help align regulatory frameworks to reduce market entry barriers and facilitate licensing approvals in regulated industries. And this will be helpful and to significantly ease market accesses for our companies. Next, trade associations and chambers, such as the Singapore Business Federation, the ASME, the SCCI, play a critical role in supporting SME overseas. It makes sense for Singapore companies to internationalize collectively where feasible. Sharing market intelligence, pooling resources, learning from each other can shorten the learning curves and reduce costly missteps. Larger Singapore firms with established overseas network can act as queen bees, anchoring smaller companies with their ecosystem. We have seen that in retail malls, industrial parks, and integrated developments led by major Singapore players. Banks, healthcare groups, investment holding companies could similarly play a catalytic role. In this regard, the MRA scheme could be further enhanced to provide higher support for consortium-based applications, and recognition could be given to firms that play anchor roles overseas. Finally, internationalization must be built on a strong home base. As in previous budgets, Budget 2026 continued to provide a whole set of support measures, including supporting the building leadership in key clusters, strengthening our enterprise ecosystem, productivity enhancements. Company also requires sound financials, strong balance sheets, and access to growth capital when they internationalize. Overseas expansions carry significant risks and often demands patient capital. So I welcome the $1.5 billion Anchor Fund and the $1.5 billion Financial Sector Development Fund announced in Budget 2026. These initiatives will strengthen enterprise financing and support risk-sharing investments. So in an increasingly fragmented global economy where trade relationships now come under scrutiny, persistent trade surpluses may invite pressures. Increasingly, countries expect quick pro quo on trade and investments and a balanced trade relationships. Supporting companies to invest abroad while maintaining a strong core in Singapore helps to mitigate such risks and enhances our overall economic resilience. So turning to the second topic, budget surplus. As budget debate is about financial policy of the government, The elephant in the room question is, of course, how is it that despite rising expenditures over the years, Singapore recorded significant surplus of $15.1 billion in FY 2025, with a projected $8.5 billion surplus in FY 2026. What contributed to the $15.1 billion surpluses for FY 2025? Essentially, three major components, in my view. Similar to last budget, there is a $5 billion capitalization of the nationally significant infrastructure, which in essence is a non-cash item and will need to be depreciated over the lifespans of the infrastructure. And not to mention, there's also the interest cost, because this involves the borrowing, which need to be serviced. The second component comes from the significant increase in the NIRC, a hefty $3.4 billion from FY 2024. Being investment returns, it can, of course, be subjected to the vagaries of the markets. And the third component, the remaining $6.7 billion of the $15.1 billion surplus, comes from the increase in tax revenue, primarily the corporate income tax. Of course, there's also the personal income tax, GST, and vehicle premium. Corporate income tax rose from $30.1 billion from FY 2024 to $35.2 billion in FY 2025, the revised figures, and is projected to rise to $37.8 billion in FY 2026, an increase of roughly one-third over 3 years, driven by stronger than expected growth and the implementation of the BEPS Pillar 2 top-up taxes. And of course, the other taxes like personal income tax, GST, and vehicle-related revenue also increased. According to MOF 2023 occasional paper, the government expenditure is projected to reach 19 to 20% of GDP between FY 2026 to FY 2030 and may exceed 20% by 2030. Meanwhile, the total revenue, including NRC, is approaching 20% of the GDP in FY 2025. Given that corporate income tax revenue are expected to remain elevated, I would like to seek clarification from the Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance whether are we likely to see continued high surpluses for the remainder of this 5-year term, or should we expect greater volatility going forward? So while fiscal prudence is essential, sustained surpluses provide room to ease cost pressure where necessary. And here I want to propose 3 areas for consideration. Firstly, my favorite topic, the public transport subsidies. I will hope that the government can consider additional medium-term top-ups to public transport subsidies beyond the baseline annual $2 billion to moderate fare increases. In previous 2 budgets, the government provided additional subsidies of $250 million and $200 million respectively. So this continued calibrated support would help households manage cost of living pressures. Secondly, I hope that the government can also increase medium-term co-funding support under the progressive wage credit scheme to PWCS to help businesses manage rising wage costs associated with the uplifting of the low-wage workers. We are already observing higher tender prices on the ground from, for example, cleaning contractors, because they have to price in the higher wages for their low-wage workers. And that is putting pressure on the service and conservancy charges as well. So greater transitional support would ease these adjustments for businesses to pay low-wage workers better salaries. Thirdly, I will hope that the government can also provide enhanced grants for the upkeep of aging estates, including problems that we face frequently for older towns, repairs for water seepages, and structural deteriorations. I also hope that the government can provide higher subsidies for flats that are still without lift access. There are something like 100 blocks of flats that are still without lift access, and I hope MND can look at that as well. And thirdly, to have expanded grants for barrier-free accessibility improvements, something that's much needed in older estates. So as our housing stocks matures, proactive maintenance support will increasingly be needed to upkeep the estate and to sustain quality livabilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have listened to a couple of speeches from the members of the Workers' Party, and the point about linking GST to budget surpluses will raise again. That is not a fully accurate picture. As I've outlined earlier, while the increase in GST has added to our revenue, The bulk of the surplus comes from increase in corporate income tax, as well as the capitalization item and the increase in NIRC. So it's worth reminding members again that in our unique construct, a substantial portion of our GST revenue, approximately 60%, is borne by higher income earners or foreigners, foreign visitors who are here, whether to attend a convention or to attend F1. These are the ones that pay the main bulk, 60%. And the remaining 40%, which is contributed by the broader base of the lower to middle households, is mitigated through permanent GST voucher scheme and related offsets. So taken together, the lower and the middle income families effectively pays a GST rate that is 7% or below. So I ask myself, why wouldn't we want to tax more from the rich or the foreigners who are here to spend more, and then use the financial resources to distribute it to the lower and the middle income households? So in closing, I'm encouraged that in recent budgets, the Prime Minister has directed significant measures towards strengthening our social compact and addressing inequality alongside efforts to reinforce our economic resilience and national security. It is precisely because we remain in a position of fiscal strength that we are able to allocate meaningful resources across these three pillars: social development, economic growth, and security, in support of our long-term nation building. Prudent stewardship over the years has provided the government with the capacity not only to respond to immediate challenges, but also to invest strategically in our collective future. While we operate in an increasingly complex and uncertain global environment, I'm confident that the renewed leadership team possesses both the resolve and capability to navigate what lies ahead. Our strong fiscal position put us in good state to confront emerging risks, seize new opportunity, safeguard Singapore's continued progress for generations to come. So I support the budget.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the budget. However, I would like to speak on how we can do better to support Singaporeans and families with children. Sir, our total fertility rate has remained below 1 for a couple of years now. This is well below the replacement rate of 2.1. What does this mean for Singapore? On the one hand, it means that we must do much more to support parenthood. But to me, a low TFR means that each child born to or adopted by a Singaporean is precious, not just to their parent, but to all of us as a society. And our policies and structures must reflect the full weight of society's support, regardless of the circumstances of their parents. While the government has done much to support each child, I would like to highlight 4 groups of children that we can do much more for today. First, children of unmarried parents. Our policies across the government systematically disadvantage these groups of children today, right from birth, as it penalizes their unmarried parents who look after them. 1, the unmarried parent does not receive the baby bonus cash gift of to $11,000. 2, they are not recognized as part of a family nucleus for HDB schemes. They receive lower subsidies than the family grants. They are not eligible for schemes like the Parenthood Provisional Housing Scheme. 3, their unmarried parent is excluded from the most substantive tax benefits we provide for families. They cannot claim the parenthood tax rebate of up to $20,000. They are not eligible for working mother's child relief, even if the unmarried mother has to work doubly hard to bring up her child. Neither are they eligible for the qualifying child relief. Sir, I believe strongly in the family nucleus, where the parents are able to bring up children in a loving and nurturing home. But I do not believe that there's any Singaporean that will wake up one day and decide to have a child without getting married, just because we change our policy stance and allow them to benefit from all the above benefits as provided to married parents. Even married parents are not incentivized to do so, as evidenced by the low TFR. Mr. Speaker, nobody makes the decision to have a child without getting married on a whim. If given a choice, I believe that not a single one of us in this house or in this country will want to be an unmarried parent. Behind every child born to an unmarried parent is a story of tears, agony, confusion, uncertainty, but overcome by only a burning desire to bring up the child. I have met a couple of residents who are single and unmarried. They have burnt the candles at both ends because they tell me they want their child to grow up feeling like they're the same like any other child in school. Many succeed, but many others don't. And have our policies inadvertently tipped the balance against them? This is not how a society where each child is precious should be or can be. We must do better. It is time to stop the policy differentiation between married and unmarried children unmarried parents, beg your pardon, who take care of their children. This is not an abandonment or deprioritization of the family nucleus. This is not an encouragement for people to have children out of wedlock. And this is not going to lead to a sudden spike in the number of children born out of wedlock. All it is a reflection of a society that cares for each child and that does its best to alleviate the challenging circumstances they face at birth and give them a better chance in life. Mr. Speaker, the second group are children of non-working mothers. Currently, non-working mothers do not qualify for the additional subsidies for childcare as well as after-school care. So they will have to pay several $100s more each month if they would like to place their children on these programs. Here again, there is clear policy logic. We want to incentivize dual-income households. Moreover, there will be some of us that think since the mother is not working, well, she can care for the child. No need to place in childcare or student care. So in 2018, about 8 years ago, there was a young deputy director in the Ministry of Education. He came across many students from complex, disadvantaged family backgrounds who would have benefited from the structured environment after school, but who were deprived from doing so because their families decided they couldn't afford it. In some cases, the parents had many children. In other cases, they had a child with special needs amidst the siblings. So the mother had to stay at home to take care of the children. But as you can understand, she couldn't take care of each of them adequately well. There were also other mothers he encountered who were absent. They are not working, but nor are they taking care of the child. So the deputy director and his team were determined not to let the working mother criteria hold back these children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds from accessing structured after-school care. From the ground up, they worked hard with school educators and MSF and devised a protocol where the school educators would identify the children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, facilitate their registration in the school-based student care center, highly subsidized. This meant much more work for the school educators. But they all supported the initiative and dedicated their time and energy to identifying and engaging these students because they knew that having a structured after-school environment could be so helpful for these children. Today, the deputy director has grown a little older, has some white hair, stands here in Parliament, but he still has the same dream and the same fire burning in him. We should support all our children to have affordable childcare and after-school care, regardless of whether the mother is employed. There are many more children beyond those currently identified in the schools that will benefit from this, and our school educators and teachers will also save time from having to make the case for each of these children. So, Mr. Speaker, my plea to the government is, come on, let's get this done. Let's grant the additional subsidies for childcare and after-school care to all students and drop the working mother criteria. Again, I do not believe that this will overnight make all our working mothers wake up and decide to stop working, or this encourage those who are looking for work to not continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, the third group are our children with special needs. I would like to call for the removal of means testing for subsidies associated with children with special needs. And this will include additional subsidy for EPIC, subsidies for special student care centres, subsidies for children who need assistive technology and devices like hearing aid. We should also extend free frequency modulation systems for all children in preschools, just as we do today for those in primary school. Sir, the emotional, health and financial impact of raising a child with special needs after school and through life is much more than the cost associated with bringing them up in their early developmental years. It is not something that every parent or any parent or child would wish upon themselves. And therefore, as a society, we should give them our fullest support in their developmental years, because each child is special and precious. Mr. Speaker, my fourth and final group are our adopted children. Sir, for most couples, adopting a child is not the first resort. Many have invested significant amounts of time and energy, including going for IVF, to have children of their own. Adopting a child is not a decision that any couple takes lightly. They know it is for life. They are fully committed. There's no backing out, just like the rest of us who have children of our own. I spoke to a resident recently who also happens to be a childhood friend of mine. She and husband came to my MPS and shared with me their adoption journey. First, they had to attend a pre-adoption briefing and a disclosure briefing, and then obtain a favorable adoption suitability assessment, ASA. The ASA took several months, whereby they had to complete copious documentation, identify several referees, and go through multiple intrusive interviews. But they, however, understood the need for this, because we do want to ensure that parents who adopt are ready and equipped to do so. After they cleared the ASA, they signed up to be on the waiting list of an accredited agency so that they could identify a child for adoption. And this was a very long waiting list, so there are many amongst us who would like to adopt a child as well. After matching with the identified child, they had to apply for a dependence pass for the child to be able to come to Singapore, because they need the child to be in Singapore for them to apply to the court for the adoption order. But the court process takes several more months as well, because as part of the review, the judge requires a report from the guardian in adoption, which is an officer appointed by MSF. And she interviewed them again, made home visits, similar questions as the ASA, and it was only after she had completed her report then could the couple request for a final hearing for the judge to issue the adoption order. After receiving the adoption order, they then need to apply to ICA, finally, to get citizenship for the son. At the point where they came to me, they had spent more than 1.5 years since they started the ASA process. Their son had been in Singapore for close to a year, and at that point were they able to apply for citizenship. During the entire period where their son was in Singapore, they had to pay foreigner fees for all the medicals associated with him because he was not a Singapore citizen, at least not yet. They shared with me that they felt like second-class parents. But to top it all off, they wanted to adopt a second child so that their first child has a sibling, well, just like all of us. However, MSF has informed them that they are strongly encouraged to start the process at least 9 months from the date of their first child's adoption order, so that they can bond adequately with the first child. And thereafter, they need to go through the entire process again, registering for a new ASA, going for all the interviews, and putting up all the documentation. So, sir, I can understand the government's desire to ensure that each adoption goes well. We all do. But this is surely too much. Their first child has already been with them close to a year. Why the need to wait another 9 more months to start the process? And why then the need to reassess them for adoption suitability when things are going well with the first child? And to compound the situation, compared to maternity leave of 16 weeks, adoption leave for parents is only 12 weeks. So on the one hand, we want them to bond longer with the child, but on the other hand, the leave period is shorter. Sir, if our fellow Singaporeans are made to feel like second-class parents during the process, something is not right. These are Singaporeans who have put in great resolve to care for their child just as their own. They are no second-class parents. They are special-class parents. So I urge all the relevant government agencies, and there are many involved in the process as I've described, to come together, work towards streamlining the process for parents significantly. And may I suggest that during the period where the child is in Singapore and a dependency pass, let's extend the Singapore citizenship subsidies for infant care, for childcare, for medicals to the child, because it is a matter of time they will become a citizen, and these are critical developmental years. Let's not lose time. And also let us align the adoption leave with maternity leave at 16 weeks. Sir, the changes I have suggested above may be seen as an attempt to slay several sacred cows, but to me, it really is not. To me, a strong family nucleus means testing. These remain critical. But equally important is that we take care of each and every child, regardless of their parents' circumstances. Let us not let the heartbreak or the regrets of one generation affect the chances of success of the next. Mr. Speaker, I will now change gears and turn to the final segment of my speech, our national exams. I was very heartened when Minister Desmond Lee announced that the government MOE is reviewing high-stakes exams, especially the PSLE. Let me share my views on why I think this is timely and much needed. At the last Parliament sitting, I asked MOE for a detailed breakdown by grade across several national exams. So what proportion scored what grade for the PSLE and the O-level. MOE replied that for PSLE, at least 9 in 10 students achieved AL6 or better in English, Mother Tongue, Math and Science. And for the O-levels, about 9 in 10 obtained a C6 or better in English, Mother Tongue and Mathematics. Now that is obviously not what I asked for, because I asked for a detailed breakdown of each grade. But let me explain why I asked for this. In the latest PISA 2022 assessment of 15-year-olds, 41% of our students were classified as top performers for mathematics. 41%. 24% for science, and 23% for reading. In comparison, for the OECD, it was 9% classified top performers for math, 7% each for science and reading. But if we ask any general 15-year-old in Singapore, I believe a very small percentage will tell us that they are top performers in any of these subjects. Why? Because their lived experience going through the exam system in Singapore has told them they are not top performers. Again, MOE did not release the data, but I believe that way less than 40% of each cohort, PSLE or O-levels, will have received the top or top 2 grades for mathematics, for example. And this is because while our grades for both the exams are no longer assigned on a bell curve, they are now based on the objective scores of the students, the philosophy behind how the exams are set has not changed. It is set to be able to segregate the children by ability very finely. So you have X% of very challenging questions, Y% of challenging questions. So in and of itself, the exam will be able to differentiate the students, and by that affect their grades, thereby school selection, which is the key cause of the education arms race. But I do not think that this needs to be or should be the case. If 40% of our cohort are considered top performers in mathematics globally, then the performance on the national exams should reflect as such. 40% of the cohort should get the top or top 2 grades in mathematics. Sir, I should be clear. I am not against challenging our students or against facilitating the best or most inclined of them to achieve greater skill and accomplishment. It is just that I disagree that our national exams should serve this purpose. We should not confuse excellence and competency. It is the role of national competitions, Math Olympiads, Science Olympiads, English Olympiads, to reward and recognize excellence. The role of national exams should be to assess for competency. And once students clear the threshold of competency, they should get the top grade, without any further finer segregation.
Mr. Fu, I'm enjoying your speech, but you have a minute left.
Thank you. Sir, I believe this will be especially critical for generations to come with the advent of AI, because my concern is that the acquisition of foundational knowledge and fundamental cognitive skills will be impacted by growing up with AI. And now I need to be like a robot. Already, there have been studies that suggest that Gen Z may be the first generation that shows lower average IQ and cognitive scores than previous generations for attention, memory, and literacy. This is linked to screen time, digital devices, and social media, and I have no doubt that AI will compound these challenges. We are only seeing the tip of the iceberg. In this context, it becomes even more critical that our students achieve fundamental competencies, and the most important factor for this is motivation. If our students are able to put in effort and they can achieve top grades with decent effort, I believe it will build up their confidence, it will build up their interest and motivation of the subject, and they will acquire good competency which forms the solid foundation and springboard for them to leverage the potential of AI. Without this foundation, AI may only serve to retard their cognitive development instead. Mr. Speaker, the vision and priorities outlined by the Prime Minister in the budget speech are long-sighted and far-reaching. I believe that the suggestions I've made in my speech will further strengthen us as a society and give all of our children a better chance to succeed in life. I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Sharul Taha.
Mr. Speaker, many Singaporeans and businesses I meet share a common concern. The ground feels less certain, the global order is fragmenting, supply chains are shifting, technology is advancing at a pace few governments and even fewer companies can confidently predict. Recent developments reinforce this. The United States has announced potential tariff increases. As DPM Gunn noted earlier this week, if exemptions are not secured, Singapore's exports, such as pharmaceutical to semiconductors to advanced manufacturing, could face higher duties. For companies, this means tighter margins. For workers, wage pressures. For investors, greater caution. We cannot control geopolitics, but we can strengthen our resilience. Budget 2026 is delivered in a changed world. Prime Minister Wong has described it as the first step towards securing Singapore's future in this new environment. A changed world it is. Our MDDI GPC across this term and the last has consistently championed 6 themes. Firstly, strengthening Singapore's AI value proposition. Second, building deep and broad digital capabilities. Third, ensuring ethical governance. Fourth, uplifting vulnerable groups through technology. 5, investing in infrastructure and cybersecurity. And 6, building a high-trust digital society. Together with fellow PAP MPs, including Ms. Tin Pei Ling, Ms. Jessica Tan, Mr. Alex Yam, and Ms. Heni So, we filed a motion with 13 calls to action last term. I'm encouraged that many of these themes that we have championed for are reflected in this budget. But alignment must translate into decisive execution and measurable outcomes. Our response must rest on 3 pillars: competitiveness, inclusive growth, and digital for good. If we get this right, we will not only remain competitive and relevant in the global market, we will also remain united as a society. On competitiveness, when I speak to workers, business owners, young graduates, and mid-career professionals, I hear both excitement and anxiety. Excitement because AI holds immense promises. Anxiety because many are unsure where they stand in this race. That anxiety is real. In just the past 6 months, we see how the global AI race has accelerated at pace. At the Global AI Summit, it was evident that we are entering into the era of frontier and foundation models powered by massive compute scaling and multimodal capabilities. Generative AI is no longer experimental. It is embedded in enterprises, in public services, and national infrastructure. The shift towards agentic AI and AI-native enterprises signals structural transformation. And this is happening at 3 levels. First, the population scale. In China, AI is embedded across platforms serving hundreds of millions. In the United States, AI co-pilots are integrated into productivity tools used globally. In India, AI is woven into telecom and digital services at a national scale. AI is now part of daily workflows. Second, compute scale. The race is about compute dominance. Next-generation chips are being ordered in unprecedented volumes. Hyperscalers are investing billions in AI data centers. India has announced ambitions to attract up to $200 billion in AI and data center investments. Sovereign funds in the Middle East are investing heavily. The European Union is securing its own compute capacity. Chips, data centers, and energy are now strategic infrastructure. Third, on scale. AI is embedded in manufacturing lines, in logistic networks, in defense systems, and in energy grids. This is no longer about chatbots. It is about industrial competitiveness and national capability. As capability accelerates, responsibility must keep pace. AI safety, alignment, model evaluation, and red teaming are central to credible deployment. Trust will determine who can scale. Advantage will not come from models alone, but from diffusion. The winners will be able to align compute, capability, governance, talent, and industry integration into one coherent strategy. Singapore cannot compete on population scale. We cannot outspend superpowers on compute scale. But we can compete on precision, on trust, on regulatory credibility, and deep sectoral integration. And this is not just about technology. It is about jobs. If we anchor AI in sectors where we are strong, such as mentioned as advanced manufacturing, aerospace, logistics, financial services, and healthcare, and scale to more sectors with measurable outcomes, we create higher value roles, more resilient careers, and stronger wage growth. But if we move too slowly, routine work will be automated elsewhere and higher value functions will migrate, and our workers will be left behind. The world is moving at scale, and our responses must be fast, deliberate, workforce-centered, and outcome-driven. To achieve this, we must address key questions. How do we build both deep AI specialists and broad AI literacy? How do we redesign jobs so AI augments rather than replaces? How do we drive real end-to-end business value with AI? What is our strategy on compute capacity, compute sovereignty, and resilience? How do we power AI growth with sustainable energy? And how will the National AI Council evolve the National AI Strategy 2.0 and orchestrate our ecosystem across ministries, AI missions, Center of Excellences, talent development, investment, deployment, removing friction across ministries, and deployment across government and industry. My fellow PAP MPs and I in the MDDI GPC will elaborate further at the Committee of Supply. National ambition must translate into scalable enterprise capability and better jobs on the ground. Let me now turn to SMEs, something which fellow GPC member MP Ms. Jessica Tan and others have also touched on. We already have digital grants, pre-approved AI tools, and CTO as a service. These are important foundations. But SME owners share candidly. I know AI is important, but I am managing cash flow. I cannot afford a data scientist. I'm not sure my data is ready, and I cannot experiment without clear returns. Behind each SME owner is a workforce wondering how AI will affect their roles. Most SMEs face three constraints: the cost of talent, the lack of validated use cases, and integration challenges. If AI adoption is concentrated among large enterprises, the productivity and wage gap will widen. We must move from advisory support to shared capability infrastructure. And I welcome MOS Jasmine's emphasis on lower risk, structured experimentation, and shifting funding towards implementation and workflow redesign. And I would like to propose three further refinements. First, evolve CTO as a service towards AI capability as a service, with pooled AI engineers deployed across SME clusters for hands-on implementation. Second, organize pooled resources by industry to co-develop plug-and-play AI modules with industry leaders for generic processes such as quality control, logistics optimization, and predictive maintenance. These validated solutions reduce blind experimentation and lower development costs. By crowd-sharing capabilities and lower adoption costs, we can create a faster IKEA moment, a term Minister Josephine Teo used to describe the point when enterprises move beyond experimentation to fully integrating technology into their operations. Third, introduce outcome-linked co-funding tied to measurable productivity, cost savings, export growth, or energy efficiency, something that was shared by many MPs yesterday. If we treat AI infrastructure like physical infrastructure, shared and accessible, SMEs can compete by agility, not size. Our workers can compete by working smarter. AI must be a multiplier for the many, not a privilege for the few. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, saya ingin menyentuh secara khusus tentang masyarakat kita dan keperluan untuk kita melihat isu peningkatan kemahiran dan penyesuaian semula kemahiran dalam era kecerdasan buatan atau dikenali sebagai AI ini dengan lebih serius. Industri sedang berubah dengan pantas. Kecerdasan buatan bukan satu kemahiran khusus yang hanya relevan kepada jurutera atau pengatur cara. AI merentas semua sektor, daripada perkilangan, logistik, kewangan, dan pendidikan, hinggalah ke perniagaan kecil dan sederhana. Persoalannya bukan sama ada kita bekerja dalam sektor teknologi atau tidak. Persoalannya ialah bagaimana AI akan mengubah cara kita bekerja. Jika kita tidak bersedia, kita akan ketinggalan. Tetapi jika kita bersedia, AI boleh menjadi alat yang memperkasakan kita. Kita perlu menggalakkan lebih ramai pekerja kita, sama ada golongan muda maupun pertengahan kerjaya, untuk meningkatkan kemahiran digital dan memahami asas penggunaan AI. Tidak semua perlu menjadi pakar AI, tetapi semua perlu tahu bagaimana menggunakan AI untuk meningkatkan produktiviti dan nilai kerja mereka. Inilah kunci utama untuk membina pertumbuhan gaji yang kukuh dan mempan. Begitu juga dengan perniagaan masyarakat kita. Kita tidak boleh hanya menjadi pengguna teknologi secara pasif. Kita mesti melihat bagaimana AI boleh membantu perniagaan berkembang. Contohnya, penggunaan chatbot untuk khidmat pelanggan. analitik data untuk memahami corak jualan, otomasi untuk pengurusan inventory, dan pemasaran digital yang lebih tepat kepada sasarannya. Minggu lalu di Pasir Ris, buat pertama kalinya kita mengadakan Bazar Ramadan secara besar-besaran. Saya perhatikan beberapa gerai sudah menggunakan papan tanda yang dijana oleh AI. Ini menunjukkan bahawa perniagaan kecil kita sudah mula mengambil langkah pertama. Kita harus menggalakkan penggunaan AI seperti ini. Bukan sahaja untuk reka bentuk, tetapi juga untuk pengurusan stok, promosi dalam talian, dan pengembangan perniagaan dan lain-lain lagi. Kita mesti melihat AI bukan sebagai ancaman, tetapi sebagai peluang. Jika kita berani berubah dan bersedia meningkatkan kemahiran, masyarakat kita bukan sahaja akan kekal relevan, malah boleh memimpin dalam ekonomi baru nanti. Mr. Speaker, in English, and to my second point on inclusive growth. A recent MOF report on income growth, inequality, and social mobility shows meaningful progress. Our post-tax and transfer Gini coefficient has fallen from about 0.47 in the mid-2000s to around 0.37 today. Real incomes at the 20th percentile have grown faster than the median, supported by workfare and the progressive wage model, and OECD studies indicate relatively strong intergenerational mobility. These are significant achievements, but as disruption accelerates, the risk is not just income inequality, it is opportunity inequality. Let me highlight two groups of workers who are facing greater risks. For senior workers, the re-employment age will raise to 70 by 2030. The Senior Employment Credit and CPF transition offsets supports retention. The Job Redesign Grant helps firms redesign roles. But for our seniors looking for jobs, the leave realities remain challenging for them to seek employment aligned to their experience. We must accelerate structured job redesign using AI and automation to reduce physical strain and enhance productivity. But more importantly, we must expand structured pathways for seniors into roles such as trainers, mentors, safety supervisors, and quality leads, where experience is a strategic advantage. And this will widen meaningful employment opportunities for senior PMETs, who today still struggle to find roles aligned with their expertise. In an aging society, enabling seniors to remain productive, respected, and fairly paid is not just manpower policy. It is central to inclusive growth. I look forward to hearing more on how we can further strengthen senior employment at the COS debates. Second, on fresh graduates. While headline statistics remain stable, many graduates share a different life experience. Entry-level tasks such as market research, coding, and reporting are increasingly automated. Fellow PAP MPs, Mr. Henry Quek and Denise Chua, shared this as a broken ladder scenario. At a recent Chinese New Year conversation in Pasir Ris, some of the residents who were managers told me that they can now complete such tasks with AI tools themselves, reducing the need to hire and train fresh graduates. The GRID program supports about 800 participants. What are the outcomes and how can we scale it up faster? We must also strengthen our internships to be more structured and industry embedded so that students graduate business ready, not just AI literate. This is something that I have spoke on in my earlier speeches. I look forward to hearing more on encouraging seniors and fresh graduate employment in the COS debates. If we get this right, we strengthen mobility across generations. And now on my last point, digital for good. As we advance technologically, we must invest in technology for social good with equal urgency. Technology must not only increase productivity, it must improve lives. First, we must ensure children from lower-income families are not left behind. Access to devices alone is not enough. We must expand AI literacy, exposure to automation and robotics, and industry mentorship. In Pasir Ris Changi, our M-Cube organization runs robot wars and hackathons to expose students, including those from lower-income families, to digital skills. We should scale such efforts nationally so that every child has a fair start in this digital economy. Second, on seniors and caregivers, AI-enabled fall detection, smart home sensors, remote health monitoring, and telemedicine can allow seniors to age safely at home. Predictive analytics can identify health risks earlier. When designed well, these tools ease the burden on sandwich generation families juggling work and caregiving. Third, on people with disabilities and caregivers, remote work tools, assistive AIs, and job sharing can expand meaningful employment. Fourth, on people with special needs. Recently, I trialed a project with visually impaired residents from Pasir Ris to test a wayfinding solution using indoor positioning and AI image recognition to navigate complex indoor spaces. The innovation exists, but how do we connect such groups to agencies, funding, test beds, and scale them with less friction? We may need a clearer pathway linking community innovators, GovTech, IMDA, healthcare institutions, and social service agencies. And finally, on trust. As digital adoption deepens, cybersecurity and crime prevention must keep pace. A high-trust digital society requires strong safeguards and responsible governance. Mr. Speaker, the challenges before us are complex. We face geopolitical uncertainty, technological disruption, and social change all at once. Singapore has never thrived by standing still. Budget 2026 sets direction. Our task is disciplined execution. We must sharpen competitiveness, ensure growth remains inclusive, and harness technology for good. AI must strengthen industries, uplift SMEs, empower seniors, open doors for graduates, and protect the vulnerable, amongst many others. Above all, our strategy must translate into better lives and good jobs that are higher value, skills-based, fairly paid, and future resilient. If we ambition with action and innovate with trust, we will not merely respond to disruption. We will shape it and secure a resilient, united, and forward-looking Singapore for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I support the budget.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent to move that the debate be now adjourned?
I give my consent.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 10 a.m. Order, order.